Chapter 457. As soon as Divine Lord Tu finished speaking, countless people's expressions changed. Tu was about to start killing again. Who knew how many of the 100,000 people present would survive today? Or would they all be wiped out? Yes, Divine Lord. The God-slaying guard cupped his hands respectfully towards the sky, then pointed at Yi Jian and said, God-slaying guard, go in and announce the news. Me? Yi Jian's gloomy expression under his golden robe immediately turned bitter. Over the past few days, he had been under the mocking gazes of the Yi clan at all times, causing him to feel as if his entire body was being pricked by needles. Furthermore, Yi Tianlong and the elders of the Yi family had not even glanced at him, which made him feel even more bitter. He understood that the divine city was just using him and had never treated him as a divine guard. But could he do that? He could only endure and hope that he could one day become the Divine Lord. But now, the God-slaying guard wanted him to go in and announce the news? Wasn't letting him represent the divine city to announce the news clearly asking him to die? Yes, Divine Lord. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Jian felt Tu's cold gaze sweep over him. His entire body was enveloped in killing intent. He hurriedly laughed bitterly, cupped his hands towards the sky, and flew towards the Purple Island. As Yi Jian's figure disappeared into the Purple Island's barrier, the atmosphere outside became even more oppressive. Everyone's eyes were locked onto the Purple Island, waiting for Yi Qinghan to appear, waiting for what would happen next, and waiting for the unknown future. Yi Jian is here. Elder Lu had left a trace of his divine sense outside. When he saw Yi Jian running towards the valley, he laughed coldly. Madame Jiao and Yu Qingqing also revealed looks of disdain. They had not known that Yi Jian had already betrayed the divine city. Now that Madame Jiao and Yu Shishui had arrived, they clearly understood that Yi Jian had already become the new god-slaying guard. Yi Jian? What is he doing here? When Yi Qinghan heard Elder Lu's voice, he opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. A smile appeared in his eyes as he stood up and asked. Hee, it's probably on behalf of the divine city. They want you to leave. Elder Lu smiled coldly and quickly recounted Yi Jian's situation to Yi Qinghan. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan seriously and asked, Little Han, are you confident? If you really don't have the confidence, don't go out. A real man must know when to yield and when to stand tall. The winner takes all. Only the winner can be king. It's Little Han. Are you sure? If you really can't do it, just drag it out. Milord will be back soon. Lord Jiao said with concern. Brother. Qinghan. Little Han. Yi Qingyu and the others did not try to persuade Yi Qinghan. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Qinghan affectionately, expressing their determination. All 3 of them knew Yi Qinghan's temperament. Yi Qinghan would definitely go out. They could only silently pray for him behind his back, or die with him. Trust me. I will definitely return safely. How could this tiny flame dragon continent be the final destination of my campaign? Wait for me. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly flickered with a strange light. He swept his gaze across the field and smiled brilliantly. With a wave of his hand, the black slaughter god saber appeared in his hand. With a loud laugh, he disappeared from the Carefree Pavilion. Yu Qingqing and the others looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Without another word, they followed behind Yi Qinghan and disappeared from the Carefree Pavilion. A metal rod appeared in Elder Lu's hand. He looked at Lord Jiao, and the 2 of them disappeared from the Carefree Pavilion. Qinghan, I finally found you. Hurry up and go out. The Divine Master is going to kill Father and the others. Yi Jian had already taken off his golden robe and was carefully running through the forest. However, he saw a young man wearing a black warrior's suit and holding a black, strange-looking long saber in his hand, striding towards him. Who else could it be but Yi Qinghan? His eyes narrowed abruptly, and an ecstatic expression appeared on his face as he rushed forward and shouted excitedly. Swish! However, Yi Jian realized that Yi Qinghan's expression did not change at all. Yi Qinghan stabbed the saber in his hand into the ground and suddenly dashed towards him. His speed was as fast as lightning, frighteningly fast. Before he could react, a hand had grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Cough. Cough. Qinghan, are you crazy? I am your uncle, let go of me. Yi Jian was shocked. He held Yi Qinghan's hand tightly but did not resist. He had seen Yi Qinghan's speed just now. It was definitely much faster than him. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's hand that was holding his neck emitted a cold killing intent. He knew that if he dared to move, Yi Qinghan would definitely crush his neck. Shut up. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will kill you now. Also, don't resist. I am already a god. Killing you is a piece of cake. Godslayer guard. Yi Qinghan's face was expressionless. He looked at Yi Jian coldly and spoke rudely. Then, he carried Yi Jian and rushed out of the Purple Island. Godslayer guard? God? Yi Jian felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. His entire body was icy cold, and his heart was filled with despair. It seemed like he was going to die today. He secretly regretted it. If he had known that he would die sooner or later, he would never have betrayed them. Even if he died now, his name would go down in history. Drip, drip. Time passed slowly. The atmosphere outside the Purple Island grew heavier, and the red glow in Tu's eyes grew colder. Why isn't he out yet? Could it be that Yi Jian was killed by the demonic beasts? The Godslayer guard shook his big nose and sighed to the Godslayer guard beside him. Who knows? Why don't we ask the Divine Master to send a god expert in? The Godslayer guard looked at Divine Master Tu, who was in the sky, and said softly. Although the two of them spoke softly, it was obvious that they were talking to Divine Master Tuesday. They were afraid that Tu would get angry and kill the members of the Yi family. If that happened, it would be difficult if Yi Qinghan didn't come out. TSK. There's no need. In the sky, Tu laughed. A red glow flashed in his eyes as he stared at the light barrier on the Purple Island. He revealed a cruel smile and sneered, "Little B****, you finally dare to come out?" He came out. The 100,000 people present were all shocked. Their eyes lit up as they looked in the direction that Tu was staring at. The purple glow on the light barrier flashed slightly, and a figure slowly appeared from the light barrier. This figure came out upside down, and his body was floating in midair. Then, everyone realized that this person was actually Yi Jian. As Yi Jian's body appeared, a slender hand holding onto Yi Jian's neck appeared. Then, a thin and weak figure slowly walked out from the purple light barrier. His handsome face was filled with a warm smile. Hello, everyone. Wow. So many people. It's just that we haven't seen each other for a few years. There's no need to make such a big scene to welcome me. I'm ashamed. As soon as Yi Qinghan came out, he looked around with the knight's sword in his hand and revealed a brilliant smile. He waved his hand and said apologetically, "Let's go." His appearance was very flattered. He was like a wanderer who had been away for a few years, but now, the whole village had come to welcome him. After saying that, he didn't care about the stunned crowd. Instead, he suddenly raised Yi Jian in front of him. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and his indifferent voice resounded outside the Purple Island. Yi Jian, do you know that if you die, you will die a miserable death? Today, on behalf of the Yi family, I announce that you are a traitor and will be sentenced to death. Kacha. An incomparably crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Yi Jian wanted to say something, but he found that he couldn't say anything. His eyes were wide open, and his head drooped to one side. His body also slowly became soft. Then, he slowly slid down from Yi Qinghan's hand, and collapsed on the beach. Silence. The entire crowd was silent. Even the sea breeze near the Purple Island seemed to have stopped blowing at this moment. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was standing on the beach with a warm smile after killing Yi Jian, like a big boy next door, everyone's eyes widened. Looking at Yi Jian, who had collapsed on the ground with his eyeballs popped out and could not be more dead, everyone's mouths twitched, swallowed their saliva, and blinked their eyes. Even Master God Tu's mouth twitched slightly. He stared at Yi Qinghan with great interest, as if he had found a new toy. Yi Qinghan had come out, but he had chosen an incomparably fierce way to make his entrance. Chapter 458. Is this little bee ** crazy? The god-slaying guards and the god-slaying guards exchanged a look. They could see the confusion and shock in each other's eyes. They suspected that Yi Qinghan had gone crazy. How could he dare to do such a thing? He did not understand. What was going on? How could he be so arrogant? He dared to kill the god-slaying guards so easily in front of Master Divine Slayer and the elites of the continent? After killing them, he still smiled as if nothing had happened? If he was not crazy, then what was? Young Master Han is indeed young Master Han. He's 2F** King Fierce. Hua Chao and Feng Zi wiped the sweat from their palms and swallowed. Yi Qinghan seemed to be getting more and more daring. He dared to kill a saint-level elite in front of Master Divine Slayer and tens of thousands of elites. This is a real man. Long Sainan's eyes flashed with a hint of intoxication, and tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change at all. Under such circumstances, he actually dared to kill people like this. Moreover, he still had such a brilliant smile on his face. Despicable man. I hope you don't die today. I'm still waiting for you to lick my toes. Looking at the gentle smile on Yi Qinghan's face, Yin Ling-er's emotions were extremely complicated. All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. It's over. Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui glanced at each other, a trace of despair in their eyes. The Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, the elder of the Shui clan, and the Island Lord of Hidden Island also looked slightly bitter. Wasn't he going to break through to the Divine General tier? Why did it seem like he had just broken through to the Divine General tier? One had just broken through to the Divine General tier, while the other was at the peak of the Heavenly God tier and had a terrifying Lord's intent attack. There was no need to look to know that the result would be tragic. TSK. You have guts, I like men with guts. Since Yi Qinghan had appeared, Master God Tu hadn't spoken a word. Even when Yi Qinghan had killed Yi Jian, he didn't do anything. Instead, he was laughing heartily. He stared at Yi Qinghan's body like a hungry wolf. He smiled wickedly and said, originally, I wanted to tear you into minced meat, but now I've changed my mind. As long as you hand over the divine sword and the spatial god artifact, and play with me for 10 years, I'll let you and the Yi family go. How about it? As soon as Divine Master Tu said that, countless people present had goosebumps all over their bodies, and they felt their bodies tremble. The rumor was true. After the Golden Horn clan had raped the Divine Master Tu, his personality had changed greatly. Not only did he like to rape and kill young girls, but he also liked young men. Now, he even said it in front of everyone. It seemed that his schizophrenia was not light. Pooh. Many people understood, but no one dared to say anything. They tried their best to restrain themselves, not daring to show any special expression on their faces. However, a clear sound of spitting suddenly arose in the field, startling everyone. They all turned to look. They wanted to see who dared to make such a sound at such a critical moment. The voice came from the direction of Purple Island. It was Yi Qinghan. On the beach of Purple Island, there was a camel's saliva. At this moment, it was sparkling and translucent under the sunlight. Pooh! Pooh! Yi Qinghan spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva as if he had swallowed a disgusting fly. Then, he raised his middle finger and pointed it at the Divine Master Tu-E in the sky. He scolded angrily, "You damn homo, go and die. If you want to play, go play with your father." Swoosh! As soon as Yi Qinghan finished his words, the field was filled with gasps. Everyone's face was ashen. Many people started to operate their combat energy, monster power, and brute force secretly, ready to face Master God Tu's anger. He. You've got guts. You've got guts. I like it. Master God 2 suddenly laughed crazily, his body shaking in the sky. His red robe danced in the wind, and his bald head was shining dazzlingly. After a while, he stopped laughing. However, he was not enraged like everyone expected. Instead, he squinted and said with a smile, "Young man, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Aren't you afraid that I will kill your entire clan? Aren't you afraid that I will kill everyone down there?" Master God 2's reaction shocked everyone. Master God 2 wasn't angry. He didn't attack. However, what Yi Qinghan said next almost made their hearts jump out of their chests. "Ha, kill him. Do it. If you don't, you're my king grandson." Yi Qinghan lifted his head and looked at Master God 2 contemptuously. He waved his middle finger in mid-air with a disdainful expression. He moved his finger and pointed it at Master God Tuesday. "If you dare touch anyone down there, I promise you'll regret it. Why don't you try?" "Huh? How dare you threaten me?" Master God 2's face turned cold. His black and red eyes suddenly emitted a blood-red glow. Then, a wave of coldness began to spread around Zidao Island, enveloping the 100,000 people below. At this moment, the 100,000 people present felt as if they had been stripped naked and thrown into a pile of snow. A bone-chilling coldness rose in every muscle and every bone in their bodies. Yi Qinghan did not reply. He only smirked coldly and continued to point his middle finger at Master God Tuesday. The disdain in his eyes intensified as he glared at Master God Tuesday. The air in the area froze completely at this moment. Everyone could feel their hearts pounding. It was beating faster and faster, as if their hearts were about to explode. "Hee, all right. Young man, you've won. State your terms." Just as the crowd was about to suffocate from the oppressive aura in the area, Tu suddenly laughed and spoke. As soon as he spoke, the chill in the area disappeared without a trace. It was as if the snow had melted, and the warm sunlight shone down. A cool and humid sea breeze blew over, drying the sweat on the backs of countless people. Although the cold sweat on their backs had been dried, the experts present were still sweating profusely. What was going on? Master God 2 had given in? He had actually given in to Yi Qinghan, a young man who had just attained God grade? Today's situation had really blinded them and subverted their common sense. Everyone was confused. "My terms are simple. Let them go. I'll have a fair fight with you. Also, you have to swear on the honor of 180 generations of your ancestors that if I lose, you're not allowed to kill anyone on this continent." Let them go? A fair fight? Not allowed to kill anyone? Yi Qinghan's words reverberated in the sky above Purple Island. His gentle and magnetic voice was like a spring breeze that made everyone's eyes light up. Countless pairs of eyes locked onto Yi Qinghan and Master God Tuesday. He. "I can agree to your terms, but if you dare to destroy the spatial artifact, I'll make the Fire Dragon continent bleed." When Divine Master 2E heard Yi Qinghan's conditions, he agreed readily and laughed heartily. Yi Qinghan's terms were not terms to him at all. He only wanted the divine sword and the spatial artifact. He had given in just now because Yi Qinghan had refined the spatial artifact and clearly knew how to control the explosion of the spatial artifact. Once the spatial artifact exploded, the parallel space inside would shatter, and everything inside would enter the spatial turbulence. By then, even a celestial emperor wouldn't be able to find them. Now, Yi Qinghan was offering to have a fair fight with him. Of course he was overjoyed. As for whether Yi Qinghan would go back on his word and explode the spatial artifact before he died, he wasn't worried at all. Because even if the people below let them go, where could they run to? "I, double-eyed dark nether race butcher, swear on the honor of 180 generations of my ancestors to the celestial emperor that as long as Yi Qinghan doesn't explode the spatial artifact and have a fair fight with me, I won't hurt anyone on the Fire Dragon continent." Master God 2 was very straightforward. He knelt down on one knee and swore to the celestial emperor. This was the most solemn oath in the divine realm. After swearing, Master God 2 looked down with a smile and said, "Those below, listen up. You're very lucky. You won't have to die. All of you, scram. What are you waiting for? Still not leaving? Waiting to eat? Yi Qinghan looked coldly at the people on the deserted island in the north and shouted angrily. Then, he pulled out the slaughter god blade and used his divine power to spit out a green blade wave that was more than 10 meters long. He slowly rose into the sky and pointed the blade at Master God Tuesday. He laughed and said, I heard that you are very powerful, Baldy. Today, I want to see if you are really more powerful than your mother. Chapter 459. Little Han, hurry up and leave. Think of a way to the immortal realm and come back to avenge us after you've successfully cultivated. This is an order. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my grandson even if I die. Just as Yi Qinghan soared into the sky, a figure also soared into the sky from a deserted island in the north. At the same time, a voice transmission sounded out in Yi Qinghan's ear. It was Yi Tianlong's voice. Crap. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He understood what Yi Tianlong was trying to do. Yi Tianlong was trying to copy Yi Ruoshui and tell him to run for his life. His expression changed, and he yelled as he teleported away. Divine Master, don't do anything. I'll take care of this. Yi Tianlong had just sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan when his body suddenly burst into white flames. He glanced guiltily at Yu Shishui and was just about to teleport away when he suddenly saw a purple light flash in front of him. He immediately fainted. Heavenly Dragon. Yu Shishui reacted as soon as Yi Tianlong soared into the sky. He had already teleported over, only half a step slower than Yi Qinghan. Yu Shishui smiled in relief when she saw Yi Qinghan appear and Yi Tianlong suddenly faint in his arms. Then, she suddenly thought of something and looked up at Yi Qinghan, opening her mouth to say something. Take him away. Trust me. Yi Qinghan tossed Yi Tianlong to Yu Shishui, then turned around and swept his gaze across the deserted island in the north. His gaze swept across the faces of the tens of thousands of people on the deserted island, and he suddenly grinned. What are you all standing around for? I'm waiting to treat you to a meal. All of you, get out of here. He had clearly used his divine power to amplify the last sentence. His voice was like a bolt from the blue. It rang in everyone's ears and made their eardrums hurt. Whoosh! Countless demonic beasts and barbarians on the hidden island were jolted awake. Their faces lit up with joy as they quickly soared into the sky and flew towards the hidden island. The countless experts of the House of Ares also rose into the air after a moment of shock. Tens of thousands of experts blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they soared into the sky in a majestic manner. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if hundreds of millions of seabirds on an island were suddenly startled and flew into the sky, covering the sky of the nearby sea. It was a frightening dark mass. Young clan leader. Master Han. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan, Yi Qingniu, Yi Baihu, and the other members of the Yi family hesitated. Feng Zihua, Long Sainan, and the elders of the Yu family also hesitated. They all looked at Yi Qinghan with complicated expressions and shouted. You guys go back first. Go to the moon tower and set up 10,000 tables. Wait for me to come back and get drunk for 3 days. Yi Qinghan smiled and looked at the familiar faces. He waved his hand with a resolute expression. His eyes shone with confidence. His casual words made everyone feel refreshed. Let's go. Yu Shishui said weakly as she looked at Yi Qinghan's resolute expression. Then, she teleported away with Yi Tianlong. Let's go. Yi Qingniu gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and roared angrily. He glared at the members of the Yi family and soared into the sky. Moments later, the dense crowd of nearly 100,000 people outside the Purple Island had all left. Even the people from the Divine City had all left. Of course, many people did not go very far. Instead, they watched from a few dozen kilometers away. They watched this earth-shattering battle, or rather, they were waiting for the fall of the absolute number one genius in the history of the continent. Of course, a few people still held on to a sliver of hope that a miracle would happen, Kiki. Brat, do you think we can start now? Divine Master 2 was in a very good mood. He wore a smile on his face, and his temper was also relatively good. He only asked politely after everyone had left. Oh, I still have one last question. Yi Qinghan pursed his lips. Although he had become a god long ago and looked like a teenager, he was already in his 30s. Being called a brat still made him feel uncomfortable. He shrugged his shoulders and wiped the slaughter god blade gently. Suddenly, he raised his head and grinned. Did the Golden Horn Divine Race really rape your A*S? Before Divine Master 2 could get angry, the slaughter god blade in Yi Qinghan's hands suddenly surged, and his body disappeared. Immediately after, a beautiful purple light lit up where Master God 2 was standing. Yi Qinghan immediately released his body fusion battle technique. After that, the slaughter god blade brought along a blade wave that was more than 10 meters long as it smashed towards Master God 2's. Yi Qinghan had actually taken the initiative to launch a sneak attack. Of course, 2 wasn't a fool. He was very clear that Yi Qinghan had a combined combat technique that could make experts of the same level feel dizzy. The moment Yi Qinghan's body disappeared, 2 had already instant shifted. Yi Qinghan's blade smashed into the air. The surging divine power caused the entire space to tremble, and ear-piercing whistling sounds could be heard. Fire Dragon Howl. Divine Master 2 instant shifted, and his body suddenly ignited with blazing flames. His hands quickly formed seals, and a giant fire dragon emerged from his body. It roared and whizzed towards Yi Qinghan's body at lightning speed. This damn Baldy is so vigilant. Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. He thought that he had opened up the scar in Divine Master 2's heart, and he would definitely be enraged, allowing his sneak attack to succeed. He didn't expect 2 to react so quickly. However, 2 had lived for tens of thousands of years and had experienced countless battles. He was definitely not a fool since he was still alive. Spatial fluctuations could be felt. Feeling the intense energy behind him, Yi Qinghan didn't even turn his head as he instant shifted forward. Boom! The enraged fire dragon lost its target and charged towards the hundreds of ships on the sea below. The massive energy caused a huge explosion, and at least half of the hundreds of ships were instantly turned into sawdust. The moment the blazing fire dragon touched the seawater was instantly evaporated, and a cloud of mist that was tens of meters in diameter rose. Along with the sawdust, the sky above Purple Island turned dusky. Night Emperor's 7 styles, sky-splitting / earth-splitting stance, wind-chasing / Yi Qinghan's eyes darted around, and he had an idea. He used a strange footwork in the air, and the slaughter god blade in his hand locked onto 2's direction. Instantly, he slashed out countless blades, and countless blade waves left his body, forming countless green crescent blade auras that covered the sky and surrounded 2 from all directions. At the same time, his soul spirit trembled, and he used the profound mysteries of spatial fluctuations to sense every trace of spatial fluctuations in all directions. From there, he determined the direction and location of Divine Master 2's instant shift. Left. Spatial lock. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up, and his body trembled. A ripple-like spatial fluctuation was released from his body, and it shot towards the sky on the left at lightning speed. Wherever the ripple-like fluctuation passed, the space shook. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's body instant shifted towards the direction where Divine Master 2 appeared on the left. TSK, spatial lock. Break. Fire Dragon Energy Flame. Divine Master 2 teleported over, and he immediately sensed the abnormality in the surrounding space. A mocking smile appeared on his face, and a fiery red light was released from his body. He waved his hands quickly, and the dark red flames on his body turned into countless small fire dragons that shot out in all directions. It was an indiscriminate attack that covered an area. Damn it! Yi Qinghan had just teleported out, and he did not have time to release his spiritual confusion. Instead, he saw the sky full of fire dragons whizzing in all directions, and their speed was frightening. His chest was suddenly hit by a fire dragon, and he was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His soul spirit was so scared that it almost left his body. He did not have time to think, nor did he care about the injuries on his body. Using the momentum of flying backward, he teleported away again. TSK, young man, you are not my match. Divine Master 2 did not chase after him immediately. Instead, he reached out and touched his big bald head, blinked at Yi Qinghan, and his red and black eyes were full of power. He smiled and said, "Why don't you consider playing with me for 10 years? I can spare your life." Chapter 460. It's over. In the sky above the East Sea, the high god experts of the continent stood in the air. Their divine senses were locked onto the two figures on the Purple Island. They had clearly seen the battle between Divine Master 2 and Yi Qinghan. Now, when they saw Yi Qinghan vomiting blood and being sent flying, their faces were as gloomy as the sky before a thunderstorm. The difference was too big. One had just entered the god grade, while the other was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Even if Divine Master 2 didn't use his lord's intent, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be his match. Just like Yi Qinghan's spatial lock, his divine power was too weak, and Divine Master 2 could easily break it with a wave of his hand. The two weren't on the same level. So what if Yi Qinghan had combined with his body? He couldn't even get close to him. Furthermore, everyone was worried that even if Divine Master 2 was hit, it might not be effective. After all, Divine Master 2's cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. And it shouldn't be forgotten that Divine Master 2 was a genius of the two-pupiled netherworld race who had awakened a secret soul technique. His soul was definitely extremely powerful. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Tianlong had woken up long ago. At this moment, his mind was a mess. He knew that he would die if he went over, but if he didn't go over, could he just watch as Yi Qinghan was killed? Tianlong, calm down. Yu Shishui stood next to Yi Tianlong, her face as cold as ice. She used her divine power to grab Yi Tianlong's arm and send him a message. She was afraid that Yi Tianlong would teleport over and die in vain. Lord Devour, please come back quickly. The hidden island master looked at the sky and prayed inwardly. In this situation, only Lord Devour could come back from the divine world and save Yi Qinghan. I'll accompany you for 10 years. Yi Qinghan wiped the blood from his mouth. He circulated the divine power in his body, cooperating with the soul ring to heal his injuries. Although the divine crystal could heal any injury, it consumed a lot of divine power. He had just entered the god grade, and his divine power was still far from Divine Master 2's. He didn't dare waste divine power. At the same time, he continued to stall for time. You take, and I attack? Jia. Of course it was me attacking and you receiving. A young man's chrysanthemum is my favorite. Divine Lord 2 watched as Yi Qinghan recovered, but he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he teased him leisurely. In his opinion, this was like a game between a cat and a mouse. No matter how strong the mouse was, could it not escape the claws of the cat? If I give you the divine sword and the spatial ring, will you let me go? We don't have any enmity between us. There's no need to make our relationship so stiff. Yi Qinghan tried his best to suppress the disgust in his heart. Discussing this topic with such a perverted person made him feel like he had swallowed dozens of flies. He quickly changed the topic and continued stalling for time to heal his body. Of course not. Our enmity is too great. Do you know that because you stole my divine sword from the god-slaying mountain, those evil Golden Horn clan members? If you didn't steal my divine sword, I would have returned to the god realm long ago. Or, I would have obtained the precious treasure of the Soul Emperor and become much stronger. It's all because of you. It's all because of you, you hateful little bastard. You stole my divine sword. Therefore, you have to pay the price. You have to. And that hateful old woman. One day, I will make her moan under my crotch. As for the Golden Horn clan, I will exterminate them. None of them will survive. Otherwise, I won't be able to calm down. The scar in my heart will never heal. You don't know how painful my life has been all these years. Yi Qinghan's question triggered the pain in Divine Lord Tu's heart, which made Divine Lord Tu completely crazy. He laughed, cried, gnashed his teeth, and cursed. The muscles on his face were all twisted, making him look extremely ferocious. He was like a woman cursing in the street. Good chance. A light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He didn't care about his injuries that hadn't healed yet. He teleported again. However, as soon as he appeared, he saw a snow-white giant axe smashing down on his head. He was so scared that he teleported again. Little bastard, you want to sneak up on me again? Your teleportation speed is too slow. Divine Lord Tu suddenly stopped cursing and grinned. The meteorite battle-axe in his hand glowed coldly as he looked at the embarrassed Yi Qinghan in the distance disdainfully. Yi Qinghan groaned inwardly, but he still snorted disdainfully. Then come and kill me. Divine Lord Tu didn't use his will. He didn't dare to use his absolute territory first. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill Yi Qinghan in one strike, Divine Lord Tu would be on guard. As you wish. Divine Lord Tu put away his meteorite battle-axe and spread his hands. Surging flames gathered in his palms, forming a dark green fireball. Tu revealed a sinister smile. He tossed the fireball into the air and shouted, "I'll let you see my elementary fire profound fusion, purple lotus explosive flames." Bang! The dark cyan fireballs suddenly exploded in the air, turning into small purple fireballs that filled the sky. They flickered in the air without any pattern. Countless fireballs emitted blazing flames, burning the entire sky. The air was like boiling water, unexpectedly rolling up. The moisture in the humid air was instantly evaporated, and the air above the purple island was filled with water vapor. F***ck. An indescribable sense of danger arose in Yi Qinghan's heart. Not good. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a trace of fear. His entire body flashed, and his divine senses spread out in all directions. He sensed the ripples in the air and constantly teleported away. Yi Qinghan had just become a deity, so his divine power wasn't very strong. The distance he could teleport was very small. Under the detection of spatial fluctuations, he teleported 3 times before he managed to narrowly avoid the purple fireballs that filled the sky and left the area where the fireballs were attacking. Swish! Divine Lord Tu's figure silently appeared in front of him. His eyes revealed a trace of playfulness. Then, he started to congeal fireballs in his hands, preparing to release the purple lotus explosive flames again. Wait! Yi Qinghan saw the playfulness in Tu's eyes and understood his strategy. Tu was very clear that he had the body fusion technique, so he definitely wouldn't be able to get close to him instantly. It was obvious that Tu was relying on his abundant god power to continuously attack until his god power was depleted. Damn it, the older the ginger, the spicier. I realized that a fight between gods is boring. You teleport here, I teleport back. We can't even finish it in a few days. How about this? You don't have much time, and I have to rush back to eat. Why don't we teleport? Just fight like this? Life and death are up to fate. The earlier we die, the earlier we can reincarnate. How about that? Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and decided to take the risk. After hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Tu's smile widened. He retracted the flames in his hands and replied readily, "Hee hee, come on, as you wish. You want to die early? I'll grant you your wish." Tu wasn't worried that Yi Qinghan would have any tricks up his sleeves. He believed that in the face of absolute power, all plots and schemes were useless. Not teleporting? That was exactly what he wanted. Then, Divine Lord Tu suddenly spread his hands toward the sky. The weather changed instantly, and the red flames around his body were retracted, replaced by a golden radiance. Under the illumination of the golden radiance, Divine Lord Tu's big red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. He stood proudly like an invincible god of war. Divine Lord Tu had started to attack with his lord's will. Sensing the abnormality, the gods in the sky above the East Sea closed their eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlong's wrinkled face contorted. Once Divine Lord Tu used his will, Yi Qinghan had no hope at all. Come on. Yi Qinghan's eyes glowed brightly. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His body turned into a swimming dragon and shot toward Tu. Chapter 461. Brother. Little Han. Qin Han. On the north side of the Purple Island, 5 figures stood quietly. When they saw Yi Qinghan dashing towards Master God Tu, the 3 ladies couldn't help but exclaim nervously. Swish! Elder Lu released his god domain immediately and enveloped the 5 of them. He prevented the 3 ladies' shouts from distracting Yi Qinghan. At the same time, he prevented the 3 ladies from going crazy and dashing towards Yi Qinghan. Lord Jiao didn't say a word as her eyes were locked on Yi Qinghan's figure. The Master God had used his willpower and was at the final juncture. Victory or defeat, life or death, would be decided at this moment. My willpower cannot be defied. Die. Master God too can laughed as a tinge of pity appeared in his eyes. The golden radiance on his body intensified as the 7-colored radiance above his head shattered and turned into tens of thousands of golden swords. With a suffocating aura, they attacked from all directions, sealing off all the blind spots that Yi Qinghan could escape from. If Yi Qinghan wanted to escape, he could only teleport. Teleport? Yi Qinghan chuckled as the slaughter god blade in his hand vibrated and expanded rapidly. It spat out a blade wave that was tens of meters long. Stepping on the void, he used a strange footwork and waved his hand at lightning speed. As he brandished his saber, the slaughter god blade's green saber light streaked across the sky. It actually caused cracks to appear in the sky. At the same time, his body also released waves that could be seen by the naked eye. The waves and the cracks intertwined, forming a huge net in the sky. Absolute domain. The radiance in Yi Qinghan's eyes intensified. With a loud roar, a black light shield formed around his body out of thin air. His body was instantly enveloped by the black fog within the light shield. Then, the black light shield suddenly changed shape and turned into a huge black sword that charged towards Master God Tu at lightning speed. What is that? Master God Tu was puzzled. Although he didn't understand what Yi Qinghan was doing, he felt that it was very powerful. However, he didn't think too much about it as he continued to control the countless golden swords to attack the huge black sword formed by Yi Qinghan. Absolute domain? Countless divine-level experts were puzzled at this moment. They did not understand what Yi Qinghan was doing. However, seeing how he was able to slash out many cracks in space, it seemed like he was very powerful. Only Elder Lu had a look of ecstasy on his face. His pair of slender eyes suddenly widened, and he murmured absent-mindedly, Supreme God Emperor. It's actually a mid-rank profound mystery, absolute domain. Xiao. In the blink of an eye. The black longsword sliced through the air and quickly collided with the overwhelming number of golden swords. This small golden sword was formed from the will of a lord, and it possessed an undefeatable will that could destroy everything. Countless facts had proven that under the attack of willpower, anything would turn into dust. But, the huge black sword rushed into the swarm of golden swords, and with a flash of black light, countless golden swords pierced through it. The black was replaced by the gold, but in the blink of an eye, the black mist in the huge black sword tumbled, and the black light shone brightly again. Ignoring the golden swords that came from all directions, the huge black sword continued to shoot toward Master God Tu at lightning speed. This, Divine Master Tu's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in disbelief. Not good. He was horrified. In the blink of an eye, the huge black sword was already in front of him. Just as he was about to teleport away, he saw a bright purple light, and his mind went blank. World-extinguishing slash. A cold bellow came from the huge black sword. Then, a huge green saber radiance turned into a huge green fire dragon that swooped down on the Master God Butcher. The green saber wave, which was dozens of feet long, lit up the surroundings of Purple Island. The roaring fire dragon carried with it a destructive aura as it charged toward Master God Tuesday. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded, and along with it, the countless golden swords in the surroundings disappeared instantly. The huge energy burned the space around Master God 2 into a vacuum. Rustle, rustle. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and countless pieces of flesh began to float down. Pieces of red cloth began to drift down from the sky, along with the bloody mist. A few severed limbs, intestines, and organs, as well as a bald head with wide-open eyes, fell weakly to the ground. The black tattoo on the head was still flickering, whoosh. The black sword in the sky suddenly disappeared. Yi Qinhan held the slaughter god's saber as he stood in the sky with an exhausted look on his face. However, his expression was one of excitement and joy. He stood there proudly like an undefeatable god of war. After the explosion, the entire vicinity of Purple Island fell silent. A deathly silence. Elder Lu licked his lips as the beard on his chin began to tremble. The ninth madam blinked her beautiful fox eyes as her body trembled uncontrollably. Yu Qingsheng, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu began to smile brightly like three blooming flowers. What? The scene in the sky above the East Sea was completely different. Countless people were shouting absent-mindedly. The island lord of Hidden Island took off the bamboo hat on his head for the first time. Spear Emperor's withered face was like an old tree in spring, and he suddenly became several decades younger. Yi Tianlong fiercely slapped himself in the face, then turned to look at Yu Shishui. Yu Shishui leaned over and planted a heavy kiss on Yi Tianlong's cheek. Let's go. The dozen or so immortal experts looked at each other. They could not suppress the joy in their hearts as they teleported toward the sky above Purple Island. They would not believe this if they did not see it with their own eyes. Wait a minute. Elder Lu was just about to retract his god's domain and lead a few people toward Yi Qinghan when he suddenly thought of something. His expression instantly changed. No. He suddenly looked toward the sea where Tu's bald head had landed. At the same time, he shouted, "Little Han, be careful." Huh. When Yi Qinghan heard Elder Lu's shout, he suddenly thought of something. He was shocked and immediately retreated. At the same time, he formed another spatial domain in midair. Swish. A huge golden palm emerged silently from the sea. A black hole that looked like a vacuum formed in the sea below the palm, and a fiery red figure rushed out. It was Master God Tuesday. The three immortal experts who had teleported near the golden palm were swept by it. They screamed in pain as they were instantly pulverized by the golden palm. Third brother, fourth brother. Patriarch. The other immortal experts were lucky. They did not teleport into the path of the palm's attack. They saw the two immortal experts and the Shui clan patriarch being killed by the palm. Their faces turned ashen as they teleported away in a panic. What's going on? Isn't Tu dead? The dozen or so immortal experts were shocked after teleporting away. They looked at the golden palm in the sky in fear. After a while, they realized what was going on. Divine Crystal. Although Divine Master Tu's body had been pulverized by Yi Qinghan, they did not see any divine crystal. His bald head was strangely preserved. There was no sign of injury. His soul had not dissipated. His divine crystal had been transferred to his head. The divine crystal of an immortal expert would not shatter as long as his soul was not destroyed. His body could be formed with divine power at any time. However, no one understood why Divine Master Tu's head was not broken when his entire body was destroyed. What was his head made of? TSK, TSK, TSK. Fortunately, they had spent hundreds of thousands of divine crystals to purchase this superior-grade divine armor. Otherwise, they would have failed miserably today. Boy, you've made me see you in a whole new light today. Divine Master Tu looked at his golden palm being swallowed by the black sword. He could not help but rub the back of his head with lingering fear as he laughed heartily. Superior-grade divine armor? A strange pattern on the back of his head. Everyone finally understood why there was a strange tattoo on the back of Divine Master Tu's head and why it could move. They had thought that it was a characteristic of the Dark Nether race. Now, they realized that it was actually a superior-grade divine weapon. Chapter 462. Humph. Let's see if your head is harder or my godly sword is sharper. Within the black sword, Yi Qinghan snorted coldly and charged at Master God Butcher again. His glowing godly sword tore through the black mist and slashed at Master God Butcher. Bam! Master God Butcher did not dodge, allowing Yi Qinghan to attack. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Yi Qinghan used the godly sword stored in Carefree Pavilion. But, the tattoo on Master God Butcher's head glowed, and Yi Qinghan was sent flying. The huge force sent Master God Butcher into the sea again, creating a huge splash. Kakik. The godly sword is a superior-grade divine artifact, but it can't unleash its power in your hands. This divine artifact helmet. Unless a godly general expert wields a superior-grade divine artifact, no one in the Fire Dragon continent can kill me. Waha. Master God Butcher charged out again, laughing maniacally. His eyes glowed red as he stood proudly in the air and roared, "Come on, continue attacking. Let's see how long your black shield can last." You've already comprehended a mid-grade profound mystery at such a young age. You'll be a peerless genius in the divine realm. Too bad you don't have enough divine power. You'll die today. Of course, if you dare escape today, I swear I'll exterminate everyone in the Fire Dragon continent. Leave no one alive. I don't believe it. Kill, kill, kill. The huge black sword slashed down again and again. Master God Butcher's body was turned into minced meat again. But, moments later, Master God Butcher charged out again, unharmed. Undying body. After a few attacks, Yi Qinghan finally stopped. His lips curled into a bitter smile as he cancelled his absolute domain. He stood desolately in the air, the glowing godly sword hanging limply in his hand. Lost. He had completely lost today. Although he had the mid-grade profound mystery absolute domain, this damned baldy had a superior-grade divine artifact helmet. His divinity crystal had also been transferred to his brain. As long as the divinity crystal remained intact, his soul would not be destroyed. This meant that he had an undying body. Now that he had fought so many battles, he had expended what little divine power he had. If this continued, he would die. It's over. Elder Lu and Lord Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Lu knew this high-grade divine artifact the best. Even if he smashed it, he wouldn't be able to shatter it. If his divine power cultivation hadn't reached the peak of God General, he wouldn't be able to unleash its full power even if he had a high-grade divine artifact. Lord Devour isn't here. No one could kill a divine Master Butcher. It's over. These two words appeared in the hearts of all the deity-level experts who had teleported around in a panic. Yi Qinghan was finished. The Flame Dragon continent was finished. Although Master God too had promised not to kill anyone from the Fire Dragon continent with his own hands, no one believed his promise. With Yi Qinghan's death, their only hope was destroyed. The Fire Dragon continent became a pigsty again. The billions of people in the Fire Dragon continent became livestock raised by the Divine Master Butcher. Butcher controlled their lives and deaths generation after generation. Kakik. Was there a feeling of despair and hope being extinguished? Hand over the godly sword and the spatial divine item, and I'll leave your corpse in one piece. Divine Master Tu threw his head back and laughed maniacally as he spoke to Yi Qinghan, who was hovering in midair. An intact corpse. Hee hee. Yi Qinghan knelt down on one knee in extreme loneliness. His gaze swept across the surroundings. He looked at the deity-level experts of the continent and Ninth Brother Deer's face. Finally, his gaze fixed on Yu Qingsheng, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu's face. His eyes were filled with endless guilt and apology. He was very clear that if he died, the three ladies would definitely not live on alone. Moreover, Dark Moon, who was in the Carefree Pavilion, would probably die as well. He had worked hard for his entire life, but it was all for naught. Yi Qinghan started to regret himself. If it wasn't for him, the continent would probably still be living a peaceful life. Yu Qingsheng and the others might have gotten married and were living happily now. At this moment, he recalled the scene in front of the enchanted garden from countless years ago. It seemed like he didn't belong to this world. His transmigration had harmed them and the billions of people on the continent. If he hadn't come to this world, or if he hadn't obtained the soul ring, he would have spent the rest of his life peacefully with little Yu. Perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. He had fought for dozens of years, only to end up in such a desolate state. Fighting against the heavens? It seemed like he still couldn't win against the heavens. If only life was like the first time we met, why would the autumn wind grieve the painting fan? It's too late. Everything is too late now. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched weakly. He had the heart to kill the evildoer, but he was powerless. He. It's not too late. At this moment, all of a sudden, a long-lost voice rang in Yi Qingwu's mind. His body instantly trembled, and a trace of ecstasy flashed across his eyes. However, he quickly concealed it and started to transmit his voice with a trembling voice. Xiao Hei, is that you? What did you say? It's not too late. Boss, when did I disappoint you? Xiao Hei's mischievous voice was filled with joy and delight. He transmitted his voice proudly. Boss, buy some time and digest this skill as soon as possible. All right. Yi Qinghan started to suppress the excitement in his heart with all his might. Then, he put on a desolate expression and turned to Master Divine Tuesday. You've won. This is a godly sword. I'm going to refine and remove the spatial artifact. I hope that after I die, you won't kill my family. With that, Yi Qinghan flung the godly sword in his hand at Master Divine Tuesday. He sat cross-legged in the air and looked like he was about to refine the unfettered ring. Godly sword. Godly sword. He. I've finally gotten it, haha. Not bad, not bad. It's a real godly sword. The 12th godly sword has finally fallen into my hands, haha. Master Divine too caught the godly sword in the air with one hand and examined it. Then, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He kept stroking the godly sword with one hand and looked extremely delighted. He no longer cared about the seated Yi Qinghan. Brother, don't be afraid. I'll accompany you to the 9 hells of purgatory. Qinghan, your little peach blossom will accompany you wherever you go. How can I miss my sister Xiao Wu when I go to the 9 hells of purgatory? The 3 girls on the purple island looked at the desolate Yi Qinghan and actually laughed. A hint of determination flashed across their eyes. They decided to accompany Yi Qinghan the moment he died. Their days without Yi Qinghan's company were too difficult. They did not want to continue like this. Don't be rash. Wait a little longer, something's happening. Elder Lu's eyes lit up as he transmitted his voice to the 3 girls. He knew very well that there was no need to refine the unfettered ring to remove the soul connection. The god-rank experts of the continent in the distance all stared at Yi Qinghan, who was sitting cross-legged in midair. They waited quietly for the hero of a generation to meet his end. The most exceptional genius of the continent had fought against the heavens for the sake of the people of the continent, for himself, and for his family. In the end, he was still going to be mercilessly killed by the old man. Shishui, let go of me. I beg you, let go of me. Yi Tianlong's wrinkled face was covered in tears. Yu Shishui had used her divine power, which was stronger than his, to fuse the profound mysteries of water into her domain and lock him down. He couldn't even use his divine power, let alone move his body in the slightest. At this moment, all he could do was use his divine sense to communicate with Yu Shishui and plead with her. No. If you die, I will not live alone. Yu Shishui's eyes were also misty as she shook her head and muttered to herself. What's taking so long? Brat. Are you done yet? A moment later, Divine Master Tu finally realized that something was wrong. Why was it taking so long to remove a spatial divine tool? He couldn't help but yell angrily. I'm done. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. There was no disappointment, pain, or bitterness in them. There was only excitement, joy, and agitation. He didn't even look at Tu. Instead, he turned to Zidao, Yu Qingsheng, and the others and smiled. Ladies, let's go back and cook. I'm hungry. Go back and cook. Hungry? What's going on? Divine Master Tu was once again confused by Yi Qinghan's unconventional behavior. He glanced in Zidao's direction in confusion, but his heart suddenly skipped a beat. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped him. Not good. Danger. He suddenly looked in Yi Qinghan's direction, only to see Yi Qinghan's eyes glowing brightly. And a huge black shadow had suddenly appeared above his head. The black shadow was actually a demonic beast that looked like a lion's nose. This demonic beast's eyes were glowing with a devouring light, and its mouth was wide open. Soul devouring the world. Yi Qinghan yelled. At the same time, the huge black shadow above his head suddenly released countless streams of black energy from its mouth, enveloping Divine Master Tuesday. Holy shit, the soul-devouring beast's innate divine ability. Divine Master Tu abruptly woke up, his pupils dilating rapidly. He knew this innate divine ability very well. This was a divine ability that specialized in attacking the soul. Material defenses were completely ineffective against it. According to the news from the God realm, soul-devouring beasts wouldn't awaken their innate divine abilities until they reached the transformation realm, right? He didn't have much time to think. He desperately twisted his body and tried to teleport away, but he discovered that he couldn't circulate his divine power. He couldn't help but roar in despair, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, the God Realm's law enforcement team will raise the Fire Dragon continent to the ground. No. I'm not afraid of you. Die for this young master." Yi Qinghan laughed coldly. His divine power surged, and the black shadow above his head also flashed with black light. A golden, sponge-like air current suddenly floated out of Divine Master Tu's bald head. It was sucked into the black air current, and entered the huge mouth. The light in Divine Master Tu's eyes suddenly dimmed. His body went limp, and he floated downwards. At the same time, a black helmet and a divine crystal shining with rainbow light floated out of his bald head on their own. The hero of a generation, the Supreme Lord of the Fire Dragon continent, too, was completely dead. Chapter 463. Dead? From the moment Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged and opened his eyes, a huge shadow emerged above his head, to the moment the almighty Slaughterer's soul left his body, and the moment his body fell to the ground, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Apart from old Lu, everyone was confused. They didn't understand what had happened, and they didn't understand why they suddenly had a glimmer of hope when they were at the end of their rope. It was like a group of cowardly farmers who encountered a ferocious tiger at the edge of a cliff. Just as they were about to fall into the tiger's mouth, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and struck the tiger to death. This was too surreal and unbelievable. Swish. Yi Qinghan smiled and teleported down. He fished up Almighty Slaughterer's body from the surface of the sea. At the same time, he took off his spatial ring and threw Almighty Slaughterer's body to Saber Emperor in the distance. Then, he flew towards Zidao with a face full of smiles. "I'm back." Yi Qinghan walked up to the three ladies and smiled at old Lu and Lord Jiu. Then, he stretched out his arms towards the three ladies. His whole body was relaxed. He looked at the three ladies and said apologetically, "We have won. We can finally go home. I still owe you a grand wedding." Go home? Wedding? The three of them murmured at the same time as they thought of the beautiful Cold Heart Pavilion in the Yi family's castle. Their faces bloomed with brilliant smiles as they rushed into Yi Qinghan's arms and buried their heads in his broad chest. They nodded repeatedly and said, go home, let's go home." More than 10 years ago, when they were about to get married, the Golden Horn Holy Tribe descended and the wedding was cancelled. After that, Yi Qinghan had been cultivating. After killing the mutated tribe outside Sang City, after that, he was expelled from the Yi family and brought the three ladies to travel the world. Finally, they arrived at Zidao. It had been 11 years since they last met. For more than 10 years, the four of them rarely met each other, not to mention a grand wedding. This is great. Young lord, I, Lu Shi, formally acknowledge you as my master today. However, I don't know if this old servant will have the opportunity to attend your wedding. Elder Lu's goat-like face was in high spirits. Back then, he had made a promise to Elder Lu to become a god within 50 years. Otherwise, he would take back his freedom ring and divine sword. It had only been a few years, but Yi Qinghan had grown to such an extent. I want to go too, little Han. At this moment, I think even if his lordship returned, he would also be shocked. Thinking about Lord Devour's return, the ninth great couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lord Ninth dear, Qinghan will always remember your great kindness. If you continue to be courteous with me, I won't recognize the both of you anymore. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. Although he could easily kill the two of them with his current strength, he did not show any signs of arrogance. The two of them had treated him well, and he would always remember it in his heart. His attitude towards them was still the same as before, and he was very respectful towards them. Seeing a group of people surrounding God Lord Butcher's corpse in the distance, Yi Qinghan nodded to them. Let's go, guys. The six of them smiled, then soared up into the sky, flying towards the group of people in the distance. Dead. God Lord Butcher is dead. The continent is saved. Saved. He's dead indeed. He can't be more dead. Thank you, barbarian god. Thank you, barbarian god. Billions of the Man tribe's people are finally free. Won. We won. We're free. At this moment, the four gods of the Man tribe, the four gods of the Monster clan, the 5 gods of the House of Ares, and the island master of the House of Ares were surrounding God Lord Butcher's corpse to check. Eventually, they confirmed that God Lord Butcher didn't have a beam of vitality, and there was no soul seal in his head. Then, they murmured and screamed, and some even shed tears. How many years had it been? Ever since God Lord Butcher came to the Fire Dragon continent and killed dozens of God Realm warriors in the Holy Mountain, the Fire Dragon continent had been under his evil claws. Billions of people on the continent had become livestock. No one could control their own fates. All the experts who knew the truth lived in fear, not knowing when they would die, not knowing what would happen tomorrow, and not knowing where hope lay. It had been thousands of years. Many experts weren't satisfied with living like this. They weren't satisfied with being choked by others. They weren't satisfied with the hundreds of thousands of people who went to the prefecture wars every 30 years to die. They picked up their weapons, walked up the holy mountain, entered the holy city, and never came out again. Today, what countless experts had been waiting for thousands of years, had finally happened. God Lord Butcher was dead. The continent was saved. Billions of people on the continent were free. The sky of the Fire Dragon continent was finally clear. Instead, they felt like they were in a trance. They felt like they were in a dream. It was as if everything was unreal, like it was a dream. When they woke up, everything would return to normal. God Lord Butcher is dead. We won. The continent is free. Right when the 10+ people were in a daze, a voice that was like a bolt from the blue exploded in their ears, and it caused their entire bodies to tremble as they completely sobered up. However, when they turned to look, they saw Yi Qinghan flying over with a group of people. He was smiling and nodding at them with certainty. At this moment, everyone smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Their bodies and even their souls relaxed. Countless people's eyes were glistening with tears. They had won. Grandson Yi Qinghan, together with granddaughter-in-law Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu, Greek grandpa. Yi Qinghan, requests to return to the Yi family. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan brought the other 3 and knelt down in the air. They kowtowed deeply to Yi Tianlong. Their expressions were extremely solemn and serious. When Yi Qinghan knelt down, everyone was shocked. The Saber Emperor and the female demon who were next to Yi Tianlong quickly left. How could they bear Yi Qinghan's kowtow? As the clan leader of the Yi family, I announce that Yi Qinghan is allowed to return to the family. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's identity as the young clan leader will be restored. Welcome home, child. Yi Tianlong's old face was filled with pride. He tried his best to suppress the tears in his eyes and said loudly. At the same time, he quickly moved forward and helped the four of them up. Then, he stared unblinkingly at Yi Qinghan, who hadn't changed at all from 10 years ago. This was his grandson. He stood proudly in front of the enchanted garden. He didn't want to admit that he was his grandfather's grandson. He was the grandson that he and the Yi family were proud of. He saved the continent and killed the grandson of God Lord Butcher. He was the grandson who stood above billions of people but still had to kowtow to him. Greetings, clan leader Yu. Greetings, seniors. Yi Qinghan patted Yi Tianlong's hand, then turned to greet Yu Shishui. Then, he nodded at all the deity experts present. Good, good, good. Yi Qinghan, my little peach blossom didn't misjudge you. You didn't misjudge me. Yu Shishui nodded repeatedly. She was extremely satisfied with Yi Qinghan. Regardless of whether it was his unprecedented tyrannical strength or his humble temperament after achieving success, she was very satisfied. She flashed over and intimately pulled Yu Qingcheng to express her joy. The Hidden Island Master and the other deity experts didn't respond to Yi Qinghan's greeting. Instead, they glanced at each other, then stood in front of Yi Qinghan in a row and knelt down on one knee. Their expressions tensed as they bowed and yelled, Hidden Turtle, Saber Emperor, Spear Emperor, Dragon Man, Man Da Pao, Man Air Pao, Man Wu Pao, Man Lu Pao, Man Hu Hu, Man Nyo Nyo, Man Leopard Leopard, Man Chicken Chicken. Greetings, Frost Emperor. Chapter 464. Frigid Emperor. Yi Qinghan frowned in confusion. He glanced at Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui, not understanding why these people were doing this. Little Han, this is a blood oath made by the immortal experts of the three mansions several thousand years ago. No matter who it is, as long as they can kill Master God too and save the continent, they will worship them as emperor. The Hidden Island Master also joined this blood oath 1,000 years ago. Now that you've killed Master God too, they've obviously pledged allegiance to you on behalf of the three mansions. Yi Tianlong had just become an immortal not long ago, so he didn't understand this blood oath. However, Yu Shishui understood it clearly and hurriedly transmitted his voice to explain. So that's how it was. Yi Qinghan instantly understood the crux of the matter. Killing Master God Butcher was equivalent to saving everyone's lives. Being able to kill Master God Butcher meant that this person was stronger than Master God Butcher. If they didn't pledge allegiance and this person was dissatisfied, he could kill all the experts of the other two mansions and Hidden Island, then unify the continent. Rather than waiting to be killed, it was better to pledge allegiance. Everyone has already pledged allegiance to you. Don't tell me you still have the nerve to attack us? Everyone, please rise. I have no intention of becoming emperor. I will not do Master God II's deed again, so don't worry. Yi Qinghan said calmly with a wave of his hand. Become an emperor? He had no interest in that. Apart from Lord Devour, he was now the strongest person on the continent. He didn't want to foolishly become an emperor with so many trivial matters to attend to. He wasn't an idiot. Frigid Emperor, if you don't agree, we won't rise. This is the blood oath made by the three mansions and one island. If we don't comply, we will fall into the 9 hells of purgatory. The Hidden Island Master said respectfully. This, Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. He had become Zhao Kuangyin from his previous life, forced to wear the yellow robe. However, when he saw Yi Tianlong winking at him from time to time, signaling for him to agree, he felt even more helpless. Feeling even more helpless, he waved his hand and sighed, all right, get up. I'll make it clear that I only respect this title. As for the rest, let's talk about it later. Yi Qinghan really liked the title, Frigid Emperor. It sounded really cool. After transmigrating, he could also play as an emperor. However, it was clear that he had made up his mind. He was determined not to unify the continent or establish an imperial system. When he had nothing to do, he would take Xiao He for a walk. Occasionally, he would tease a beauty and beat up a bully. This was the happy life of a transmigrator. Yes, Frost Emperor. When the 10 of them saw that Yi Qinghan was so easy to talk to, they were even more delighted. The demon race and barbarian race god rank experts had always been worried that Yi Qinghan would do something to them. Now it seemed that Yi Qinghan had no intention of unifying the continent at all. Let's go to Tsang City to celebrate. Oh right. Yi Qinghan wholeheartedly wanted to return to Tsang City, to the home that he had not seen for more than a decade. He also understood that since he had killed Divine Master Tu, there would definitely be a celebration. However, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Saber Emperor and said coldly, Saber Emperor. Take some men and capture everyone in the Divine City. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Punish them for their crimes and execute them in front of everyone. Yes, Frost Emperor. I'll do it right now. Saber Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of hatred. Regardless of the past, how many young men and women had been killed in Divine City in this short period of time? If he didn't kill these people, how could he face his dead comrades? After saying that, Saber Emperor teleported away. Frost Emperor, why don't we go to the Hidden City first? Countless people from the 3 prefectures are still waiting for news from here. The island lord of Hidden Island cupped his fists and said to Yi Qinghan. All the experts on the deserted islands outside Purple Island were now gathered on Hidden Island, anxiously waiting for news from here. Hidden City? Let's go. Yi Qinghan thought of those sexy human pets in the Hidden City's trade district and Yin Ling's impressive figure. He chuckled and decided to sneak around in the future. Since the Hidden Island wasn't far away, he didn't teleport and led the way to the Hidden Island. The Massacre God Guards had brought the 10,000 Dark Guards soul slaves of the Divine City to a large island on the east of the Purple Island. They were waiting for the Divine Master to display his might and kill Yi Qinghan. After that, they would obtain the Divine Sword and the spatial Divine equipment and reward him generously. Will the Divine Master really go to the Divine World after getting the Divine Artifact and bestow the Fire Dragon Plane to me? I wonder how he will bestow the Flame Dragon Plane to me. The Massacre God Guard closed his eyes and laid lazily on a few beautiful soul slaves. He was enjoying their extremely comfortable massages. At the same time, he was happily thinking about the situation after the battle. He didn't think that the Divine Master Massacre would lose. After all, thousands of years of battles proved that the Divine Master Massacre couldn't be defeated. Why? All of a sudden, the Massacre God Guard opened his eyes, which were filled with shock. This was because he realized that the soul seed in his soul spirit had suddenly left. Although his soul spirit felt very comfortable and his body felt completely free, he was extremely terrified. This was because there was only one possibility for the soul seed to leave his body: the Divine Master Massacre was dead. What's going on? From afar, the God-slaying guard and burning God guard soared into the sky and looked at him with shock. They realized that the soul seed in their soul spirit had left their body at the same time. The soul seed is removed. We are free. The soul seed is gone. The Divine Master. After a while, the exposed people on the island burst into an uproar. Most of them had been planted with soul seeds, and at this moment, their soul seeds left their bodies automatically. They knew clearly that as long as the Divine Master Massacre didn't die, they would be soul slaves. But now, buzz. There was a sudden fluctuation in the sky, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was the Saber Emperor who was rushing over. The Saber Emperor scanned the tens of thousands of people on the island and suddenly grinned. Let me tell you a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news is that you are free. The Divine Master Massacre is dead. The bad news is that all of you have been arrested. All of you will be publicly judged in front of the 3 clans and sentenced according to your crimes. Frost the Arch has said, anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Dead? It's over. The God-slaying guard, and burning God guard looked at each other and were in despair. The Divine Master Massacre was dead. How were they going to fight against the furious martial artists of the continent? Frost the Arch. Yi Qinghan actually killed the Divine Master Massacre? The crimes they had forsaken were enough for them to be killed 10,000 times. It's over. Everything is over. The sky above the hidden city was filled with people. All the martial artists above the imperial realm from the 3 residences had chosen to wait in the hidden city after flying back from the Purple Island. They were waiting for the final outcome. Although many of them knew that the outcome would be tragic, it was human nature to be optimistic. They always hoped for a miracle. Hence, they decided to wait for the final outcome. Buzz. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, there was a sudden fluctuation in the eastern sky. An old man wearing a straw raincoat and holding a fishing rod appeared in the sky. This time, the hidden island lord didn't wear a conical bamboo hat. He looked very serious as he scanned the tens of thousands of martial artists. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with hope in their eyes, he suddenly grinned and poured in his divine power, causing every word he said to resound around the hidden city. Citizens of the fiery dragon continent, please remember today. Today is a day worthy of celebration. It is a day that we will remember forever. Because, we have finally won. The Divine Master Massacre is dead. We are finally free. Now, please welcome our hero, the hero who killed the Divine Master Massacre, Frost the Arch. Yi Qinghan. Chapter 465. With that, the hidden island lord swung the fishing rod that had never left his hand and stabbed it into the ground of the hidden city. Then, he knelt on one knee towards the east. 1. Master Divine Slayer is dead? Hero? Frost the Arch? Yi Qinghan. Everyone was stunned. They widened their eyes and looked around blankly. Then, their gazes focused on the east. When they saw a group of people flying towards them from the east, and a handsome young man in the middle was smiling at them. So everyone understood what had happened. Yi Qinghan was alive. Master Divine Slayer was dead. The continent was saved. Long live Frost the Arch. Long live Yi Qinghan. It was unknown who took the lead to shout, but a moment later, everyone followed suit and shouted with all their might. At this moment, the entire hidden city was filled with loud, earth-shattering roars. The roars shook the heavens and the earth, piercing through the sky. The entire hidden island went crazy. Then, the news spread across the continent. Then, the entire continent went crazy. Many people didn't understand what had happened and didn't understand that the Divine City had secretly controlled their life and death. But the recent actions of the Divine City, especially the Master Divine slaying 1 million people in front of the Divine City. Everyone hated the Divine City from the bottom of their hearts. Now that the Master Divine Slayer was dead, the evil deeds of the Divine City spread quickly. Everyone understood how important this battle was to the Fire Dragon continent. Excitement was like the plague, it was contagious. When night fell, countless people spontaneously went to the streets of the big and small cities and began to celebrate spontaneously. The whole world was in a carnival. The night was especially enchanting. It was as bright as day outside Sung City. Because of the battle with Master Golden Horn, a huge plaza had been built outside Sung City. A tall hall of martyrs had been erected on the left side of the plaza. At this moment, the plaza was filled with tables. Wine and delicacies were served on the tables. For the sake of the celebration that night, a few divine-level experts had even teleported countless times, bringing over countless artifacts and servants from Dragon City, Heavenly Demon City, and Heavenly Barbarian City. They were prepared to celebrate through the night in Sung City. Because there were too many people, the experts could only squat in the corners. Each person could only get a few jars of wine. However, they didn't mind. They laughed loudly and raised their wine jars, toasting and urging others to drink. In the square, there were martial artists of the human race dressed in formal attire, oddly shaped demon race, tall and strong barbarian race, and roguelike hidden island Ronin. Tonight, they forgot about their hatred and their race. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and laughed foolishly. They laughed, cried, sang unknown songs, and spoke in a language no one could understand. They celebrated the Fire Dragon Continent's victory. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Of course, Yi Qinghan and the others didn't participate in the celebration outside of Tsang City. Instead, they set up dozens of banquets in the mountain behind the Yi family. Yi Tianlong generously opened the back mountain of the Yi family. In the past, the elders of the Yi family were not allowed to enter the back mountain without permission. At this moment it was filled with people from the three clans. There were also dozens of tables in the Yi family's castle. The standard here was higher. Although the demon race, barbarian race, and hidden island Ronin also had people, they weren't qualified to enter unless they had reached the martial saint realm. The House of Ares had a lower threshold. Even the patriarchs of the big clans were qualified to have a seat here. The Yi family sent all the elders to entertain them. However, these elders became the focus of the crowd. Feng Zi, the flower and grass dragon Sai Nan, and even Long Shui Lu, who came in a hurry, became the focus of the crowd. These people were related to Yi Qinghan, so they had to build a good relationship with them. Yi Qinghan, Yi Tianlong, and the God realm experts of the continent, as well as the patriarchs and grand supreme elders of the 5 big clans of the House of Ares, started to celebrate in the back mountain of the Yi family. Yi Qinghan hated this kind of boring celebration the most. He accompanied the crowd for a while, then left with Yu Qingsheng and the others after saying a few words. Yi Qinghan's casual words caused the crowd to start a discussion. Yi Qinghan was going to hold a grand wedding for the 3 ladies? This was a big matter. Although everyone knew that Yu Qingsheng and the others were Yi Qinghan's wives, they didn't hold any ceremony on the surface. Now, it was equivalent to Yi Qinghan's wedding. Cold Emperor's wedding. This was the most important matter in the continent now. All the God realm experts stopped drinking and chatting. They started to discuss. Even the trial of the massacre god guards and the others was postponed. This was something that Yi Tianlong should be worried about. However, he didn't need to worry about it now. The God realm experts of the 3 residences and the island lord of the hidden island decided that after 3 days of celebration, they would mourn the dead citizens of the Fire Dragon Continent. After that, the entire Fire Dragon Continent would be mobilized to hold the grandest wedding in history for Yi Qinghan. Father. Mother. I brought your wives to see you. Yi Qinghan didn't bring the 3 back to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Instead, they went to the Yi family's newly built ancestral grave. After leaving the Yi family for more than 10 years, Yi Qinghan didn't come to pay his respects. Now that he had returned victorious, he naturally had to pay his respects to his parents who had raised him. Mother, did you see this? Brother has finally completed the blood oath that I made in front of your coffin. You too can rest in peace now. Yi Qingyu smiled as she looked at the high tombstone in front of her. She recalled when her mother died of illness. Yi Qinghan pinched the bowl and cut his wrist to make the oath. She didn't expect that her brother, whom her mother and she thought couldn't cultivate, was now standing at the peak of the continent. Blood oath before the coffin, hee. I finally did it. Yi Qinghan raised his head and looked at the sky. His heart was empty. The mountain that had been pressing on his heart had finally been lifted. The 7th son of the Yi family had become the Frost Emperor. His parents must be proud of him in heaven. Chilling Heart Pavilion. It's still the same. After returning from the ancestral grave, Yi Qinghan brought the 3 back to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. The Chilling Heart Pavilion looked exactly the same as in his memory. He looked at the 8 familiar smiling door gods in front of the main hall. He looked at Shui Hua and the others, whose eyes were filled with stars. He couldn't help but feel a trace of familiarity. It was the smell of home. Welcome, Frost Emperor. The 8 door gods stood straighter than ever, and the smiles on their faces were more charming than ever. They were extremely glad that they didn't betray the Yi family when it was in trouble. Now, they had become the greatest door gods in history. Of course, when the Yi family was in trouble, they had thought of betraying the Yi family. However, they were too weak and couldn't escape. Now, it was a blessing in disguise. Let's call him Young Patriarch. Yi Qinghan faintly smiled at the 3 women and led them into the Chilling Heart Pavilion. They sat down quietly in the main hall and enjoyed this warm moment with the three of them. "Let's go, I will bring you to see the stars." After a while, Yi Qinghan stood up and suddenly revealed an expression that said, "You know what I mean." He waved his hand at the three of them and walked to the second floor with a smile. Yu Qingqing's face blushed and she silently followed him. As for Yi Qinggu, she looked at Yi Qinghan's back with her charming eyes and revealed a trace of faint expectation. On the contrary, Yi Qingyu nodded and happily followed him. "Brother, didn't you say to see the stars? How can we see the stars in the room?" After a while, Yi Qingyu's puzzled voice resounded on the second floor. After that, Yi Qinghan's lewd laughter resounded. "Little sister, be good. Big brother will show you 2 big stars, and lollipops to eat. Where are the 3 female benefactors going? Watch this old monk use the Guanyin lotus pose to kill all of you." It was said that absence makes the heart grow fonder. It had been 11 years, but this was a long separation. Chapter 466. That night, Yi Qinghan fought against 3 fierce generals alone. The scene was even more intense than the battle with Master God Tuesday. On the bed, on the table, on the chair, on the floor, everywhere was a battlefield. After so many years of repression, the 3 little flowers with their own characteristics finally let loose and fought with Yi Qinghan for 300 rounds. The peach blossom was charming, the rose was passionate, and the lotus flower was shy. The 3 different flavors and the 3 blooming flowers drove Yi Qinghan crazy. He used all his skills and attacked continuously. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan was a computer geek in his previous life. He was very familiar with the 24 forms of cloud and rain. After a tough battle, he finally defeated the 3 of them with his god-level combat strength and the vitality essence that he had held back for more than 10 years. Phew. No wonder the emperors in my previous life didn't have a long lifespan. Yi Qinghan looked at the 3 enchanting bodies lying side by side on the big bed. He looked at their beautiful faces that were blushing as they slept soundly. He swallowed a few more mouthfuls of saliva. His lower abdomen was burning with lust, and his long rod started to move again. He quickly suppressed his impulse and gently covered the 3 women with the quilt. After putting on his clothes, he tiptoed out of the room. As soon as Yi Qinghan went out, one of the 3 pairs of beautiful eyes opened. Yu Qingqing blinked but didn't say anything. Instead, she smiled and went back to sleep. She was a smart woman, and smart women usually didn't pay too much attention to a man's strange behavior. Men were like donkeys. They wouldn't leave even if they were chased. If they were too strict, they would be disgusted. As long as they held the reins on his nose, he wouldn't be able to run away no matter what. Of course, Yi Qinghan went to do something sneaky. He entered the Carefree Pavilion. There was a bedroom in the Carefree Pavilion that had been closed for more than 10 years. Inside lay an extremely flirtatious lady boss, Dark Moon. Master God too was dead, so she should have woken up by now. Yi Qinghan always had a special feeling for this flirtatious woman who took his first time. He couldn't bear to part with her, even though she had stabbed him in the back. Dark Moon did wake up. She had a very long dream. She dreamed of her parents, dreamed of the little man, and dreamed of groups of people in golden robes laughing wildly at her. Her parents were soul slaves of the divine city, so she was implanted with a soul seed from a young age. When she was very young, her parents died in a mission. She wandered the streets and alleys, fighting with wild dogs for food and sleeping with the earth. She almost died a few times. Later on, she was adopted by a brothel keeper and became a servant in the brothel. She learned how to read people's expressions and how to play with men in the brothel. She also started to learn battle chi secretly. When the madam of the brothel forced her to sell herself, she fought her way out and escaped. That year, she was 13 years old. Later, she met the first man in her life, a hidden guard of Dragon City. The man treated her very well, but he died early. Later, she took over the man's job and went to the barbarian city. She opened a small hotel called Dark Moon Hotel. With all kinds of seducing techniques she had learned in the brothel, and with the support of the Dragon City behind her, her reputation rose in the barbarian city. The name of the flower of the barbarian god spread far and wide. She flirtatiously toyed with all the men in the world in the palm of her hand and obtained a large amount of information, but she had never let a single one of them succeed. Later, she met Yi Qinghan, a little man who had the same evil smile as the man who had died. She thought that she would never fall in love with another man, but when Yi Qinghan came to her courtyard for the second time and announced that she was his woman, she sank into it again. She sank into it again. She was infatuated with the little man's domineering embrace and indulged in his devilish smile, unable to extricate herself. However, the divine city found out about her relationship with Yi Qinghan and awakened the soul seed in her mind. In the wild mountains, she clearly felt the knife in her hand stabbing into Yi Qinghan's chest. Before she fell asleep, her eyes were filled with Yi Qinghan's heartbreak and heart-wrenching face. Little man, Yu sat on the jade bed, her hands hugging her knees. She was very afraid, she did not know where she was at this moment. The soul seed that suddenly separated from her soul and the tightly closed door of the room made her feel an inexplicable palpitation and panic. Thinking of Yi Qinghan's heartbroken eyes before she fell asleep, Dark Moon became even more afraid. Her tears fell silently and her body curled up in the corner of the bed. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room out of thin air. Dark Moon was shocked and looked over. When she saw the appearance of the person clearly, she was not so afraid. She looked at Yi Qinghan and smiled bitterly. Little man, are you here for revenge? Are you here to take my soul? Come on, I owe you. I'm willing. Take your soul. Yi Qinghan looked at Dark Moon, who was curled up at the foot of the bed. She no longer had the charming and mature temperament of the past. Instead, she looked like a pitiful and helpless little woman. He knew that she was frightened. He couldn't help but feel distressed and walked over to her. He sat down beside her and said apologetically, Dark Moon, I'm sorry that I'm late. Don't be afraid. It's safe here, and no one can hurt you in the future. Your soul seed has been removed, right? Safe? Removed? Dark Moon blinked her big eyes. She saw that Yi Qinghan appeared out of thin air. Although her body was controlled at that time, her consciousness had always been very clear that she had stabbed Yi Qinghan's heart. She thought that Yi Qinghan was dead and that it was the ghost who had come to take revenge. Now, suddenly hearing Yi Qinghan's words and feeling the warmth from his body, she couldn't help but look at Yi Qinghan in surprise. Then she suddenly reached out a hand and grabbed Yi Qinghan's arm. Her face suddenly showed a trace of ecstasy. She shouted, Little man. You're not dead? Yes, I'm not dead. You're also safe. The divine city is finished. You can live happily in the future. Yi Qinghan reached out and stroked Dark Moon's face. He affirmed again. His heart was filled with pity. This woman must have suffered a lot. Not dead. That's great. That's great. Dark Moon suddenly hugged Yi Qinghan and couldn't help but burst into tears. Little man, I didn't want to kill you. I couldn't control myself at that time. Sob, I know everything. I don't blame you at all. Yi Qinghan gently hugged her, patted her back, and comforted her. After comforting her for a long time, she finally recovered from her emotional state. At the same time, he explained for her for a long time, and finally explained everything that had happened in the past 10 years. Dark Moon's charming big eyes stared at Yi Qinghan. She listened quietly to his story. She was worried for him when he was in danger, her heart ached when he was suffering, and she cheered for him when he killed the Master God. Her charming eyes were filled with deep affection. After listening to Yi Qinghan's words, Dark Moon lowered her head and was silent for a long time. Then, she looked up at Yi Qinghan and said, Little man, can you take me to Man City? I miss home. Back to Man City? Why do you want to go back? Just stay in Sung City. I've said that I'll be responsible for you. I'll marry you. Yi Qinghan seemed to understand Dark Moon's thoughts and tried to persuade her. Dark Moon cried and kept shaking her head. Her tone and eyes were extremely firm. No. No need. Even if you marry me, I won't marry you. I'm a broken flower. If I marry you, the world will laugh at you. Don't say anything more. Just remember that there's a woman in Man City who loves you deeply. And the backyard of Dark Moon's hotel can only be entered by one man. Although I can't be your wife, I'll always be your lover. Well. All right. Yi Qinghan could feel Dark Moon's determination. He sighed. He understood that Dark Moon still held a deep grudge against him for stabbing him in the past. This was not something that could be erased in a short time. Gently hugging her, Yi Qinghan flashed out of the remote pavilion. Then, he teleported several times and appeared in the backyard of Dark Moon's hotel in Man City. In the backyard, the pink bed was still shining with a soft light. Chapter 467. Tsung City, the back mountain of the Yi family. It was already late at night, but the back mountain was still as bright as day. The god-grade experts of the continent, Ninth Lord Lu, and the famous people of the three prefectures were still discussing. Of course, Old Lu and Ninth Lord were only there to join in the fun and did not participate in the discussion. I propose to raise the divine city to the ground and build a godly soul hall in the city to commemorate the ancestors who sacrificed their lives to save the continent. At the same time, the great achievements and life events of the Frigid Emperor should be engraved on the monument for future generations to worship. Saber Emperor threw out another proposal and waited for the crowd to vote. Needless to say, the god-grade experts were the first to agree. The rest of the people did not dare to say no. In fact, everyone present understood that the Saber Emperor's suggestion had his own selfish motives. After all, this monument was so big, and Yi Qinghan could only handle so many matters by himself. The rest of the places were just right to bring along their names and deeds, so that everyone could leave their names in the annals of history. I still have a question. I would like to consult Old Lu and Ninth Lord. The Hidden Island Lord could not bear it any longer. He looked at Ninth Lord and Old Lu with a worried expression and asked. This question was on everyone's mind. It was just that the atmosphere was so intense that they were too embarrassed to bring it up. Moreover, they subconsciously did not want to think about it. Island Lord, please speak. Old Lu was at the peak of the god grade, and Ninth Lord had a special status. Although the two of them were just sitting quietly in the corner, they were the focus of the crowd. However, the two of them did not say much. They sipped their tea and listened to the discussion of the crowd in silence. Hearing the Hidden Island Lord's question, Lord Jiu put down the teacup in his hand and replied with a smile. What the Divine Lord said before he died, was it true? Once he died, the Divine World's law enforcement team would send divine punishment to the Fire Dragon continent. As soon as the Hidden Island Lord's words fell, the atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. Everyone's expressions sank as they stared at the two of them. This question had been lingering in their minds, but no one dared to think about it or bring it up. I don't know much about the Divine World. Old Lu, tell me. Lord Jiu's face darkened as he turned to look at Old Lu. Elder Lu pondered for a moment, then raised his head and nodded. There is an iron law in the divine realm. If a person from a material plane kills an overlord, the divine realm's law enforcement team will bestow divine punishment and wipe out the entire continent as punishment. After all, to the god realm, the destruction of a material civilization isn't a big deal. In just a few tens of thousands of years, a new civilization will be born and reproduced. However, Elder Lu's words caused everyone's expression to turn extremely ugly. However, when they heard the twist in Elder Lu's words, they couldn't help but be shocked. Several of them hurriedly said, "But what?" Haha. Elder Lu grinned and said, "However, according to my estimation, that won't happen. Just think about it. There are 6 continents and 8 sovereigns in the God world, but there are only 8 law enforcement squads. The God world is so big, and there are so many things that need to be taken care of. Moreover, there were as many as 10 billion material planes. How could the Divine Realm's law enforcement team manage all of them? Don't worry, everyone. According to the iron law of the God Realm, the affairs of the God realm are the most important. I don't have any material planes, and I've heard that the law enforcers have gone there before. Hee hee. Yes. Yes. That's it. Well said, Elder Lu. I've heard that a continent in the God realm is as big as the Fire Dragon continent. They definitely won't be able to manage all of them. Ha, Elder Lu's words are worthy of a jug of wine. Elder Lu's words allowed everyone to put down the huge rock in their hearts. Their entire bodies relaxed, and their moods were extremely comfortable. After being oppressed for thousands of years, they were finally released. After carrying a heavy burden on their shoulders and walking for hundreds of miles, they were finally able to breathe. This kind of comfort was indescribable. Several days later, on the high and mighty sacred mountain at the border of the continent's 3 prefectures. Buzz! The space fluctuated, and more than 10 figures appeared in the sky. The one at the front was a green-robed Yi Qinghan. Swish! 5 figures flew out from the divine city toward Yi Qinghan and the others. These people flew in front of Yi Qinghan and the others, knelt down at the same time, and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Cold Arch, greetings, my lords." Hee hee, Elder Tianqing, Elder Feng, Elder Long, and the 2 elders of the Hua family, please rise. There's no need to kneel when you see me in the future. This is the rule. Remember it. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and asked, "Most of the people in the divine city have been evacuated, right? Have the artifacts been transferred?" In reply to Cold Arch, the natives of the divine city have all been evacuated. As for the artifacts, they have all been transferred to Tsang City. They should be halfway there now. Tianqing looked at the handsome young man with a gentle smile in front of him. He could not help but feel that the world was changing and the world was changing. The young man who walked out of the 9-colored halo in the War Beast Hall with a lion-nosed dog in his arms had become the ruler of the continent in less than 20 years. Hee hee, the divine city. From today onwards, it will become history. Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at the majestic divine city below him. He used his divine senses to make sure that there was no one below. With a wave of his hand, the slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. Saber waves instantly surged out. After a flash of light, 100-meter-long super green fire dragon roared and enveloped the entire divine city below. Boom! The divine mountain shook once again, and a huge explosion sounded out. Smoke and dust covered the sky, and under the huge shockwave, the sky was filled with rocks and mud, and the lush trees around the divine city were all flattened. Countless birds and beasts around the divine city fled in all directions in fear. After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed. The entire divine city had been turned into ruins. Once a martial artist stepped into the god tier, his vital energy would be converted into divine power. With the support of a huge and domineering divine power, he could easily annihilate a city with just a wave of his hand. Let's go. Yi Qinghan looked at the ruins of the divine city. Someone would take care of the rest. Now, they had to go to the next place. South Sea, Prefecture Battle Island. As the next round of the prefecture battle had not started, all the divine cities had closed the teleportation formations to the prefecture battle island. However, just now, the guardian elders of the 3 clans on the 3 small islands outside of Nether Island suddenly realized that the teleportation formation had suddenly released a dazzling light. Then, it actually exploded. What's going on? There were more than 10 martial emperors and a guardian elder of the Sage Realm living on the battle island. These people did not have much lifespan left and were here to protect the battle island. Now that they realized that the teleportation formation was broken, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Boom! Suddenly, on the west side of the battle island, on Nether Island, there were numerous loud explosions. Then, the sky above Nether Island lit up with a red light barrier. As for this light shield, the red color slowly faded as the sound of explosions rang out. Finally, it became transparent. The teleportation formation on Nether Island and the Great Array on the Scarlet Plains had been destroyed. The Guardian Elder was even more shocked. The Divine Master had paid a huge price to build these great arrays in the past. Now, they had been destroyed by someone. He knew very well that the great array on the Scarlet Plains could make people fall into a frenzy of killing unknowingly. Therefore, in every prefecture battle, hundreds of thousands of people from the 3 prefectures would only survive in the end. Moreover, the great array could automatically collect the souls of the dead and bring endless materials for the Divine Master to refine the primordial soul elixir. Now that it had been destroyed, it was no wonder that the Divine Master was furious. Chapter 468. Buzz. Just as the Guardian Elder was considering whether he should go to the Nether Island to take a look, a short figure suddenly appeared in the sky. When the people on the Battle Island saw it, they hurriedly knelt down and said respectfully, "Greetings, Chief Long. All of you, get up. Frigid Emperor has ordered that the 3 prefectures and 1 island will coexist peacefully in the future. The prefectural battles will no longer exist. You can all return to your respective clans to enjoy your retirement. The prefecture Battle Island has already been completely destroyed." Long Huafu's short figure spoke in a sonorous and forceful voice. "What? There will be no more prefecture battle? Frigid Emperor? Which Frigid Emperor?" Everyone was dumbfounded. The prefecture battle that had been held for thousands of years and nearly 100 million people had died was going to be abolished? Wasn't there only one divine lord in the continent? When did Frigid Emperor appear? The young master of the Yi family, Yi Qinghan, is now the lord of the continent and is called Frigid Emperor. You will know about these things when you return to the continent. Long Bofu smiled and left in a flash. Yi Qinghan. The invincible Yi Qinghan from the last prefecture battle? How did he become Frigid Emperor? Hearing this, everyone became even more confused. The Guardian Elder muttered a few words in bewilderment. After that, a fiery light appeared in his eyes. He shot up into the sky and excitedly looked at the elders who were still standing there stupidly. He waved his hand and said, "What are you waiting for? Go back to the continent and you will know." Although the prefecture battle was abolished and the killing between the 3 prefectures and 1 island was forbidden, Yi Qinghan proposed to maintain the tradition of the prefecture battle once every 30 years. However, the scale was much smaller and the location was changed to the foot of the mountain. The original chaotic killing was changed to a martial arts competition. Every 30 years, the prefecture battle was held between the 3 prefectures and 1 island. The age of the contestants was limited to below 30 years old. Similarly, the first place would receive the title of a high-class prefecture, the second would receive a medium-class prefecture, and the third and fourth would receive lower-class prefectures. The lower-class prefectures had to pay tribute to the higher-class prefectures every year. Yi Qinghan knew that if the continent stopped the prefecture battle, there would be no more competition. Without competition, there would be no progress. Therefore, the rules of the competition were formulated. This way, it would not hurt the foundation, and it could also stimulate the interest of the young people in practicing martial arts. Half a month later, all the cities in the 3 prefectures and 1 island were plastered with a joint announcement from the continent's deity-level experts. They announced that the continent would no longer allow large-scale battles, the rules of the tournament that would be held once every 30 years, and the news of Yi Qinghan's wedding that would be held a month later. Yi Qinghan's deeds had been spread for more than half a month, and under the secret instructions of the continent's powerhouses, it had become known to every household in the continent. Moreover, the more it spread, the more mysterious it became. In the end, it was said that Yi Qinghan was a heavenly meridian individual, and was born with the divine strength of a heavenly god. He could lift 10,000 kilograms, was 8 feet tall, had an 8 feet waist, and could scare a saint beast to death with a sneeze. Of course, no matter how it was spread, Yi Qinghan became the hero who saved the continent. This was something no one doubted. Countless people began to give him longevity tablets in their homes, set up divine tablets for him, and worshipped him day and night. For a moment, Yi Qinghan's reputation surpassed that of Divine Master Tuesday. "Brother, you've become a living god now." Kiki. On the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop, Yi Qinghan was lying lazily on a soft chair. Yi Qingyu was giving him a gentle massage, and Yi Qingwu was peeling a spirit fruit and feeding it to him. Yu Qingxing was sitting cross-legged in front of him, fiddling with the zither and playing a beautiful tune. Oh. Yi Qinghan opened his mouth and took the fruit that Yi Qingwu passed to him. He took the opportunity to touch Yi Qingwu's plump buttocks. He then looked at Yi Qingyu and said with a smile, "What do you mean you've become a living god? The two of us are deity tier experts. We're already gods, okay? Pervert." Yi Qingwu glanced at him, but she didn't avoid him. She pouted and said angrily, "The two of you are already gods, but Qingsheng and I are still mortals." Humph. Yi Qingwu was hot-tempered. She hated cultivation the most. Now that the continent was peaceful, she didn't have the heart to cultivate. She played around all day. "Sister Xiao Wu, you can't blame me. If you don't work hard enough, when the time comes, brother and sister Qingsheng will all go to the divine world to play, and you will be left alone in the continent." Yi Qingyu laughed and joked, trying to provoke Yi Qingwu. Clang. Hearing this, Yi Qingsheng suddenly opened her eyes and stopped playing. She frowned and asked, "Qinghan, you want to go to the divine world?" "Go to the divine world? Not going." Yi Qinghan shook his head and looked very determined. He waved his hand and signaled Yi Qingsheng to continue playing. "Hee, little peach blossom. Little you is joking. I don't want to go to the divine world. The fire dragon continent is so leisurely. I can accompany you until the end of time." Although Yi Qinghan really missed that bewitching beauty and knew that if he didn't go to the divine world, he wouldn't be able to have a taste of that little red string. He also knew that the sky of the divine world was wider, and that the world there was more exciting. But he knew that the divine world was extremely dangerous. If he brought the three women with him, it would be even more likely that something would happen. He didn't want to have any regrets. Now that Divine Master 2 had been killed, he didn't want to go to the divine world even more. He had been in this world for more than 30 years, but he hadn't enjoyed a long period of peace and happiness. Now, after a lot of hard work, he could finally live a comfortable life like a deity. It was so much better to live a carefree life on the continent. He wasn't a fool to go to the divine world to be trampled on and killed. A month later, Tsang City was once again filled with experts, and it was extraordinarily lively. Yi Qinghan was holding a make-up wedding for the three women at the Frost Thearka's wedding. Who on the continent would dare to miss it? Of course, many people didn't even have the qualifications to come. Tsang City was immersed in a joyous atmosphere for the entire day. Yu Shishui and Yi Tianlong were overjoyed. The two of them had secretly become husband and wife, and Yu Shishui no longer had any misgivings now that Yi Tianlong had become a god. However, the two of them didn't dare to spread the news. After all, they were old fogies, and they would become a laughingstock if word got out. Yi Qinghan casually dealt with the guests for a while before leaving the Yi clan to take care of the guests and sneaking back to the Chilling Heart Pavilion by himself. Ever since the first day they had returned to the Yi clan, the three women hadn't been willing to partake in any more intimate events. Tonight, Yi Qinghan stared at the three beautiful women on the bed. They were dressed in red, and their skin was as white as snow. They looked like three blooming flowers, and his heart couldn't help but race. He thought of a joke from his previous life and chuckled, "Hee, a pair of newlyweds and two old things." No, a pair of newlyweds and four old things, haha. "Brother, what do you mean by newlyweds and old things?" Yi Qingyu blinked her large eyes in confusion as she asked. Yi Qingwu coldly harumphed and rolled her eyes. She clearly understood what he was trying to say. Yu Qingsheng, on the other hand, lowered her head shyly, her snow-white face blushing. "Hee, I'll show you, or I'll let you have a taste." Yi Qinghan smiled wickedly and prepared to pounce on her. However, he suddenly froze in place, and his expression became extremely serious. Then, he teleported away, leaving behind a single sentence. "Have a taste? How do I have a taste? Milord is back? That Milord? Brother, why do you keep saying such strange things?" Yi Qingyu asked the two of them in confusion when she heard Yi Qinghan's words. "Milord is back." At the same time, in the mountains behind the Yi clan, Lord Jiu stood up from the banquet with a joyful face, looking to the north excitedly. More than 10 God Realm experts in the mountains behind the Yi clan also felt the space fluctuation in the north. They hurried to stand up with respect, looking to the north. Swoosh! Yi Qinghan directly teleported to the back of the mountain, standing side by side with the others. They all felt a figure dashing towards them. After a while, a fiery red voice arose in the sky. It was Lord Devour, who had left for several years. The God Lord is dead? You guys are in big trouble. Yi Qinghan. I didn't expect that you could grow so fast. Xiao Hei's supernatural power has been awakened in advance. Sigh. I've miscalculated. Lord Devour coldly raked his eyes through the crowd. Eventually, his eyes fixed on Yi Qinghan's face. His emotionless words made people's cheerful mood fall to the bottom. Chapter 469. Big trouble? Everybody had a bad premonition. What kind of person was Lord Devour? Although they didn't know her real realm, she had slapped the Golden Horn God tribe's God General to death with her palm at the foot of the mountain. Such an almighty expert had used the word big trouble. It must be a big deal. My lord. What's wrong? Lord Jiao sent a message to Yi Tianlong, asking him to order all the maids to leave, leaving only the God-level experts. Then, she asked. Yes, my lord. Please tell us. All of them stood up and bowed to Lord Devour with solemn faces. Even Yi Qinghan was restless as he bowed to greet Lord Devour. Lord Devour looked at them and said coldly, Rule 36 of the Divine World, anyone who kills the Lord of a material plane without permission will be killed without mercy. If it's a person from the material plane who kills the Lord, everyone in the plane will kill him. Didn't I tell you before? Have you forgotten? Elder Lu, you followed Lord Soul Emperor for so many years. You don't understand? Everybody was flustered. Didn't Elder Lu say it was fine? Moreover, if Yi Qinghan hadn't killed Master God 2, it was possible that Master God 2 would have destroyed the world before the Divine World could have destroyed it. After all, if Master God 2 had gotten the divine weapon, he would have gone to the Divine World. Before going there, he would have killed everyone to prevent the news from leaking. Now, my lord, it's my fault. Although I've been following Lord Soul Emperor, I've lived in the Soul Emperor Palace, so I don't know about these things. I thought that since there are so many material planes and the divine world is so vast, the law enforcement team wouldn't care about so many things. That's why I didn't stop Little Han. Elder Lu seemed to recall something. His eyes rolled, and his face changed. He hurried to kneel on one knee, begging for forgiveness. Yeah. My lord, there are so many material planes, and the divine world is so vast. The law enforcement team shouldn't care, right? My lord, is it really that serious? Everybody was skeptical, looking at Lord Devour and asking him. Humph. What do you know? How much do you know about the divine realm? Lord Devour snorted. The atmosphere in the field became stagnant, and the cold air arose. He paused for a while and then continued. The Flame Dragon continent belongs to the ethereal continent of the God realm. 2,000 years ago, the previous captain of the law enforcement team, the 7th grade Howling Sky War God, was assassinated. The Misty Sovereign was enraged by this matter and dispatched one of the 5 great venerables under him, Venerable Moonchaser, to take over as the law enforcement team captain and carry out a purge on the entire Misty continent. Furthermore, anyone who violated the iron laws of the God realm would be severely punished. If the law enforcement team finds out about this, think about the consequences. Also, Lord Devour didn't wait for them to speak. He didn't care about their dark faces as he continued to tell them the important news. This time, when I went to the divine world, I got a piece of bad news for you guys. The Misty Continent has a peerless genius. This genius was 30 years old, and his cultivation had just broken through to the Divine King realm. Master Evil Moon, one of the 5 supremacies under the Misty Monarch, had personally taken him in as his personal disciple. Unfortunately, this peerless genius was a member of the twin-pupil nether race. A disciple of the same race slaughtered by a divine master. What? Lord Devour's two pieces of news were like two sudden thunders in the middle of the night, blowing everyone away. The first piece of news was still okay. At least, they could pray that the law enforcement team didn't know about it, but the second piece of news was absolutely fatal. The people present didn't know about those 7th-grade war gods or supremacies. However, those who could become one of the 5 great supremacies under the Misty Monarch were definitely top characters. And that genius from the twin-pupil Nether race, since he had become the personal disciple of a supremacy, he must be a big character. If the Netherworld race knew about Divine Master 2's death, it would quickly reach the ears of that peerless genius, and then the ears of the supremacy. Then, the Flame Dragon continent would be annihilated without a doubt. Calamity. It was really a calamity. A calamity that could wipe out the entire continent. Lord, please save the people of the continent. After a while, no one knew who was the first to kowtow to Lord Devour for help. Except for Yi Qinghan and Lord Ninth Deer, everyone else started to beg Lord Devour for help. They knew that this was a dead end. Only Lord Devour had a sliver of hope to solve it. Otherwise, they would really be finished. Yi Qinghan didn't speak. He just knelt on one knee in a daze, his eyes blurry. He was scared out of his wits. Half a day ago, he was the hero of the continent, a god in the hearts of the people. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a sinner of the Flame Dragon continent. Lord Ninth Deer sighed anxiously. Her usual elegance was nowhere to be seen. After a while, she thought of something and hurried to tell Lord Devour about what Divine Master 2 had done after Lord Devour left. At the same time, she begged. Sigh. Actually, it's my fault. After listening to Lord Ninth Deer's message, Lord Devour sighed deeply and said helplessly, originally, I planned to let Yi Qinghan cultivate to the Divine Realm, then go to the Divine Realm and slowly obtain the position of the Flame Dragon Overlord through proper means. With me here, Divine Master 2 wouldn't dare to act recklessly. I didn't expect Yi Qinghan to grow so fast. His comprehension of the law had actually reached the Divine General Realm. Moreover, Xiao He hadn't reached the Transformation Realm, but he had awakened his supernatural ability. Before I went to the Divine Realm, I had warned Divine Master Tuesday. But I didn't expect that he would be so crazy. He's been in the Divine Realm for 3 years, and so many things have happened. It's my miscalculation. My lord. What should we do now? Can we fix it? Everybody looked at Lord Devour, waiting for his final judgment. His life or death depended on Lord Devour's words. My lord. Yi Qinghan had finally woken up. He moved his mouth, calling worriedly. There's still a glimmer of hope. Of course, it's very slim. Lord Devour lifted his head to look at the sky. He sighed deeply, shaking his head. Everybody was shaken. They looked happy as they stood up and shouted, My lord, please tell us. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we're willing to pay any price to fight for it. You guys can't. Lord Devour retrieved his eyes, turning to Yi Qinghan. There's still a glimmer of hope because Xiao He has used his supernatural ability to swallow Tu's soul. He has just awakened his supernatural ability, so he hasn't mastered how to refine the soul yet. Thus, Tu's soul seal hasn't vanished yet. As the eminent elder of the Netherworld tribe, Tu must have refined the soul jade slip and kept it in the tribe. Once his soul seal disappears, the soul jade slip will be broken. At that time, the Netherworld tribe will know that Tu is dead. It hasn't vanished yet? It's good, it's good. Everybody exhaled in relief. They all knew about the soul jade slip. Not to mention Tu, even the god-slaughtering guards could make it. The female monster god, Jimmy, suddenly thought of something. She gawked at Lord Devour. My lord, if we can find a way to preserve Divine Master 2's soul seal and prevent him from vanishing, his soul jade slip won't be broken, right? Then, the Netherworld tribe won't know that Tu is dead? Everybody thought it was reasonable, nodding in agreement. Harumph. Stupid. Lord Devourer faintly glared at Jimmy, snorting. Can you preserve the soul forever? When the soul leaves the body, the 9 serenities of purgatory will absorb it. Even if you have a strong soul expert, you can't preserve a soul that has left the body forever. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten one thing. The Divine Master too returns to the Divine World every 1,000 years to deliver the soul origin pellets he has refined to the Netherworld tribe. Thus, even if you can preserve the soul seal, you have at most 1,000 years. No, to be exact, you have 980 years. Thus, your only chance now is to preserve Two's soul for 980 years. Moreover, you have to go to the Divine World and take the Fire Dragon Overlord position from Tuesday. Chapter 470. Lord Devourer's meaning was clear. Everybody understood it. However, they understood what Lord Devourer meant when he said, very uncertain. Everyone here was a God realm expert with a strong soul. Their divine consciousness could scan the entire continent. However, nobody knew much about souls. Or rather, they didn't understand them at all. No one knew how to preserve a separated soul, let alone preserve it for 980 years. As for the second point, it was even more difficult. Go to the Divine World? Let's not talk about how to become an overlord in the divine realm within a short 980 years, nor do we talk about the conditions needed to become an overlord. Even if they wanted to go to the Divine World and fight for the Fire Dragon continent. Except for Yi Qinghan, who could pass the 10 challenges of the Purple Island. If they couldn't go to the Divine World, how could they fight for it? Haha. While people were looking at Yi Qinghan and Lord Devourer with twinkling eyes, Yi Qinghan suddenly laughed. His fighting will rose. My lord, please find a way to preserve Two's soul. I will bear any price. As for the Fire Dragon Overlord position, I will go to the Divine World. I will take it. I am the one who made the mistake. I will bear it alone. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if there was a huge hand in the unseen world, seemingly controlling her fate. Every time he wanted to enjoy life leisurely, he was forced to fight, to struggle. He had lived in the Fire Dragon continent for more than 30 years. He had considered this place his home. He didn't want to go to the Divine World, but now, he had to go there. If that was the case, he would fight. The sky of the Fire Dragon continent had been pierced. Now, he would go to the Divine World and stab it several times to see if he could break it. He understood Lord Devourer's temper. Since she had asked, she must be able to preserve Two's soul. Of course, she would ask him to pay a price. That year, he had asked her to deal with the Golden Horn God clan, and he owed her a favor. So, what if he owed her one more time? It's true that I can preserve Two's soul for thousands of years. I don't need you to pay any price. I only want you to do one thing. Of course, you can choose to refuse. This time, Lord Devourer was surprisingly easy to talk to. His voice was no longer emotionless, but a bit begrudging. As for the position of the Flame Dragon Overlord, I could have helped you get it. But I can't do it. I have my own difficulties. You'll find out in the future. So, Yi Qinghan, only you can obtain the Flame Dragon Overlord. All right. Sir, please give me your instructions. Yi Qinghan raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. Since he had decided on something, he wouldn't think too much. Of course, he had nothing to fear. Yi Qinghan, Ajio, Lu Shi, you guys come to the castle to talk. Lord Devourer raked his eyes through them. He didn't want to talk more, so he teleported away. Wait for my news. Yi Qinghan stood up, and the others followed suit. He looked at the crowd, then nodded at Ninth Lord and Elder Lu, and the 3 of them teleported to the north. 2, that bastard is too despicable. He actually brought a peak heavenly god realm divine beast to Purple Island, and the divine beasts on Purple Island can only be defeated, not killed. Otherwise, we could have gone to the immortal realm to help little Han. Damn it. Yi Tianlong's face contorted in anger. He watched as Yi Qinghan had to bear such a heavy burden alone. He felt extremely bitter and angry. Yu Shishui blinked and thought of something. Sky Dragon, don't be angry. Doesn't Yi Qinghan have a spatial divine tool? Last time, I saw Ninth Lord go in. Maybe he can bring us in as well. Maybe we can all go to the immortal realm together. Little Han won't feel so much pressure then. Yes, yes. I've heard that spatial divine tools can house living people. Why don't we just let the Frost Emperor bring us to the immortal realm? Let's all prepare to fight in the immortal realm. The hidden island master's eyes lit up, and his fighting spirit surged. Yes. Go to the immortal realm and fight for a place that belongs to us. The other immortal realm experts also became excited. It was too difficult to increase one's cultivation speed in the Flame Dragon continent. They were tired of living there for thousands of years. Now, if he could follow Yi Qinghan to the divine world, to fight for the Flame Dragon continent together, to roam the world and fight for it, it would also be a good choice. Dark Castle, on the rooftop. Lord Elder Lu, Ninth Lord, and Yi Qinghan teleported over. They bowed and waited for Lord Devour to speak. Summon Blackie. Lord Devour sat on the chair, glancing at the other three as he said. Yes. Xiaohei, come out. Following Yi Qinghan's call, a shadow quickly condensed and turned into Xiaohei. Xiaohei had devoured Tu's soul and had been digesting it, so he hadn't come out in the beast battle space. Boss, why did you call me out? Auntie is back? As soon as Xiaohei came out, he jumped into Yi Qinghan's arms and rubbed against him intimately. Then, he turned around and saw Lord Devour smiling at him. Xiaohei, congratulations on reaching the immortal realm. You've grown up. I'm so happy. The moment Xiaohei came out, Lord Devour's eyes were full of love. He smiled brightly as if he had become a kind and amiable elder. Oh. Auntie, I've awakened my supernatural power. It's time for you to tell me about my identity. You promised me last time. Xiaohei recalled something, his eyes filled with desire as he opened his mouth. That doesn't count. Lord Devour was bewildered by Xiaohei's question. He smiled bitterly and said, your supernatural power shouldn't be awakened until you reach the human transformation realm. I guess you mutated after becoming Yi Qinghan's battle beast and awakened your supernatural power in advance. Okay, when you transform into a human, I'll tell you everything. I won't regret it. Human transformation? Auntie, you're lying again. Harumph. Boss is the best. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Xiaohei turned around angrily, looking at Yi Qinghan with a warm smile. Lord Devour didn't know if he should cry or laugh at Xiaohei, but he didn't blame him. Quite the contrary, he smiled and said, Xiaohei, don't move. I'm going to take Tu's soul out of your body first. As Yi Qinghan saw that he had finished his business, he hurried to pat Xiaohei's shoulder, asking him not to be naughty. Lord Devour didn't talk more. He extended his beautiful palm, aiming at Xiaohei's body. Then, his palm shot out a sacred halo, covering Xiaohei. After a while, a gold sponge floated out of Xiaohei's mouth, falling into Lord Devour's palm. Lord Devour is so powerful. Yi Qinghan, Lord Jiu, and Old Lu gazed at this scene without blinking. They were astounded by Lord Devour's power. Such supernatural power was really terrifying. Lord Devour still wore a faint smile, as if he had just done something trivial. He said to Yi Qinghan, I told you that I would make you a god in 50 years. You've done it. I'm so happy. I can preserve Tu's soul for 1,000 years. Moreover, I'll try my best to keep the Fire Dragon continent safe for 1,000 years. However, you have to promise me one thing. Of course, I won't force you to do it. Please tell me, Lord. As Yi Qinghan listened to him, he knew that it was Lord Devour who had helped him solve his worries, and he could go to the divine world without worries. I want you to dissolve the soul contract with Xiaohei. As soon as Lord Devour finished, Yi Qinghan, Xiaohei, and Lord Jiu and Old Lu were astounded. After all, if Yi Qinghan lost Xiaohei, he wouldn't have the body fusion technique. Not to mention going to the god world, he wouldn't even be able to cross the Purple Island. However, Lord Devour didn't wait for the others to object. He continued, "Don't be hasty. Wait for me. I think you know how vast the god world is. I'm telling you, it's much bigger than you can imagine. There are so many experts there. Heavenly God realm experts are just ordinary people, and there are a lot of god generals and god kings. Moreover, the god world is very dangerous. You can die at any minute. Xiao He is your war beast. If you die, he will die with you. Is it fair to him? Xiao He has grown up. If he continues to be your war beast, it will limit his development. Xiao He should have his own life. Didn't you say that you've always treated him as your little brother? Do you have the heart to see your brother live in your shadow?" Chapter 471. Listening to Lord Devour, everybody including Xiao He quieted down. Yi Qinghan stared blankly for a moment before smiling faintly at Little Black. She thought back to the first time she had met him in the summoned space. She thought back to the silly appearance he had when he had been summoned. She thought back to the first time he had called her boss through spiritual sound transmission in the Savage Mountain Range. She thought back to all the ups and downs they had gone through, never abandoning each other and fighting together. Xiao He had grown up. Xiao He should have his own life. Lord Devour's words had woken up Yi Qinghan as if he had just been given a bottle of wisdom. Right. Since the first time Xiao He had used the soul message to call him boss, Yi Qinghan had considered him his little brother, a human being. And now, Xiao He had grown up. He could talk like a human. He had become a divine beast. How could he let him be his war beast? He was too selfish. If he died, Xiao He would die with him. It wasn't fair to him. Xiao He should have his own life. He should live a more splendid life. He shouldn't be Shi Yan's shadow, a stepping stone for Shi Yan's success. I agree. Xiao He should have his own life. I was too selfish. I'm sorry for Xiao He. Yi Qinghan didn't consider for a long time. He looked at Xiao He lovingly, then at Lord Devour resolutely. Then, he looked at Xiao He apologetically. Yi Qinghan didn't think for a long time. His resolute answer had won Lord Devour, Lord Nine, and Old Lu's approval. Lord Devour didn't force him to cancel it. After that, his strongest attack would vanish. However, Yi Qinghan was resolute. It proved that he had deep feelings for Xiao He. He had considered Xiao He his little brother, not a war beast or a pet. I don't agree. I won't agree even if I die. However, as soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, Xiao He raised his furry little head and shook his head desperately. His two little eyes were fixed on Yi Qinghan, and he said even more resolutely, "Boss, I will never leave you even if I have to die. I have stayed in that little valley for 1,000 years, but I haven't lived a happy and steady life with you, boss. I don't want to live alone anymore, I want to be with you. Unless I die, I will never leave you, boss." "Boss, don't you want Xiao He anymore?" Yes. Xiao He. Why doesn't boss want you anymore?" Seeing Xiao He's pitiful face and his unreserved feelings for him, Yi Qinghan's eyes became wet. However, he still tried to persuade him. "Xiao He, you've grown up. You have to learn to be strong. Even if boss cancels the contract, you will always be my beloved little brother." "I don't want to cancel the contract. You don't know that when you cut off the soul connection with me on the Purple Island, I didn't feel comfortable at all. I felt empty in my heart. Boss, leave you. I'll die." While Xiao He was talking, 2 drops of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. He angrily turned around, looking at Lord Devour and thundering. "If you dare to cancel the soul contract, I won't recognize you as my aunt anymore. I will ignore you forever." Sigh. "You kid. Why are you as stubborn as your father?" Lord Devour didn't get angry. He forced a smile, sighed deeply, and then waved his hand. "Forget it. Forget it. Let's do it this way. Yi Qinghan, I will change the master-servant contract between you and Xiao He to an equal contract. Then, you guys can still be together, and Xiao He's development won't be limited. Of course, the body fusion technique won't disappear. At the same time, if you fall, Xiao He won't be implicated. Xiao He, it should be okay, right? Can it be? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed when he heard this. It would be for the best if that was the case. After all, the law of space that he had comprehended were all auxiliary attacks. Only the body fusion technique was the strongest attack that he could rely on. Yes, of course. Xiao He was so happy that he jumped up and screamed. Lord Devour looked at him, his face bitter. He said discontentedly, "It can be done. However, it will consume a lot of my god power and treasures." Harumph. Thank you, sir. Yi Qinghan hurried to thank him. He had seized the chance when Lord Devour wasn't here to use the soul ring to summon Xiao He. It was the same as stealing someone else's disciple, and now, Lord Devour had to pay for him. Call Xiao He back. Sit cross-legged and calm down. Lord Devour nodded coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in the air. The jade bottle shook for a while, and a white pellet shot out. It was another medium-grade divine pellet. Lord Devour grabbed the pellet, patting it on Yi Qinghan's forehead. The pellet disappeared from his head. Then, Lord Devour closed his eyes, sitting in silence without moving an inch. It's done. 2 hours later, Lord Devour opened his eyes, talking faintly. His voice was a little tired. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, looking at Lord Devour in astonishment. He felt like nothing had happened. Everything was done. Right. No, it seemed his soul had become much stronger. He guessed it could be compared to the soul of a peak of heavenly god realm expert. Shi Yen crawled up to thank Lord Devour. Not only did he not lose anything, but he also got something good. No need to thank me. It's your luck. You should arrange the things in the fiery dragon continent and then go to the divine world. I can only help you this much. You will know some things later. Lord Devour sighed. Then, his face became solemn. When you go to the divine world, you have to remember a few things. First, stay low-key. High-profile people usually die faster. Second, don't expose the fact that Xiao He is the soul-devouring beast. Unless it's a critical moment, don't use Xiao He's supernatural abilities. Third, don't expose the unfettered ring and the divine sword. Or else, you will die. Yes, sir. Yi Qinghan will keep it in mind. Yi Qinghan hurriedly replied. After hesitating for a moment, he asked the question that had been lingering in his heart for a long time, "My lord, can I bring my 3 wives with me to the god realm?" In fact, when the Yi family decided to go to the divine world, Yi Qinghan had been thinking about this question. People could live in the unfettered ring, so he planned to bring them to the divine world. Moreover, if possible, he planned to bring the god-level experts of the continent. After all, there was strength in numbers. At the same time, he recalled that when he came out of seclusion, Lord Jiao was in the unfettered pavilion. He couldn't help but look at Elder Lu suspiciously. No. Lord Devour said faintly, but he didn't say anything else. He looked at Elder Lu, asking him to explain. Hee, little Han. People from the material plane can only go to the divine world through the teleportation formation. Otherwise, they will die. Anyone from the fiery dragon continent who wants to ascend to the divine world has to go through the 10 challenges of the Purple Island. Of course, Xiao He is your war beast, so it doesn't count. Elder Lu explained with certainty. At the same time, he understood what Yi Qinghan was thinking. He looked at Lord Devour and sent him a message. As for why Lord Jiao could enter the unfettered pavilion, I will tell you later. I will go with you to the divine world, and I will tell you what I know. Don't worry. When Yi Qinghan heard the first part, his face darkened. He didn't even hear Elder Lu's last part. He didn't know how long it would take to come back from the divine world. It would be a long journey. How could he leave the 3 girls in the fire dragon continent? Moreover, he was clear that if Jianghu and the others knew that they couldn't go to the divine world with them, they would definitely not agree. Love is love, and it has nothing to do with the moon or the wind. Lord Devour looked at Jianghu, who was anxious and didn't know what to do. A trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Then, he sighed and said, "Forget it. Jianghu, take off the unfettered ring, and I will refine a teleportation door for you. Take off the soul ring, and I will help you refine your appearance, so that you won't be recognized in the divine world." What? Jianghu was surprised. He didn't understand what Lord Devour meant. Elder Lu was overjoyed. He shouted at the dazed Jianghu, "Silly boy, what are you waiting for?" "No, thank you, Lord. With 2 teleportation doors, you can travel freely between the divine world and the fire dragon plane with the unfettered ring. You won't have to worry about me anymore. Only you can refine it. Not many people in the divine world have this ability." "Ah. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord." Jianghu came to his senses. He took off the 2 rings and handed them to Lord Devour. With 2 transportation gates, he could place one of them in the Cold Heart Pavilion forever, and use the other to enter the Cold Heart Pavilion from the divine world. Then, he could use the other transportation gate to return to the Flame Dragon continent. Phew. Finally, everything was settled. Jianghu exhaled deeply. He lifted his head to look at the dazzling starry sky and smiled. Without any worries, he could finally go to the divine world and fight for his life. Clenching his fists, Jianghu started to imagine the other side of the starry sky. The legendary divine world was boundless and magnificent. Here I come. Chapter 472. Elder Lu. Isn't it too high profile to refine the Carefree ring and soul ring into this state? In the sky above the dark forest, 2 figures flew quickly toward the south. They were Jianghu and Elder Lu. Elder Lu said that he had something to tell him, so the 2 of them did not teleport back immediately. Instead, they flew back to Tsang City. Jianghu said to Elder Lu as he looked at the 2 glowing rings on his hand. Elder Lu chuckled and said, "You don't understand. My lord is doing the opposite. In the immortal realm, the more dazzling something is, the less attention it attracts. The more low-key it is, the more people will suspect it to be a treasure." "Oh, so that's how it is." Jianghu suddenly understood. There were all kinds of treasures in the immortal realm. Wearing such jewels, others would be able to tell at a glance that you were from a material plane, and that you were a nouveau riche who had ascended to this plane. "Little Han, do you remember what I said on the Fallen God Mountain? You have to become an immortal within 50 years. Otherwise, I'll take back the free and unfettered pavilion and the divine sword." Elder Lu suddenly recalled something from the past. Jianghu was startled and said, "I remember. Now that I have become a god, the Carefree ring and the divine sword belong to me forever, right?" Elder Lu nodded and said with a smile, "Of course. You have fulfilled the conditions set by the Soul Emperor, so the divine sword and the Carefree pavilion belong to you now. In fact, although you have refined the Carefree pavilion, you have not completely refined it. The core of the Carefree pavilion has always been in my hands, and this is also the reason why 9th Madam can enter the Carefree pavilion. If you completely refine the Carefree pavilion, not only 9th Madam, but even I will not be able to enter without opening the restriction. In other words, as long as you completely refine the Carefree pavilion, no one will be able to enter without your permission. Of course, those who do not have your aura will not be able to enter even if you are willing." Elder Lu said a lot of things like a tongue twister, and Jianghu finally understood. However, he was even more confused. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked with a sly smile, "Elder Lu, 9th Madam does not have my aura. Could it be yours?" "Hee hee. Did you have an affair with her?" "What do you mean by that?" "Brat, what are you talking about?" Elder Lu stared blankly for a moment before he finally understood. He was so angry that his beard curled up as he cursed angrily. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan, who had a curious expression on his face. He thought about it for a moment before he sent a mysterious voice transmission. The Soul Emperor created the Carefree Pavilion. So, besides the people with your soul aura, anyone with the Soul Emperor's aura can also enter. I'm the Soul Emperor's servant, so I can enter. And Sergio is Devour's servant, so he can enter too. Lord Devour's servant? What did this have to do with the Soul Emperor? Could it be? The more Yi Qinghan listened, the more confused he became. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes widened in surprise as he transmitted his voice. He. In the past, the Soul Emperor had dominated a portion of the divine realm. He had 2 great generals under his command, the demon dancers and twin concubines. The enchantress was extremely alluring, and the dancing demoness killed without batting an eyelid. The number of deity-level experts who had died in their hands was innumerable. And the dancer was, the butterfly dance war god, Lord Devour. Do you understand now? Elder Lu had a look of reverence in his eyes, as if he was recalling the unparalleled glory of the 2 of them in the past. The dancing demoness, the enchantress? Dancer? Haha. That's it. Yi Qinghan finally understood everything. It turned out that Lord Devour was also the Soul Emperor's subordinate. At this moment, Yi Qinghan remembered the enchantress in the dream palace. The enchantress used to say that she was the dancing demoness, the Soul Emperor's subordinate. No. Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered the strange expression on the enchantress' face when she heard that Xiao He was the soul-devouring beast, and Lord Devour had said that she was Xiao He's aunt. Then, Xiao He's identity was obvious. He couldn't help but turn to Elder Lu in shock, sending a voice transmission to seek confirmation. Elder Lu, is Xiao He that man's son? Yes. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell Xiao He. Lord doesn't allow it. Wait until the day Xiao He transforms. Lord will tell him everything. Elder Lu nodded, sending a solemn voice transmission. **T. Xiao He was the Soul Emperor's son. Yi Qinghan finally understood what was going on. After all this trouble, he had actually gotten himself involved with the Soul Emperor. But after thinking about it, it made sense. He had obtained the Soul Ring and used it to connect with Xiao He to summon Xiao He. He had also relied on the Soul Ring to survive in the God-slaying mountain. Finally, he had obtained the Divine Sword and the Carefree Pavilion. Because of the Carefree Pavilion and the Soul Ring, he had been able to enter the Dream Palace, which led to so many troubles. Now that he thought about it, this damaged Soul Ring, which he had thought was a 3-0 trash ring, was the ring that had brought him luck. Without the Soul Ring, perhaps he would still be the 7th son of the Yi family, living a peaceful life. The ring that his father had obtained in the God-slaying mountain had changed his life. Life was really King lonely like snow. What? You want to go to the divine world alone? When Yi Qinghan returned to the Cold Heart Pavilion, it was already noon. The 3 girls were sitting in the hall. When they heard Yi Qinghan say he wanted to go to the divine world, Yi Qingwu was the first to flip out. Her face became extremely ugly. She pouted and said, "No, we want to go with you. If you don't take us, I will. I will die in front of you. Brother, wherever you are, I will be there. You said that you would never leave me again. Are you going to leave me again?" Yi Qingyu's tears rolled down her cheeks. She pulled Yi Qinghan's robe, crying and shaking her head. Yi Qingxing didn't say anything or shed tears. She just looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately, waiting for his explanation. "I also want to take you, but Lord Devour said that you can only go to the divine world after passing the 10 challenges. If you go to the divine world from the Carefree Pavilion, you will be killed for sure." Yi Qinghan forced a smile and explained, "You don't need to worry. Lord Devour has refined 2 transportation doors in the Carefree Pavilion for me. I can go back to the Fire Dragon continent from the divine world at any time. In this way, I can come back to meet you at any time." Yi Qinghan had explained for a long time. He had mentioned the current situation of the fiery dragon continent, Old Lu, and Lord Devour. He had coaxed them, frightened them, and played tricks on them. From noon to night, he had finally used the 24 moves of cloud and rain to defeat the 3 of them. On the second day, Yi Qinghan gathered all the deity-level experts of the continent and explained everything to them. Of course, the important matters were only briefly mentioned. After that, it was decided that they would set off for the divine world in a month's time. During this month, Yi Qinghan didn't think about anything else. He just took the 3 girls to travel around the continent, keeping them company. The 4 of them went to the hidden city to enjoy the wind, the god-slaying mountain to see the flowers, the floating snow city to admire the snow, and the misty forest to watch the moon. Of course, they all stayed the night in the Carefree Pavilion. Lord. There's a question. I don't know if I should ask it or not. In the dark castle, Lord Jiu pondered for several days. Eventually, she couldn't help but ask Lord Devour. What? Finally, you can't help it? Lord Devour said with a smile, his eyes playful. Lord Jiu, if I may ask, do you really not have the ability to help the continent take the fire dragon overlord's position? Why do I feel like Lord Jiu is purposely forcing little Han to go to the divine world? In fact, not only Lord Jiu, all the God realm experts of the continent and Yi Qinghan had the same question. However, they didn't dare to ask. Only Lord Jiu dared. No matter what, Lord Devour was a powerful man. The fire dragon overlord's position was easy for her. However, it was really hard for Yi Qinghan. Of course, I have this ability. Again, why should I go and get it? I don't owe the continent anything, and Yi Qinghan has made mistakes. Of course, he has to bear the consequences himself. Lord Devour said faintly. Then, he sighed, looking at the sky. Of course, it's just one of the reasons. As for why I want to force Yi Qinghan to go to the divine world, I have my reasons. Later on, you guys will know my good intentions. Actually, I'm giving Yi Qinghan a big chance. As for whether he can grasp it or not, it depends on Yi Qinghan's ability and luck. 1 month later, all the experts of the continent gathered on the Purple Island. Everyone that Yi Qinghan knew was here. They were here to bid farewell to Yi Qinghan. Under the blessings and prayers of tens of thousands of experts, Yi Qinghan carried the black slaughter god saber on his back. He looked at the crowd deeply. Finally, he looked at the sky. Without saying anything, he waved his hand and entered the transportation array in the center of the Purple Island. No one moved. They were waiting quietly for Yi Qinghan to pass the last stage and ascend to the divine world. The 10 stages of the Purple Island were all guarded by divine beasts. The further one advanced, the stronger they were. The challenger had to defeat the phantom of each divine beast to pass the stage. These phantom and the real divine beasts had the same attack and defense. This was also the reason why the divine beasts of the Purple Island couldn't be killed. Of course, strength was relative. On the surface, Yi Qinghan only had the strength of a heavenly god. However, his comprehension of the nomological laws had reached the divine general realm. He had activated his absolute domain all the way. Under the effect of spiritual confusion, Yi Qinghan didn't have to expend much effort to easily defeat the divine beasts of the first 9 stages. The last stage was a peak stage heavenly god flying lion. Its defense was shocking, and its innate ability was even more defensive. Ordinary heavenly gods wouldn't be able to break its defense. Furthermore, its soul spirit was very strong. Yi Qinghan fought for a while and had no choice but to use the god-devouring technique to destroy the soul spirit of the flying lion. This time, he was judged to have passed the stage. Flame Dragon Continent. Wait for my return. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath of the Flame Dragon Continent's air. He turned around and walked into a huge transportation array that was glowing with 9 colors. Buzz! At this moment, the entire Violet Island suddenly shook. The purple light barrier above the Violet Island also suddenly lit up. Furthermore, it was getting brighter and brighter. The purple light illuminated the sky above the violet island, piercing through the heavens. Farewell, cold arch. Countless people knelt on one knee, looked at the sky, and prayed silently. Yu Qingsheng, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Qingwu had tears in their eyes, but they didn't cry. Instead, they murmured, "Qing Han, brother, little Han, take care. Wait for us." The wind in the barbarian city, the flowers in the Luotian mountain, the snow and the dark forest, the moon and the tranquil lake. Looking from the railings, the night in Sung's city is unforgettable. It's the bewitching purple under the broken blade. Fengzi ran his fingers through his hair. His fierce-looking face was filled with loneliness. He shook his two huge chest muscles and started reciting a poem. Then, she put one hand behind her back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. She sighed in a melancholy tone, "I'm gone. Why do you feel such sadness in your balls?" "You are, a pain in the balls. It's an illness. It has to be treated. If not, it will break." Hua Ji and Long Shuailu had goosebumps all over their bodies when they saw Fengzi pretending to be elegant, and they said firmly at the same time. In the spring of the 10,038 year of the Flame Dragon calendar, the cold arch of the Flame Dragon continent, Yi Qinghan, carried the hopes of billions of people on the continent and ascended to the divine realm, beginning his legendary journey. Chapter 473. The Divine Plane. Misty Continent, Ascension Platform. Two huge purple moons hung in the sky. The light purple light shone on the ground, making this ancient land look even more desolate. The ascension platform was actually a mountain. This mountain was very strange. It stood straight like a stone pillar and was surrounded by cliffs. At a glance, it was a dark and bottomless abyss. It was a terrifying sight. The peak of the mountain seemed to have been shaved off by a huge sword. It was very flat, revealing a green stone surface made of an unknown material. There were no buildings on the peak, only two huge teleportation formations. This teleportation formation was dozens of times bigger than the one on Purple Island. It was also countless times more complicated. It was emitting a faint purple light. There were two giants standing beside the teleportation formation. They were 7 to 8 meters tall. They looked old-fashioned and wore silver robes. Their silver hair was more than a meter long, fluttering in the wind. Their slightly closed eyes flashed with lightning from time to time. The aura they emitted unintentionally made people's hearts palpitate. Buzz! All of a sudden, the huge teleportation formation on the left lit up with a dazzling brilliance. The two giants opened their eyes and glanced to the left with cold eyes. A cyan silhouette slowly condensed on the huge teleportation formation. Under the cyan robe, the figure looked a little frail. There was a strange black long saber on his back. On his shoulder was a small black beast. It blinked its small eyes and looked around curiously. It was Yi Qinghan and Blackie, who had just teleported over from the Fire Dragon continent. Is this the divine world? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and looked around. This place gave him an ancient and desolate aura. However, it was very comfortable. The divine qi in the air was 100 times thicker than in the Carefree Pavilion. At this moment, every pore on his body was slightly opened, and he felt very comfortable. A divine realm warrior and a divine beast. The two of you, stand over there. We will send them away together. A cold voice came. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He quickly looked over. So powerful. The two of them were at least god generals, and they were even taller. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled when he felt the aura of the two men. This aura was as strong as Jin Qi's aura back then. He didn't dare to say anything and respectfully cupped his hands towards the two men before standing to one side. Boss, are these two giants very strong? What realm are they at? Xiao He rolled his eyes, pouting his lips as he sent a message. Very strong. I can't sense their realm. Don't talk. This place isn't the continent. Although Lord Devourer is strong, he can't control this place. We should be careful and stay low-key. Yi Qinghan hurried to send a message to Blackie, asking him not to talk more. Lord Devourer had told him that the high-profile people in the divine world would die the fastest. Yi Qinghan stood quietly, trying to sense the difference between the divine world and the fire dragon plane. The more he sensed, the more frightened he became. The space constraint here was so strong. Yi Qinghan tried to use his divine power to float in the air. He had to use 1/5 of his divine power to float. Old Lu, why is the divine world so strange? I can't even fly. I don't know how far I can teleport. Yi Qinghan sent a message to Old Lu in the Carefree Pavilion, throwing out his doubts. Teleport? You want to teleport in the divine world? In your dreams. Even a god emperor can't teleport in the divine world. With your divine power, you can't even fly more than 100 meters high. Moreover, you can fly no more than 10,000 miles before your divine power is exhausted. Alright, I will tell you about this later. Don't talk nonsense. Just wait to be teleported to the newbie village. I will send you a message then. Old Lu didn't choose to teleport with Yi Qinghan to the divine world. Instead, he stayed in the Carefree Pavilion. However, he asked Yi Qinghan to summon Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan didn't ask much. He kept a low profile and didn't even dare to send a message. What? Even a god emperor can't teleport? Only 10,000 miles? Yi Qinghan was shocked. The divine world was indeed strange. In the Fire Dragon continent, he could teleport a few thousand miles. Even flying 10,000 miles in 2 hours was easy. Moreover, flying didn't consume any divine power. He could use his divine senses to scan the area within 10,000 miles. Oh, right. Yi Qinghan thought about his divine senses and decided to test how far they could spread. Damn! I can only spread a few thousand meters. My strength in the divine world is reduced by 1/3. Yi Qinghan now understood why Lord Devourer said that those who were high profile would die faster. He couldn't teleport here. If he was targeted by an expert, he wouldn't be able to run. He could only wait for death. Buzz! Just as Yi Qinghan was feeling apprehensive, the teleportation array lit up again. A huge man with black scales and a black horn on his head appeared in the teleportation array. His dark golden eyes were filled with coldness and arrogance. As soon as he arrived, he looked around and laughed crazily, shouting, "Ah, divine world! I'm finally here. Beauties of the divine world, just wait to tremble under Lord Devil Tyrant's whip." Swish! All of a sudden, a giant silver-haired man standing by the teleportation formation took out a long white stick. This stick suddenly lengthened, turning into a white phantom that was dozens of meters long. It swept the one-horned giant man toward Yi Qinghan. Thud! The one-horned giant man didn't have time to dodge. He was blown away. More than half of the scales on his body had been smashed into smithereens. He tumbled in the air, and black blood sprayed wildly in the air. Finally, he rolled on the ground for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. He could only breathe in and out. He had been smashed to a half-dead state. "If you dare to make noise again, I'll kill you without mercy." The silver-haired giant man took back the white stick, glared at him coldly, and continued to sit with his legs crossed with his eyes closed. Hiss! So strong. So ruthless. Yi Qinghan looked at the one-horned giant man in the distance and felt lucky. Fortunately, he was low-key. Otherwise, he would have ended up like that man. The divine world was indeed a place where the strong ruled. They would start a fight at the slightest disagreement and kill decisively. Cough! Cough! The one-horned giant man lay on the ground for a long time before he managed to stand up. There was no arrogance on his face. Instead, he was shocked. He sat with his legs crossed and closed his eyes to heal himself. Buzz! Every once in a while, the teleportation formation would light up again. Countless people and divine beasts were teleported. Many of them were races that Yi Qinghan had never seen before. There were those with 3 legs, dwarfs, 6 eyes, and other strange people. There were also strange divine beasts. Yi Qinghan secretly observed. These people were basically at the first layer of the divine realm. Only a very beautiful lady was at the second layer of the divine realm. Of course, there were 3 divine beasts that Yi Qinghan didn't know what special abilities they had. Most of these people and divine beasts were very low-key and respectful. Of course, there were a few who were as arrogant as the giant man. In the end, they were all hit by the stick and fell to the ground with serious injuries. It's about time. Big brother, where should we send these people? Half a day later, hundreds of people had gathered in the square. The golden-robed giant man on the left suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the other giant man. Let me check. The huge man opened his eyes and waved his hand. A huge golden booklet appeared in his hand. He flipped through it and coldly said, "Send this group of people to Longyang Prefecture, Fengwu City, and the Firework Tribe. The next group to Martial Origin Prefecture, Martial Water City. You." The giant man stood up and swept his silver eyes over Yi Qinghan and the others. He said coldly, "Enter this teleportation formation." "Yes, my lord." Everyone who had experienced the scene just now didn't say anything. They walked toward the teleportation formation in silence. Yi Qinghan had many doubts, but Elder Lu didn't send him a message. He didn't say anything and followed the crowd into the teleportation formation. When the silver-haired giant saw that everyone had entered, a silver light suddenly appeared in his hand and he waved it toward the teleportation formation. Then, the teleportation formation suddenly glowed and a purple light shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding stone platform. A white light flashed. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a huge valley. The valley was surrounded by mountains thousands of meters high, and he couldn't see the top of them. There were neat rows of wooden lofts in the valley. Pink flowers and lush green ancient trees were planted next to the lofts. The scenery was very charming. Apart from the people who had been teleported here, there was only one person in the valley. A handsome middle-aged man in a blue robe with 2 demon horns on his head stood proudly in front of the square, looking at them coldly. Suddenly, the middle-aged man suddenly emitted a domineering and cold aura, which attracted the attention of the people who were looking around. He then said coldly, "Newcomers, welcome to the Firework Tribe. We are the leaders of the tribe, the great Lord Neopatian. I hope that you will have a good time in the Firework Tribe in the next 100 years. Swoosh. As soon as the middle-aged man's words were heard, there were countless sounds of people piercing through the air. Figures flew up into the sky from countless lofts and looked over curiously. Ha, a group of newcomers has come. The Firework Tribe hasn't had fresh blood for a long time. Hee, the newcomers are here. We are considered old people now. We can finally turn over and bully the newcomers. Wow, there are more than 10 beauties in this group. TSK, that blue-haired lady is so elegant. My Lord Fire God's happy days are here. Hee, that handsome guy in the green robe and that handsome guy in the white robe are mine. Whoever dares to snatch them from me, I will fight him to the death. Countless voices sounded and shocked the people in the field. Looking at the countless gazes sweeping around them with evil intentions, they were all secretly shocked. Yi Qinghan also felt his blood run cold. He realized that at least one martial artist's gaze was locked on him. One day, it was the seductive lady who called herself the Cleopatra. Her gaze was so fierce that it was as if she wanted to skin him alive. Humph. A cold snort sounded, and countless people in the air shut their mouths. The person who made the sound was the self-proclaimed leader of the Firework Tribe, Lord Neopatian. He looked up coldly at the people above the lofts and said angrily, "All of you, get lost. If you dare to make any noise again, 500 points will be deducted." As soon as Neopatian's words fell, the hundreds of people in the air immediately flew down to the lofts like frightened rabbits. In an instant, all of them disappeared without a trace. Chapter 474. Newcomers, don't worry. I can guarantee your safety in the tribe. Of course, once you leave the tribe, I won't care whether you live or die. Neopatian glanced at the crowd and continued, however, don't even think about leaving the tribe. There are countless demonic beasts outside the tribe. Even a peak godly general will die if he dares to run around outside, let alone you. Therefore, you must stay in the firework tribe for 100 years and earn enough points to obtain the badge of a citizen of the realm of the gods. Only then can you use the transportation device in the tribe to leave for other cities in the realm of the gods. Wow! 100 years? That long? There are countless demonic beasts outside? Even a peak godly general will die. This. Points. What's a badge? As soon as Neopatian finished speaking, the 400 to 500 people began to whisper among themselves. Earlier on the ascension platform, the two silver-haired giants were too ferocious, so no one dared to speak. Now that Neopatian seemed to be easy to talk to, they began to clamor and ask questions. Silence. Neopatian waved his hands in the air, and with a shake of his left hand, he took out a gray ring. Then, he waved his hand and scattered the rings to everyone. There was no more, no less. Everyone got one, and even Xiaohei got one. Use your blood to recognize the owner. This is an interspatial ring that the realm of the gods gives to newcomers when they ascend. Of course, this is the best one. This is also your temporary badge. The interspatial ring contains an introduction to the realm of the gods, the rules of the realm of the gods, and 100 divine stones. You can use the serial number in the interspatial ring to go to your own residence and learn how to survive in the realm of the gods through the manual. Wow, I have an interspatial ring. Xiaohei did a somersault on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and played with the ring. Yi Qinghan also looked at the ring in his hand for a while. Finally, he saw a very small number on the back of the ring, 1119. Then, he curiously dripped a drop of blood on it. The gray ring emitted a faint beam of light. Yi Qinghan scanned it with his spirit power. Sure enough, there were 2 booklets and 10 round black stones as big as a fingernail. However, this spatial ring seemed a little small. It was only 1 cubic meter, much smaller than Master God 2's spatial ring, let alone his unfettered pavilion. Listen up, all of you. Those who violate the iron law of the god realm in the firework tribe will die. Anyone who fights in the tribe will die. Anyone who forced the aberrations to have sex within the tribe would die. Anyone who forcibly takes other people's treasures in the tribe shall die. Trespassers of the fireworks pavilion shall die. That's enough. If he had any questions, he could read the Heavenly Realm newcomer's record or ask the tribe's law enforcement team members. Everyone, go back to your rooms. After saying that, Neopatian turned around and strode towards the back of the valley, towards the largest pavilion. Although he was walking, every step he took him dozens of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. In the end, he disappeared into the largest pavilion. That should be the fireworks pavilion, right? Yi Qinghan scanned his surroundings and realized that only the pavilion that Neopatian had entered was different from the others. The rest of the pavilions were all exactly the same. He couldn't help but secretly memorize them. That was a forbidden area. Trespassers would die. At the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Neopatian had said a lot about this and that, this meant that one would die. But this proved one thing. In the firework tribe, in this valley, it was absolutely safe. This was a good thing for those who had just ascended to the god realm and were relatively weak. After all, there were thousands of powerhouses who had ascended to the god realm for an unknown period of time. Among the group of people who had flown up just now, there were many people at the peak of the heaven god realm. This was equivalent to indirectly protecting the newcomers. Boss. Mine is 1118, and yours is 1119. We are in the same line. Hurry, let's go and find our rooms. Xiaohei reached out with his claws and took Yi Qinghan's spatial ring. He looked at it and shouted excitedly. Yi Qinghan looked at the hundreds of people around him and nodded. Then, he brought Xiaohei and flew towards the group of pavilions on the left. 11171118. Xiao, your courtyard is here, and mine is next to it. After searching for a while, Yi Qinghan finally found the courtyard that belonged to the two of them. No. I'm staying with boss. Come, let's go to 1119. Xiao didn't even look at it. He jumped down from Yi Qinghan's shoulder and jumped into the courtyard at the side. The courtyard wasn't big. It was much smaller than the Chilling Heart Pavilion. There was only a front courtyard and 3 rooms. There wasn't much furniture inside, and it was very simple. Yi Qinghan didn't have any requirements for the rooms. He walked around twice and finally sat in the front courtyard. His divine sense moved, and 2 black booklets appeared in his hands. Elder Lu didn't say anything. He decided to first figure out what was going on in the immortal realm so that he could adapt as quickly as possible. Niu Patian had said that he would stay here for 100 years, which made him anxious. One had to know that he had to become the fire dragon overlord within 980 years. It would be terrible if he wasted 100 years in this small tribe. After flipping open the immortal realm newcomer's record, Yi Qinghan finally understood what was going on. It turned out that people who ascended from the material plane would be teleported to this small tribe. Every newcomer had to contribute to the immortal realm for close to 100 years to earn enough points. Only then would they obtain the emblem of a citizen of the immortal realm and be able to roam freely in the immortal realm. Without the emblem, they would be mercilessly killed when entering a city. The immortal realm is actually so dangerous. At the same time, Yi Qinghan was shocked. The immortal realm newcomer's record said that there were a total of 100 prefectures in the Misty Continent. There were a total of 100 prefectures in the Misty Continent. Each prefecture had 108 cities, and each city had 108 tribes. The cities and tribes within the prefectures were absolutely safe, but the vast areas were filled with countless demonic beasts. These demonic beasts had no intelligence and would automatically attack humans on sight. Some of the stronger demonic beasts could even kill ordinary god emperors in a second. Hence, apart from the cities and a few places, the rest of the land was extremely dangerous. Roaming around without permission would basically result in death. Sigh. Xiao, we actually have to stay here for 100 years. Yi Qinghan looked through the record again and sighed helplessly. The record clearly stated that in order to obtain so many points and the emblem of the immortal realm, one would have to complete a large number of missions. According to the calculations of an ordinary god realm expert, it would take at least 100 years to complete. Hee, little man. If you follow me, I guarantee that you won't need 100 years to obtain the emblem. And I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you in the firework tribe. Just as Xiao was about to speak, a flirtatious voice suddenly rang out from outside the loft. Following that, an incomparably flirtatious woman pushed open the door of the loft and walked in. Her pair of soul-stirring eyes were glowing as she stared fixedly at Yi Qinghan. A small pink tongue was in her mouth and licked her red lips. Her alluring figure swayed as she slowly walked in with the water serpent steps and looked at Yi Qinghan with a charming smile. Follow you? How do you want to follow me? Yi Qinghan looked at this coquettish woman and couldn't help but feel a little interested. The corners of his mouth curled into a devilish smile as he spoke indifferently. The coquettish woman laughed, and her voluptuous breasts swayed. Suddenly, she reached out a hand and hooked Yi Qinghan's chin. She moved her head closer and said, Hee, it's very simple. As long as you become this queen's male pet, this queen will protect you. I will let you live an extremely comfortable life in the firework tribe. Chapter 475. Oh, I am Yi Qinghan. May I know your name? Yi Qinghan chuckled and didn't evade, allowing the seductive woman to hook his chin. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him and smelling the faint fragrance on her body, he felt a different kind of alluring and stimulating feeling. The seductive lady let out a breath of fragrance. Her tender red lips suddenly moved closer. When they were only 0.01 centimeters away from Yi Qinghan's lips, she retracted her lips at lightning speed. She smiled and said, You can call me Cleopatra, little man. To tell you the truth, the firework tribe has 3 hegemons. There's an abominable beast maniac from the Orc Plain. There's also a chrysanthemum who only loves beautiful young men. His strength is at the peak of the divine realm. He cultivates the law of destruction and has extremely powerful attacks. Many men in the tribe have fallen under his demonic whip. Other than me and 2 others who can barely deal with him, the others are no match for him. I saw him looking at you a few times just now. If you don't follow me now, don't come crying to me when the time comes. Hee hee. Damn, there are such hobbies in the divine realm? Yi Qinghan's body heated up after being teased by Cleopatra. But after listening to Cleopatra's words, all the pores on his body shrank. He thought of the red-robed divine master Tuesday. Hee, there are many hobbies in the divine realm. Our Longyang prefecture has the most. Do you know why it's called Longyang prefecture? It's because our prefecture master, God Emperor Longyang, is the best in the Tao of Longyang. Cleopatra was wearing a tight-fitting black leather jacket. Her chest was cut very low, revealing 2 creamy, white semicircles. As she laughed, they trembled. Yi Qinghan was dazzled by her beauty. Damn! So it's like this. I was wondering why it's called Longyang Prefecture. Black lines appeared on Yi Qinghan's forehead. He rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment before asking, Lady Cleopatra, you just said that we don't need 100 years. What do you mean? Cleopatra withdrew her smile and stared at Yi Qinghan with slight surprise. She seduced him with seduction and threatened him. After saying so much, this seemingly frail man did not show the slightest trace of fear or panic. Instead, he asked the crucial questions. She had lived for thousands of years and had seen countless people. She could tell at a glance that Yi Qinghan's body was full of vitality. He had definitely cultivated for less than 100 years. His aptitude could be said to be top-notch. How could he be so calm now? He was even more powerful than a 1,000-year-old demon. He couldn't help but be more interested in Yi Qinghan. She stood up straight and stretched her body, exposing her perfect curves. She glanced at Xiao He, who was behind Yi Qinghan. She revealed a faint smile and said, It's not a secret. You'll know about it later, so there's no harm in telling you. I'm sure you've read the records. Seeing that Yi Qinghan nodded, Cleopatra continued, If you want to get the God badge and travel freely in the God world, you must accumulate enough points. These points can be obtained by mining, forging, making armor, breeding, gathering, hunting beasts for materials, and many other methods. Other than hunting beasts, the other methods require at least 100 years to accumulate enough points to get the badge. It was the fastest way to kill demonic beasts. However, for a warrior who has just entered the heavenly god realm like you, if you dare to hunt beasts, you'll definitely become their food. So, normal newcomers will not dare to hunt beasts unless they are at the 2nd level of the heavenly god realm or have comprehended a very strong law of nature. Cleopatra's expression suddenly became extremely proud. She stared at Yi Qinghan and said in an extremely serious tone, However, if you follow me, you won't have to rely on other methods to obtain points. I'll bring all of you to hunt beasts, and the points we obtain will be divided equally among all of you. I cultivate the law of darkness, the supreme law of nature. I can easily kill ordinary 2nd-level beasts. Every time I bring people out, we can obtain large amounts of beast materials. Other than what we give to the chief, the rest can be sold for large amounts of points and divine stones. But, for a newcomer like you, if you dare to go out on your own, I can guarantee that once you meet a 2nd-level beast, you won't be able to escape death. Do you understand? Little man. Oh. I see. After listening, Yi Qinghan finally understood. Of course, he also felt disgusted by this beautiful woman who seemed to be doing everything for his own good. Obviously, the fastest way to earn points in the firework tribe was to hunt demonic beasts. However, hunting demonic beasts was the most dangerous. This Cleopatra clearly didn't have good intentions. She had lured and threatened the newcomers, gathering a large group of people to hunt demonic beasts together. They would probably be the ones who would rush to their deaths, and she would be the one who would obtain the most points. Moreover, Yi Qinghan guessed that the other experts in the tribe would definitely threaten and bribe him to join their forces. Humph. Yi Qinghan wasn't a fool. Of course, he wouldn't do something that wouldn't bring him any benefits. Moreover, Cleopatra's peak heaven god realm strength wasn't enough for him. Divine Master 2 was also a peak heaven god realm expert with a terrifying will attack. His strength was comparable to a first-level divine general, but he was still killed in the end. Although Lord Devourer had instructed him not to use the Soul Devourer world easily, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of an ordinary peak heaven god realm expert. Moreover, didn't Carefree Pavilion have a peak heaven god realm expert, Old Lu? After pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan had an idea. He squinted his eyes and looked at Cleopatra playfully. He said with a smile, "Lady Cleopatra, how many experts do you have? Are they all your male pets?" Haha. Little man. Why are you interested in my male pets? Of course, if you join us, we can have some fun. Cleopatra was a little surprised, but she still said with a smile. Then, her pretty face with a noble aura revealed a trace of complacency. I have a lot of subordinates. I have 2 peak stage heavenly gods, 13 third-tier heavenly gods, and hundreds of second-tier heavenly gods. In the firework tribe, apart from Shou Kuang and his gang, my subordinates are the strongest. Of course, if you like to be whipped by Shou Kuang, you can also choose to join his team. However, his subordinates often. There's blood in the floral region, hee. Oh. I got it. Thank you for your advice, Cleopatra. Can I think about it for a while? Hearing this, Yi Qinghan was even more disgusted. He glanced at Cleopatra's waist and thought about how her black fungus was being enjoyed by nearly 100 men at the same time. He could not help but feel bored. He was a playboy, but definitely not a pervert. Although Cleopatra was extremely beautiful, he was not a pervert. A man's taste was very important. Hee, okay, little man. I live in room 119. Once you've made up your mind, you can come and find me anytime. I'll let you have a taste that you've never had before. A strange light flashed in Queen Yan's eyes, but she did not try to persuade him. Instead, she let out a long laugh and flew into the sky, disappearing into a room on the right. She must have gone to seduce other newcomers. Boss, I don't like this woman. Don't follow her. Before he ascended, Yi Qinghan had told Xiao He to listen to him. Xiao He was very obedient. He did not say a word when Cleopatra arrived. Only now did his little face show a trace of disgust and disdain. Yi Qinghan's eyes moved quickly a few times. He had a plan in mind. He decided to stay in the firework tribe and cultivate his divine power. Once his divine power increased, he would go out of the tribe to hunt demon beasts. He was very clear that if he went out now, the people from those forces would definitely do something to him, force him to submit, or kill him. He smiled and started to transmit his voice to Xiao He. Other than Neopatian, who is a god general, the strongest person in the firework tribe is only a peak heaven god. Does your boss need to follow them? Wait until I cultivate my divine power and understand the situation in the tribe. Whoever dares to provoke me, I will make them suffer. Chapter 476. As expected. After Cleverly Empress left, 2 more people came to the small room. They threatened, and lured Yi Qinghan. There was only one goal, and that was to get Yi Qinghan to join their faction. Unless he stayed in the tribe for 100 years, he would definitely die if he went out alone. Yi Qinghan didn't understand the situation and didn't dare to be too high profile. He dealt with them politely and got a general idea of the situation in the firework tribe from them. The strongest expert of the firework tribe, Neopatian. 3rd-tier divine general from Longyang Prefecture's Dancing Phoenix City. He was in charge of the security and management of the firework tribe as long as they didn't violate the Immortal Realm's laws or his rules. He never cared about the internal strife in the tribe. He had a law enforcement team with a total of 10 people. They were all 1st-tier divine general and also from Dancing Phoenix City. Like Neopatian, they only cared about security and didn't care about anything else. Shou Kuang was the leader of the strongest faction in the tribe. He was a peak divine god and had close to 1,000 subordinates. Of course, he wasn't as bad as Cleverly Empress had described. Although he did have some interests, he didn't force his subordinates. He was just very overbearing. Cleverly Empress was the second faction. She was a divine beast, a heavenly fox. She was promiscuous and had 600 to 700 subordinates. Among them, 100 were women while the rest were male concubines. The entire faction was the most promiscuous and complicated faction in the Firework tribe. The leader of the third faction was a divine beast, a four-clawed golden dragon. He was a peak divine god and was about to form his fifth claw. He had hundreds of divine beasts under him. It was worth mentioning that there was a small faction. The leader was a woman with the same surname as Yi Qinghan. She was called Yi Yaorao. Her name was very alluring. It was said that she was an icy beauty. She was also a peak divine god. She had a cold personality and only had close to 100 subordinates. She never participated in the fights between the three factions and only worked together to protect herself. Of course, there were many independent cultivators who didn't join any faction. They trained hard and fought alone. There was something else that puzzled Yi Qinghan. The Firework tribe had 3 hegemons. Including her, there were 4 hegemons. But if the leaders of the 3 factions were the 3 hegemons, who was the last hegemon? When Yi Qinghan asked one of Shou Kuang's subordinates, that person stammered and refused to say anything. He seemed to be very afraid. This piqued Yi Qinghan's interest. After dismissing them, Yi Qinghan sat in the courtyard for a long time. When he realized that no one else would come to disturb him, he entered the loft and released his god domain to transmit a message to Elder Lu. Little Han, have we arrived at the new tribe? Elder Lu released his divine sense and sensed for a moment. Then, he transmitted his voice to Han Li with relief. Yi Qinghan quickly recounted everything that had happened along the way. He needed Elder Lu to give him an analysis and a more comprehensive explanation. Yes, your method is not wrong. Elder Lu transmitted his voice in satisfaction. Then, he began to explain in detail, I'm a native of the immortal realm. I've never experienced this before, but I know a thing or two. The immortal realm is very dangerous, but it's not as dangerous as they make it out to be. There are basically no overly powerful demonic beasts outside the tribes and cities. This is because powerful demonic beasts will be cleaned up by powerful cultivators from time to time. As long as you don't stray too far from the tribe, unless there are special circumstances, you should be able to escape unscathed. What you need to do now is to work hard on cultivating your divine power. You need to at least reach the second tier of divine power before you can go out and hunt demonic beasts. At that time, you will be able to obtain large amounts of demonic beast materials in a short period of time. Then, you can go to the immortal realm to exchange for points with the people of the God of War Pavilion. During this period of time, you can try out other missions that can earn you points, such as refining weapons. Things like digging up God's stones might be helpful to your comprehension of laws. Remember, don't cause trouble or kill in the tribe. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Yes, I understand, Elder Lu. Yi Qinghan nodded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, people of the God of War Pavilion? What is the God of War Pavilion? Aren't they exchanging points with the tribe leader? Yi Qinghan had always thought that they were exchanging points with Neopatian, so he hadn't asked about Cleopatra and the rest. Of course you can exchange points with the tribe leader. However, the exchange rate is very strict. If you exchange points with him, you will be able to obtain the corresponding honor points. Once your honor points and strength reach a certain level, you will be able to use your honor points to join the official army of the Longyang Prefecture. For example, the leader of the Firework tribe's law enforcement team. Those with high honor points can even become the city lord of the Dancing Phoenix City. You will slowly learn about these things in the future. Elder Lu had lived in the immortal realm for many years. Although the Blood Deer tribe had been exterminated and he had been living in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he was still very clear about the affairs of the immortal realm. The God of War Pavilion is different. The God of War Pavilion is the most powerful force in the entire immortal realm. Their forces are spread across the 6 continents and the Star Sea. In fact, there are people from the God of War Pavilion in every tribe. Basically, every tribe's Loft 100 was occupied by people from the War God's Manor. You could go there to exchange points and divine stones. The exchange rate was very high, and they were honest. Of course, if you have enough points, you can exchange them for divine stones. If you have enough divine stones, you can buy anything you want from them, from local specialties to spatial divine items and even God the Arch divine crystals. As long as you have enough divine stones, you can buy anything. Pfft, Yi Qinghan's jaw dropped. He gasped and was speechless for a long time. This God of War Pavilion was too awesome. They could even buy God the Arch divine crystals. God Thearchs were the pinnacle existences. According to Elder Lu, if he had enough divine stones, he could go to the God of War Pavilion and buy a pinnacle God General divine crystal, then a pinnacle God King divine crystal, and finally a God the Arch divine crystal. If he gave it to Yi Qinggu or Yi Qingyu to refine, wouldn't he be able to create a God the Arch? This was too crazy. This was too unbelievable. The power of the God of War Pavilion was too terrifying. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that a God General divine crystal would be extremely valuable. The amount of divine stones needed would be astronomical, not to mention the God King and God the Arch divine crystals. What is that? Elder Lu. If the House of Aries is so powerful, why would the 8 sovereigns allow it to develop? Moreover, the God of War Pavilion is so rich, why would no one covet it? Or was the God of War Pavilion founded by the 8 sovereigns? Yi Qinghan asked doubtfully after thinking for a moment. No one knows who founded the God of War Pavilion, but no one dares to attack the God of War Pavilion. Number 1, the God of War Pavilion never participates in the conflicts of the continent. If they don't provoke them, they definitely won't attack. Number 2, the God of War Pavilion is too powerful. Joining the God of War Pavilion will only bring you endless benefits, but the God of War Pavilion will never ask you to do anything. Therefore, the people of the divine realm have always regarded joining the God of War Pavilion as an honor. It is even rumored that 5 of the 8 sovereigns are 9th-grade war gods of the God of War Pavilion. Lord Devour's nickname is the Dancing Butterfly War God. She is a member of the God of War Pavilion, and she is a very famous war god. The lowest rank in the God of War Pavilion is 1st-grade war god, and the minimum requirement is the God General realm. Think about it, there are countless war gods in the divine realm, and the lowest rank is the God General realm. Who would dare to provoke the God of War Pavilion? The Dancing Butterfly War God. Yi Qinghan recalled the scene outside Sung City. When the 4 members of the Golden Horn divine clan heard Lord Devour's name, their faces suddenly turned pale, and they called out, "Dancing Butterfly War God," in fear, so that was what happened. Lord Devour was actually so famous in the divine realm. The 4 god generals were so scared that their legs trembled when they heard this name. Lord Devour's title of Dancing Butterfly War God must have been obtained by piling up countless corpses. You will slowly understand these things in the future. Don't send voice transmissions in the tribe. When your divine power reaches the 2nd grade and you leave the tribe, I will talk to you in detail. Elder Lu seemed to have some difficulties that he couldn't speak of. He didn't continue the conversation, leaving behind these words before falling silent. Yes. Cultivate diligently. When your strength is strong enough, you will think of a way to get the Flame Dragon Overlord. After that, I will also create a war god for fun. Yi Qinghan thought. Becoming a famous war god like Lord Devour. Countless people in the divine realm who heard this name would turn pale with fright. He couldn't help but feel excited, and his blood started to boil. Chapter 477. Let's go, Xiaohei. Let's go out for a walk. After resting in the attic for a day, Yi Qinghan waved to Xiaohei, who was pacing around in the room, and walked out. He decided to go to the place where he could get points to see what was going on. After turning a corner in the courtyard, Yi Qinghan walked on the row of attic passageways. Unexpectedly, he found that there was a dispute in front of him, surrounded by many people, and many people flew out of the courtyard to surround that side. He could not help but follow them curiously. Looking from a distance, he found two acquaintances. One of them was the blue-haired beautiful woman who had teleported with him, and next to her stood a woman in white. At this time, the blue-haired woman was staring at a strong man in black opposite her, seemingly arguing about something. This man in black was the messenger who had just gone to Yi Qinghan's place to persuade him to join Beast Maniac's side. Xiaohu, Lan Shui, has agreed to join our ice and snow valley. If you still dare to pester us, I won't be polite. Yi Qinghan listened attentively and happened to hear the cold words of the woman in white, which were very rude. Bullsh *t. Bingyu, Lan Shui, has just agreed to join our Beast King bloodline. It was you who interfered. If you continue to meddle in this matter, believe it or not, next time we go out, I will ask Boss Beast Maniac to take turns on you. The man in black was very angry and extremely insolent. The woman in white trembled with anger, and her face became even colder. Her eyes were full of anger. You, humph. Xiaohu, you trash, aren't you just relying on Beast Maniac to back you up? If you have the ability, let's go out of the tribe and fight one-on-one. Believe it or not, I will chop you into meat paste in 10 moves. And the woman in blue named Lan Shui, also looked at Xiaohu angrily, but did not say anything. She just watched silently, obviously not daring to offend him. After listening for a while, Yi Qinghan understood that Xiaohu's bluff must have scared Lan Shui, and made her agree to join the Beast King bloodline. But halfway through, Bingyu appeared and exposed the usual evil of the Beast King bloodline. Lan Shui came to her senses and turned to Yi Yarao's ice and snow valley. Thus, Xiaohu was unconvinced and stopped the two of them, starting a war of words. It seemed that the small fireworks tribe was very complicated. Yi Qinghan decided to keep a lower profile. Otherwise, he would be embroiled in a dispute between several factions. Although he was not afraid of it, it would definitely be very troublesome and annoying. After watching for a while, Yi Qinghan realized that in the tribe, the two of them only dared to spit insults at each other. They didn't dare to start a real fight. Feeling a bit bored, he prepared to leave. However, he noticed that the crowd had suddenly opened up a path and were looking back with complicated expressions. He couldn't help but be startled and looked over. With just one glance, Yi Qinghan's eyes immediately lit up with a strange splendor. He couldn't help but secretly applaud. What a peerless beauty! A woman in white slowly walked out from the back of the crowd. Her footsteps were slow, but it felt like her feet weren't moving at all. Her body was constantly floating over. And Yi Qinghan could clearly see that this woman didn't use a trace of divine power. She was definitely not flying in the air. He couldn't help but be secretly amazed. The woman was tall and slender, with exquisite features. She had the same silver hair as Yi Qingyu. She held a white sword in her hand, and her whole body was white. The most eye-catching thing was the woman's exposed skin. Yi Qinghan felt that, as white as snow, and skin as smooth as cream, could be used to describe this woman's skin. Her face, neck, palms, as long as it was exposed, there was not a trace of blemish. It was white and smooth, exuding a faint soft glow. It made people want to kiss it hard. The woman's face was expressionless, and her body didn't emit any divine power or temperament. But when Yi Qinghan looked at her, it was as if he was looking at an iceberg. This woman seemed to be born with a kind of cold temperament. Once a warrior entered the immortal level, he could use the power of the divine crystal to slightly change his appearance. Therefore, beautiful women were very common in the immortal realm. In the firework tribe, Yi Qinghan had seen many beautiful women. At least they weren't ugly. Therefore, to judge whether a woman in the immortal realm was beautiful or not, it depended on the temperament she inadvertently revealed. Cleopatra's whole body emitted a lewd temperament that could arouse the desire of men. And Lan Shui's every movement was gentle and elegant, which was also attractive. However, this woman naturally revealed a cold temperament, which was the most seductive, involuntarily attracting men. Sister alluring. Xiaohu, he. When Bingyu saw the woman coming, her eyes immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. she narrated to the cold woman with grief and indignation. When Xiaohu saw the woman coming, his body slightly shrank, and his face darkened. He seemed to be somewhat afraid of this woman. The cold woman listened to Bing Yu's narration expressionlessly. Then, she slightly raised her head and looked at Xiaohu with a pair of beautiful eyes. Her eyes emitted a trace of cold air that was visible to the naked eye. Her lips parted slightly, and a very pleasant voice that made people feel as if they had fallen into a cold cellar. I will count to 3. Scram immediately. Otherwise, once you leave the tribe, I will definitely kill you. You should know whether or not I mean what I said. Yi Alluring, you, don't go too far. Don't tell me you want to start a war with the berserk beast leader. The moment Xiaohu saw the cold look in the woman's eyes, he was so frightened that he suddenly took 3 or 4 steps back. Then, he felt that he had lost face in front of so many people. He hurriedly pointed at Yi Alluring and shouted angrily. 1, 2, swish. When Yi Alluring counted to 1, the strong man in black clothes, Xiaohu's body immediately surged with divine power. He suddenly turned around and ran into the distance. He ran so quickly that he disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. This woman was actually so ferocious, so valiant? Yi Qinghan secretly clicked his tongue. He had checked Xiaohu's strength. He was in the 2nd tier of the divine realm. Yi Qinghan didn't expect him to be so scared by Yi Alluring's words that he turned around and ran away, disregarding so many people present. As soon as Xiaohu left, the cold look in Yi Alluring's eyes disappeared. She regained her calm and indifferent expression, but people could still feel the coldness from her body. She turned around and nodded at Lan Shui. Then, she said indifferently, from now on, you will follow me. No one in the firework tribe will dare to touch you. After saying that, the woman turned around and left. However, she had only taken half a step when she suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked to the east. Her cold eyes were full of surprise, and her cold face also revealed a slight astonished expression. Then, she actually flew into the sky and flew to the east of the valley. Huh! The surrounding people were about to leave. Seeing Yi Alluring's expression, they immediately looked to the east. Their faces were filled with surprise, which eventually turned into joy. They quickly flew to the east. What's that? The east was the only entrance to the valley. Yi Qinghan looked to the east in confusion. After looking for a while, he didn't find anything. Then, his eyes suddenly widened, and his face revealed a shocked expression. Swish! At the same time, a few air-piercing sounds came from the valley. In the west of the valley, from the innermost large pavilion, the firework pavilion, several figures shot out rapidly. Above the countless small pavilions, countless figures also shot into the sky and rushed to the valley entrance. The beast tide has broken out in advance. Everyone in the tribe, gather at the valley entrance. A loud roar sounded out of nowhere in the valley. It was like a sudden clap of thunder in the middle of the night, exploding in the quiet valley. It was the tribe chief, Niu Potion's roar. Swish! This time, the entire firework tribe seemed to be in an uproar. Countless air-piercing sounds could be heard. Countless figures flew out from the small pavilions and rushed to the valley entrance. All of their faces were filled with fighting spirit and excitement. Roar! Ao! Woo! At this moment, there were countless strange roars that resounded throughout the world from outside the valley. The loud roars entered the valley and reverberated in the valley, causing the countless rookies that were hesitating to fly in mid-air to turn livid with fright. They were frightened out of their wits. Go! Xiao Hei! A hint of fanaticism flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He glanced at Xiao Hei. One man and one beast flew towards the valley entrance at lightning speed. Chapter 478. The firework tribe was surrounded on 3 sides by towering mountain peaks. One side was the entrance. This entrance was in the shape of a trumpet. The innermost part was only a few hundred meters wide. The entrance was a little narrow, a few thousand meters long. When it reached the outermost part, it was already a few thousand meters wide. However, the entrance to the valley was empty. One could clearly see the situation outside at a glance. There were no protective barriers or gates. When Yi Qinghan arrived at the entrance, there were already thousands of people and mythological beasts gathered there. They were all residents of the tribe. These people and mythological beasts were divided into 4 groups. They were all holding different kinds of weapons. They stood halfway through the entrance of the valley. All of them looked excited. They circulated their divine power and looked like they were ready for a big battle. On the other hand, Neopatian and the other 10 looked cold. They wore neat white soft armor and had a white cloak with a phoenix carved on it draped over their backs. The 11 of them did not walk to the front of the valley entrance. Instead, they stood at the back leisurely. They did not take out their weapons or circulate their divine power. It seemed like they were not prepared to fight. When Yi Qinghan and the group of newcomers saw this scene, they were puzzled. There were no obstructions at this trumpet entrance. The demonic beasts could charge straight into the valley. Moreover, the roars were getting closer. It seemed like there were many demonic beasts invading this time. Based on the roars, Yi Qinghan and the others could determine that these demonic beasts were at least as strong as divine tier warriors. The 11 strongest people in the valley were standing leisurely at the back. Were they preparing to watch a show? Woo! The demonic beasts finally appeared. A giant blood-red wolf emerged from the forest tens of thousands of meters away. It did not look much different from the wolves in the Fire Dragon continent, except that it was much bigger. It was over 30 meters long and over 10 meters tall. There was a row of spikes on its back that emitted a blood-red glow. 1, 2. In the blink of an eye, thousands of giant blood-red wolves emerged. They brought with them billowing dust as they charged towards the entrance of the valley with great momentum. Following closely behind them were giant apes. These apes were 40 to 50 meters tall, and their entire bodies were covered in gray, petrified skin. Their movements were very agile, and the sharp claws on their huge palms were as big as a human's head. Who knew if one's head would be crushed in an instant if they were to grab it? Behind the giant ape were many mantis-like demonic beasts. In front of them were 2 side-like arms that glowed with a black light. One look and anyone could tell that they were poisonous. Chi, Yi Qinghan and the nearby rookies drew a gasp. Even without sensing these fey beasts, their auras were at least at the sky god level. One might not be scary, but there were nearly 10,000 of them. That was terrifying. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of these demonic beasts. It was just that this was the first time he had seen such a large number of demonic beasts attacking in an orderly manner. Such a great momentum was always somewhat shocking. Blood wolf, stone ape, and poisonous mantis are all rank 2 demonic beasts. These bastards are going to be rich. Just when everyone was shocked, Neopatian burst into laughter. His tone was filled with disdain towards these demonic beasts. Rank 2 demonic beasts? Yi Qinghan was even more astonished. Didn't Cleopatra say that a rank 2 demonic beast would definitely kill an ordinary sky god? Why did the sky gods in the middle of the valley all look so relaxed and excited, as if they had nothing to fear? What were they relying on? After a while, Yi Qinghan finally understood what they were relying on. When nearly 10,000 demonic beasts rushed into the mouth of the loudspeaker, the ground of the mouth suddenly lit up with a milky white light. This light was very strange. It only covered the entire mouth of the mouth, but did not radiate outwards. At this moment, the entire mouth of the mouth seemed to have become a glass bottle filled with water. The strange thing was that once these demonic beasts stepped into the mouth, their movements actually slowed down. Every step seemed to consume a great deal of energy. Even so, the eyes of these demonic beasts were still emitting a devouring light as they continuously advanced into the valley. Kill. Charge. Let's go grab the credit god stones. Waha, I've made a fortune again. The moment the demonic beast stepped into the mouth of the passage, the thousands of people in the middle of the mouth of the passage all released their aura and divine power. They rushed forward like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. The movement of the martial artists is not affected? What kind of array is this? It's so powerful. A martial artist beside Yi Qinghan suddenly said in confusion. Yi Qinghan glanced at him and laughed. This person was the man with a horn and scale armor that was first hit by the silver-haired giant on the ascension platform. It was said that he called himself Demon Overlord. Hearing the voice behind him, Neopodian turned around with a gentle smile and explained to the crowd, "Haha, this is called the Beast Trapping Array. The effect is very obvious for rank 3 and below demonic beasts. Of course, the Beast Trapping Array in our small tribe is the simplest. If you go to Longyang City, the Beast Trapping Array there is more powerful. It can even trap rank 7 and rank 8 demonic beasts. If you think your strength is good, you can go up and hunt for a while. If you don't leave the Beast Trapping Array, I can guarantee your safety." Swish. As soon as Neopodian finished his words, more than 100 people from the hundreds of people present dashed forward and joined the battle between humans and demonic beasts. This man is not bad. Yi Qinghan nodded to himself and had a good impression of Neopodian. However, he wasn't going to hunt for demonic beasts. Instead, he turned his attention to the battlefield in front and observed carefully. "Know thyself and thy enemy, and you will never be defeated." Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting firewood. With such a good opportunity, Yi Qinghan naturally wanted to find out more about the demonic beasts. At the same time, he wanted to get a better understanding of the experts in the fireworks tribe. The battle in front was very intense. The few thousand people chose a good spot, which was right in the middle of the path and blocked the path of the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were huge in size, and a few martial artists were hunting one. Furthermore, the demonic beasts were slow, so the martial artists were just attacking. Whenever the demonic beasts attacked, they could easily dodge with a flash of their bodies. Rather than calling it a battle, it was better to call it a massacre. These demonic beasts only know simple material attacks? No special skills? But their defenses are too strong. How is it so hard to kill such fierce attacks that contain nomological laws? However, among these few thousand people, only a few have divine artifacts. There are even a few who are using treasured artifacts. Isn't the divine realm not lacking in divine artifacts? Yi Qinghan observed for a while and found something strange. The powerful demonic beasts in the flame dragon plane all had special skills. For example, the 8 demonic beasts on Purple Island all had powerful skills. There were no demonic beasts in the divine realm. Furthermore, these people had been in the fireworks tribe for decades, but they didn't even have a divine artifact. They were too poor. Actually, Yi Qinghan wasn't sure. Any one of these demonic beasts could go to a material plane and have a peak attack in defense. Even if they didn't have any skills, it would be difficult for ordinary divine realm experts to defeat them. As for divine artifacts, not every plane was as lucky as the flame dragon plane to have a fallen god mountain. That's beast frenzy. The Tao of destruction is indeed powerful. One person can actually easily kill a demonic beast. Yes, Cleopatra and that golden dragon are also not bad. This Yi Yao Rao is actually so ferocious? After pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan started to observe the few fierce people in the tribe. However, when he saw Yi Yao Rao, his eyes released a hint of amazement. Chapter 479. Shou Kuang was abnormally tall and muscular. He wore a full set of beast hide armor, and fine golden fur covered many of the exposed parts of his body. His hair was brown, but there wasn't a single strand of hair on his face. He didn't even have a beard, which was very strange. He held a huge mace in his hand. Every time he swung it, the air trembled and whistled. Every time he smashed it against a monster, it would take out a piece of flesh and blood. He was very ferocious. Yi Qinghan had tried it before. In the flame dragon plane, he could easily tear space apart, causing cracks to appear. However, in the immortal world, he couldn't even cause the slightest spatial tremor. The power of Berserk Beast's Tao of destruction was evident. She looked very charming, but her weapon made Yi Qinghan's jaw drop. It was a long blade, similar to the Guangong blade from Yi Qinghan's previous life. She swung the long blade around vigorously, but her body was like a butterfly, dancing gracefully. Her tight leather skirt revealed her perfect figure. Coupled with her enchanting aura, it was enough to make one's blood boil and unwilling to look away. That golden dragon wasn't as ferocious as Yi Qinghan had imagined. Its body was very small, not even as big as a blood wolf. However, its claws were extremely sharp. Every swipe of its claws could send a blood wolf flying and create a bloody mist. What stunned Yi Qinghan the most was none other than the icy beauty Yi Yaorao. Even in battle, Yi Yaorao's body was as cold as ice. Her footwork was still very strange. She didn't need to take a step, but her body kept moving. What shocked Yi Qinghan the most was her attacks. The long sword in her hand seemed to be stabbing at the blood wolf very casually, but it could easily stab the blood wolf. Then, the blood wolf that was stabbed by her didn't move at all, allowing her to continue waving the long sword and stabbing it again and again. It looked as if Yi Yaorao was stabbing at a dead, statue-like blood wolf with her sword. After a few stabs, the blood wolf collapsed to the ground. Then, her body floated gently, and she moved on to the next demon beast. She continued to stab it. Bing Yu, who was behind her, began to collect demon beast materials and cores. No. Yi Qinghan finally discovered something strange. Not a single drop of blood flowed out of the demon beasts that she stabbed. Furthermore, when the ice rain dissected the demon beasts' corpses, the flesh and internal organs inside could be faintly seen as ice, and cold air was constantly emitting from them. What kind of law was this? Ice law? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The moment the sword pierced through, his internal organs and body actually froze. This was too terrifying. No wonder Xiao Hu was so scared by her words that he wet his pants. Boss. Can I go and play? Just as Yi Qinghan was secretly observing, Xiao Hei's eyes suddenly lit up and he excitedly said to him. Huh? Yi Qinghan turned his head to look at Xiao Hei, and then transmitted a voice message with a smile. Go, be careful, don't get into conflict with the people in the tribe. All right. Boss, watch me, Xiao Hei, show my power. Xiao Hei happily somersaulted in the air, turning into a black shadow, dashing forward. Although the soul contract between Xiao Hei and Yi Qinghan had been changed into an equal contract by Lord Devour, Xiao Hei was still Yi Qinghan's beast. However, he was still Yi Qinghan's beast. He couldn't use body fusion, let alone soul devourer. Thus, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried that his identity would be exposed. Moreover, under the beast trapping array, the demon beast's movement was so slow that Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about Xiao Hei's safety. On the contrary, Yi Qinghan doubted whether Xiao Hei's attack could break the demon beast's defense. After all, the soul devourer beast was good at soul attacks. Until now, it had relied on the body fusion technique and its innate power to kill its enemies. Xiao Hei's speed was fast, even a little bit faster than Yi Qinghan. Not long after that, he had crossed the passage that was several thousand meters long, facing a stone ape with another lion-shaped divine beast. That lion-shaped divine beast looked at Xiao Hei, who was flying fast to join the battle, and showed a trace of disdain. After all, Xiao Hei was too small, only the size of a human head. Compared to the stone ape, he was like a bee compared to a human. He also looked like a non-aggressive spirit pet from the god world. That stone ape didn't even look at Xiao Hei. It waved its huge claws and continuously chased after the lion-shaped divine beast. This lion-shaped divine beast's attack clearly wasn't very powerful, and it couldn't break the stone ape's defense. However, its speed was very fast. The two beasts were in a deadlock, and no one could do anything to the other. Xiao Hei directly flew onto the stone ape's thick arm. After a few leaps, he jumped onto the stone ape's shoulder, and finally pounced towards the stone ape's neck. Ayo! Suddenly, this stone ape suddenly roared in pain, and its body started to writhe non-stop. This scared the lion-shaped divine beast, and it also scared Yi Qinghan, who was staring at Xiao Hei from afar. The stone ape's face suddenly became abnormally painful, and its two huge palms also quickly swept towards its neck. Its body also started to tremble. Swish! When Xiao Hei's palms were waving towards it, he jumped down easily. His mouth was actually full of dark red blood, and his pair of small eyes were filled with pride. Meanwhile, that stone ape's body started to tremble even more violently. Suddenly, it fell to the ground with a boom, and its body started to twitch unceasingly. Under the two palms on its neck, there was a black hole that was so deep that bones could be seen. At this moment, blood was continuously gushing out. After a while, this stone ape completely stopped breathing with its big eyes that were the size of a human head. Chi, the lion-shaped divine beast, looked at the big hole in the stone ape's neck in disbelief, and then turned to look at Xiao Hei, whose mouth was full of blood, and whose ghastly white teeth were emitting a cold light. Suddenly, as if it had seen a dreadful beast, it turned around and fled into the distance. The few divine beasts and martial artists at the side also saw the situation, and they all looked at Xiao Hei's white teeth in horror, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. What was this little beast's teeth made of? How could they be so sharp? The stone ape's defense was extremely strong. Even if an ordinary person was wielding a sacred weapon, they would not be able to break through the stone ape's defense if their nomological law attack was not powerful. However, this little beast had actually opened up a big hole in the stone ape's neck in the blink of an eye, and killed it easily. If this little beast had bitten its neck, then, haha. Xiao Hei, good job. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was ecstatic as he clenched his fist and shouted loudly. He knew that Xiao Hei's teeth were very hard and sharp. Whenever Xiao Hei was summoned, he would chew on demonic crystals and eat them as if they were his meals. Moreover, in the savage mountains, his mouth was even more invincible. It was just that after awakening the body fusion combat technique, Xiao Hei had never fought alone again. Unexpectedly, now that Xiao Hei had become a god, his teeth were actually so sharp that they could even easily break through the defense of a level 2 demonic beast. This was an unexpected surprise. Hee, boss, I'm amazing, right? When Xiao Hei heard Yi Qinghan's shout, he became even more excited. He turned his head and shouted loudly, then continued to pounce on the demonic beast in front of him. As for the stone ape's corpse on the ground, no one dared to collect its materials and core. Obviously, they were afraid that Xiao Hei would bear a grudge against them. Swish! 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 A row of gazes swept towards Yi Qinghan. Boss! If the little brother was so amazing, then wouldn't the boss be even more amazing? The 200-odd people at the entrance of the valley looked at Yi Qinghan and silently decided in their hearts that he was one of the people that they should not offend. Even the 10 godly generals of the law enforcement team looked at Yi Qinghan with slight astonishment. You little beast, are very good. Neopodian also had a look of admiration on his face. He glanced at Xiao Hei, then turned his head and said to Yi Qinghan with a slightly deeper meaning. Hee. It's just that his teeth are slightly sharper. Lord Patian is too kind. Yi Qinghan hastily shrunk back and cupped his hands respectfully towards Neopodian. However, he was secretly groaning in his heart. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but he had become the center of attention in just 2 days. He was afraid that many people would be eyeing him after this. Chapter 480. As time passed, more and more demonic beasts fell to the ground. More than half of them had been killed. The thousands of sky gods and divine beasts at the entrance of the valley were getting more and more courageous. Although there were still countless demonic beasts surrounding the valley, they were still swarming into the valley. Their earth-shattering roars did not stop. However, Yi Qinghan and the rest were not worried at all. Instead, more people rushed forward to fight. This kind of battle was too satisfying. With the beast trapping formation, it was equivalent to picking up a large number of points and divine stones. Yi Qinghan still did not move even though Xiao Hei had killed more than 10 demonic beasts. Furthermore, these demonic beasts' corpses were lying on the ground. No one dared to collect the materials and cores. However, Yi Qinghan still did not move. Although these materials and cores were worth a lot of money, Yi Qinghan did not intend to expose himself. After all, these demonic beasts' defense was too strong. If he did not use the slaughter god blade, he would definitely not be able to cut open the corpses. However, if he used it, people would definitely notice that this blade was different. The slaughter god blade might look like a sage artifact, but Yi Qinghan was very clear that it was definitely not a sage artifact. This was because its sharpness was even stronger than the divine sword in the unfettered pavilion. As for the divine sword, Yi Qinghan did not dare to touch it. If he exposed that divine sword, he was afraid that a large number of people would come to kill him. Xiao He killed another stone ape and felt that it was boring. He turned around and started to dig up the materials of the demonic beasts that he had killed. However, he had no idea what materials these beasts could be used to exchange for points and divine stones. As a result, he only cut open the beasts' heads and dug out their nadins, tossing them into the space ring around his neck. Afterwards, he ran back and tossed them all to Yi Qinghan. "Lord Padian, can I trouble you to exchange all these cores for points?" Yi Qinghan did not keep the cores. Instead, he turned around and cupped his hands towards Neopadian. 33 grade 2 demonic beast cores, 20 points and 20 honor points each. Deducting 10 points from the ring, a total of 650 points and 660 honor points. Drip a drop of blood on this point ring and bind it to its master. With your soul aura, it'll be useless even if others snatch it away. In the future, you can exchange points with the members of the law enforcement team. The first day of every month is the day to exchange points. Since you're a newbie, we'll make an exception and exchange points for you this time. Neopadian scanned the ground indifferently and put the beast core into his spatial ring with a wave of his hand. He then took out a black ring and threw it to Yi Qinghan. Thank you, sir." Yi Qinghan felt ashamed, and his impression of Neopadian increased a little. Then, he flipped his hand and looked at the black ring. As expected. On the surface of the ring, there was a row of white words, 650, and yellow words, 660. It seemed that these were the points and honor points. After throwing the ring into his spatial ring, Yi Qinghan took out the divine world records and began to flip through it. He had seen the introduction of demonic beasts in the past. Now that he was looking at it, he quickly found it. He hurriedly said to Xiao He, who was wiping his mouth, "Xiao He, go and dig out the brown skin on the stone ape's chest. Also, dig out the reddest spike on the blood wolf's back. Dig out the poison sac in the body of the poisonous mantis as well. These are worth some points. As for the rest, forget about it." Xiao He nodded and rushed forward. The people beside him rolled their eyes. Forget about the rest? He was actually so rich and so wasteful. If they collected all of them, they would be worth more than 100 points. He actually didn't want them? Of course, they didn't dare to go and inspect the corpses. After all, many people from the 3 factions were eyeing these corpses. It wouldn't be good to offend them in the future. They could only look at Yi Qinghan with envy and jealousy. This boss didn't look very powerful, but it was good to have a strong and obedient little brother. He could just sit and collect money. Xiao He ran back and forth a few times before he finished collecting all the materials. There was no other way. The spatial ring was too small and could only hold so much at one time. When he was finally done, he squatted beside Yi Qinghan and didn't go out. Yi Qinghan knew very well that stealing divine stones for points was the most offensive. He hadn't cultivated his divine power yet, and he didn't fully understand the situation in the firework tribe. It was better not to make more enemies. Another half a day passed. A day in the divine world was several times longer than in the flame dragon plane. After fighting for so long, the sky still wasn't dark. However, the god-rank powerhouses that rushed out had very strong divine power. It wouldn't be a problem for them to fight for half a month. Neopadian didn't leave, nor did he give any orders. Yi Qinghan and those who didn't dare go out could only sit cross-legged and wait for the demonic beasts to be slaughtered. Everyone, retreat and return to the tribe. After more than 2 hours, Yi Qinghan, who was sitting cross-legged, was suddenly awakened by Niu Potion's angry roar. He couldn't help but look at Niu Patian in surprise. Many people who were sitting cross-legged and cultivating were also shocked. They all looked at Niu Patian. Swish! Niu Potion's expression suddenly became very serious. He actually flew back into the tribe without looking back. The 10 god generals of the law enforcement team also looked very bitter. They all shouted, "What are you waiting for? There's a powerful demonic beast running in this direction. It's at least a 3rd-level demonic beast. If you don't want to die, hurry up and go back." After saying that, these god generals all turned around and flew back. What? Countless people's expressions changed. They abandoned the demonic beasts they were fighting and began to flee frantically into the valley. Even those who were collecting the corpses on the ground got up hurriedly. They didn't care about the precious materials on the ground and ran into the valley. Yi Qinghan also picked up Xiao He and ran into the valley immediately. In an instant, the previously bustling passageway was completely empty. There were still about 1,000 demonic beasts left, and they continued to rush into the valley. Buzz! At this time, the 3 mountains in the valley suddenly lit up with a blue light. Then, the entrance to the valley also lit up with a blue light. A blue shield enveloped the entire valley. At this time, Niu Patian flew out of the firework pavilion. He was obviously relieved, but he still looked at the valley passageway through the blue shield with a serious expression. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps came from outside the valley. With each footstep, the ground around the valley began to tremble. Yi Qinghan felt his heart beating violently along with the footsteps. It was as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He felt strangely stuffy and very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but look out of the valley passageway with a pale face. After looking for a while, Niu Patian suddenly widened his eyes and his expression became even more gloomy. He turned to one of the god generals and roared, "Damn it, it's a 4th-level demonic beast, the heaven-shaking Xianxia beast. Niu Zhantian, hurry up and send out a signal to ask for help from Fengwu City. Open the teleportation portal. If it doesn't work, prepare to evacuate the firework tribe. F***CK, this is too much. Why is there a 4th-level demonic beast? A 4th-level demonic beast, the heaven-shaking Xianxia beast? When the 10 god generals and a small number of tribesmen heard Niu Potion's roar, they all widened their eyes in horror. One of the divine generals was stunned for a moment before he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the fire pavilion. However, in his panic, he almost crashed into one of the pavilions. Chapter 481. Sky-shaking Xianxia beast. Yi Qinghan stared at the huge beast outside the valley. His muscles tensed up involuntarily. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying demon beast. He felt as if his blood was boiling, and his body was burning hot. Outside the valley, a huge demon beast was slowly approaching. However, each step it took covered a few hundred meters. This beast was 100 meters tall and several hundred meters long. Its entire body was covered in green scales. It had the mouth of a wolf, the head of a lion, and the body of a tiger. There was a golden horn that was more than 10 meters long on its head, and 2 slightly curved fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth. There were 2 green wings on its back, but for some reason, it didn't fly. Its 4 legs were like stone pillars, and below them were sharp black claws. This sky-shaking Xianxia beast didn't emit any aura, but anyone who saw it would feel a strong sense of oppression. Just one look at it would fill their hearts with endless fear, as if it was an undefeatable existence. Bang! 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 Every step the sky-shaking Xianxia beast took caused the ground to tremble, and the hearts of the people in the valley at the back of the mountain also beat violently. As it got closer, their hearts beat even harder. Everyone stared at the huge beast in a daze. They were extremely nervous. They didn't know if the thin barrier could withstand a few attacks from this beast. Some of the newcomers even started to slowly approach Niu Patian. Danger was approaching. They subconsciously moved closer to the strongest person in the tribe, hoping to find some sense of security. Whoosh! At this moment, the protective barrier above the firework tribe suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. The top of the protective barrier suddenly emitted a strong beam of light. This beam of light shot into the sky, and then bloomed tens of thousands of meters in the sky, illuminating the surrounding area. Immediately after, another beam of light shot into the sky and continued to bloom. This, the distress signal from the immortal realm, is indeed different. Even the god-rank experts that are hundreds of thousands of miles away can probably sense the distress signal from here. It's so powerful. Yi Qinghan looked at the constantly blooming light in the sky and calmed down slightly. There were countless experts in the immortal realm. They would definitely rush here as soon as they saw the distress signal. However, he didn't know how long the barrier could withstand this sky-shaking Xianxia beast. Pfft! The heaven-shaking Xianxia beast walked to the entrance of the valley and looked at the blue light barrier in the valley. A trace of rage flashed in its two bronze hammer-like eyes. Two streams of white mist came out of its nostrils as it sped up into the valley. The remaining blood wolves, stone apes, and venomous mantises in the tunnel all prostrated themselves on the ground when they heard the sky-shaking Xianxia beast's breath. They shivered in fear and no longer dashed into the valley. While Yi Qinghan was amazed, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. These LV2 demonic beasts didn't seem to have any intelligence, but they were able to sense the might of the sky-shaking Xianxia beast and took the initiative to submit. And this heaven-shaking Xianxia beast was a level 4 demonic beast. Even though it was such a powerful existence, it didn't seem to have gained sentience. It only had the instincts of a beast. He couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. Why was this demonic beast so powerful, yet it didn't have any intelligence? Could it be that there was some sort of secret hidden within? F***CK. While he was deep in thought, Yi Qinghan realized that the sky-shaking Xianxia beast wasn't affected by the beast trapping array. It continued to advance a few hundred meters with each step. In the blink of an eye, it had covered half the distance and was about to reach the front of the blue light barrier. The sound of its footsteps caused everyone's hearts to beat even more violently. Everyone, get out of the firework pavilion and prepare to teleport out. Niu Zhantian, prepare to wake the young mistress. If the barrier can't hold, inform the young mistress to evacuate immediately. Niu Patian looked at the countless people behind him and began to frantically circulate his divine power to resist the effects of the footsteps. With a wave of his hand, a white divine domain enveloped the entire firework tribe, reducing the pressure on everyone. Only then did he turn his head and shout at everyone. No one hesitated. Under Niu Potion's command, everyone flew towards the firework pavilion and stood on the empty ground outside. Of course, no one dared to enter. Yi Qinghan carried Xiao He and looked inside. He was thinking about what Niu Patian had said. From his tone, it seemed like there was a noble young mistress in seclusion in the firework pavilion. Bang! Bang! Under the nervous gazes of thousands of people, the sky-shaking Xianxia beast finally walked to the front of the blue barrier. The anger in its eyes was even more intense. It looked left and right, then raised its head and roared. Its thick front legs were raised high, and the 6 eagle claws in front of its legs were emitting a black light as they clawed at the blue barrier. Buzz! At this moment, Niu Patian, who was in front of the valley, retracted his divine domain. A dazzling silver spear appeared in his hand. He circulated his divine power and his eyes emitted rays of light. It was as if he was ready to fight. Crackle, crackle. The black claws clawed at the blue barrier, causing it to shake. At the same time, the place where it was clawed lit up with white lightning. Sparks flew everywhere, and it felt as if the blue barrier was being torn apart by the claws. Niu Patian, on the other hand, was so scared that his face turned slightly pale. He put away the long spear in his hand and ran towards the firework pavilion. It was obvious that he was no match for this demonic beast. Damn it! I heard that this sky-shaking Xianxia beast is very strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. I don't think the barrier will last for more than 2 to 4 hours. Once the barrier is broken, the firework tribe will suffer a great loss. The crowd did not even dare to breathe. A god general at the entrance of the firework pavilion sighed and said bitterly. What loss is there? At worst, we can just teleport away and let the people of Dancing Phoenix City kill this demonic beast. Then we can come back, right? Besides, doesn't the tribe belong to Dancing Phoenix City? Even if there is a loss, it should be the city lord's loss. The god general's words caused a small number of people to be puzzled. A newcomer could not help but mutter. What do you know? This tribe belongs to Little Lord Patian. Nominally, it belongs to Dancing Phoenix City. But when it was attacked by the demonic beast, it was Lord Patian who suffered losses. Otherwise, Lord Patian would have teleported us away. No loss? Do you know how many divine stones this barrier costs, you idiot? At least 5 million divine stones. An ordinary heavenly god would not be able to earn that many divine stones even if they spent 100,000 years of their life. Humph. The god general's eyes and ears were extremely sharp. When he heard that person's mutter, a trace of anger flashed across his eyes as he roared. 5 million divine stones? Yi Qinghan swallowed his saliva. After reading the records of the divine world, he was very clear that if he sold the grade 2 demonic beast core to Nyo Patian, he would only be able to earn 20 divine stones and no honor points. If he sold it to the battle god pavilion, it would probably be more expensive. But if he relied on killing grade 2 demonic beasts, he might not even be able to accumulate 5 million divine stones in 100,000 years. Of course, killing grade 3 and grade 4 demonic beasts would definitely earn him more divine stones. But, could ordinary godly experts kill them? There was a grade 4 demonic beast outside, but even the third stage god general Nyo Patian did not dare to resist it. Crackle, crackle. The sky-shaking Xianxia beast continued to attack the barrier with its giant claws. As it attacked, sparks flew everywhere. The color of the barrier started to fade. Everyone knew that when the barrier turned completely white, it would completely shatter. After a while, the sky-shaking Xianxia beast seemed to feel that this kind of attack was not enough, and the anger in its eyes intensified. It shook its gigantic head and actually began to turn around. It retreated 100 meters, lowered its head, and with the golden horn on its head, it madly rammed into the blue light barrier. Boom! A booming sound rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to burst. The entire valley shook at that moment. After the blue light barrier shone with a dazzling light, the blue color became much fainter. It was clear that this attack had consumed a lot of energy. Damn it! I can't hold on any longer. The firework tribe is finished. Everyone, prepare to retreat. A trace of bitterness flashed across Nyo Patian's eyes. He turned around and flew towards the firework pavilion. Chapter 482. Sigh. Retreat. Inform the young mistress to come out of seclusion. At the sight of Nyo Patian's bitter expression, the 10 immortal generals of the law enforcement team also turned gloomy. Nyo Patian said to a person beside him, preparing to let all the members of the tribe enter the fire pavilion and go to Fengwu City through the teleportation formation. Many people looked at the fireworks tribe with nostalgia. They had lived in this tribe for decades and had developed some feelings for it. If it was a normal departure, they would not feel sad. But now, they could only watch helplessly as their tribe was destroyed. Chirp chirp, at this moment, a loud and clear eagle cry came from the eastern sky. Everyone was stunned. Nyo Patian, who was flying in the air, suddenly stopped. He looked towards the eastern sky in bewilderment, and shouted with a face full of ecstasy, "White-winged eagle! The Tusk War God! Haha! Cancel the retreat order. The fireworks tribe is saved." The Tusk War God? Nyo Xianxia, who had been rushing to the fireworks pavilion, trembled and shouted excitedly, "It's the legendary Tusk War God." "Ha, thank you, Supreme Shen Huang. The tribe is saved." What was going on? Yi Qinghan had been rushing to the fireworks pavilion with the others, but he was blocked by a few godly generals in front of him. Hearing Nyo Patian and Nyo Xianxian's words, he quickly looked up. 10,000 meters up in the sky, a white shadow grew larger and larger in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed a distance of 10,000 meters and was flying toward the valley at high speed. That eagle was so big and beautiful. The first thing Yi Qinghan saw was a large, snow-white eagle with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters. Only its two ice-cold eyes were red. The rest of its body was snow-white, without a trace of impurity. The eagle was as fast as lightning and could actually fly 10,000 meters high. There was someone on the eagle. A figure was holding a weapon that looked like a halberd and stood proudly. However, his attire surprised Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was too familiar with this attire. Black armor, black boots, a black bamboo hat on his head, and a black demon cloak fluttering in the wind. It was actually the strange battle robe that Elder Lu had given him when he was fighting the Golden Horn God race outside Tsang City. Tusk War God? Does it look awesome? At the very least, this method of entrance made Yi Qinghan endlessly envious. How cool! Stepping on a divine eagle, holding a halberd, tearing through the air, it was simply too cool. Xiao! Neopatian and Divine General Sima both rose into the air and stood in front of the valley. Then, they patted their chests with their left hands and raised their weapons with their right hands. It seemed to be welcoming the arrival of the god of war. The people in the tribe obviously didn't know much about what was going on outside, and they probably hadn't heard of the Tusk War God either. They all silently watched the giant eagle and the Tusk War God getting closer and closer. Chirp chirp, the white eagle let out another long cry, and the person on its back suddenly moved. He stepped on the white eagle's back with one foot and glided down from 10,000 meters in the air toward the valley. His right hand was still holding the halberd, and the demon cloak behind him fluttered in the air. His figure was extremely elegant, like an invincible god descending to the mortal world. Ha! The black-robed man didn't even look at the Class 2 demon beast that was crawling in the tunnel. He flew into the tunnel like a lightning bolt. When he was halfway through the tunnel, he raised the halberd in his hand up high. A white wave of qi burst out from the halberd, and a muffled roar came from under the bamboo hat. The halberd was aimed at the head of the sky-shaking Xianxia beast, which sensed danger and turned around. Visible white cracks appeared in the space where the wave of air passed by. The air was also burning and rolling, creating waves of ripples. Hiss! The sky-shaking Xianxia beast seemed to have sensed the ferocious energy contained in the wave of air when it saw the white wave of air smashing down on it. A trace of fear flashed across its two bell-sized eyes, but it didn't hesitate to grab at the halberd with its two huge black claws. Boom! Just when everyone thought that the man and the demonic beast would have a fierce battle, they didn't expect that when the wave of air collided with the sharp claws of the sky-shaking Xianxia beast, the demonic beast was directly repelled, smashed into the blue light shield, and then bounced back. Finally, it rolled a few times at the entrance of the tunnel and fell to the ground. Was it dead? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and looked at the people around him in disbelief, only to find that they were also looking at him with the same puzzled expression. Obviously, they didn't believe that such a powerful demonic beast, which even Neopatian, a third-layer divine general, didn't dare to fight, could be killed by a casual blow. Swish! At this moment, Neopatian suddenly soared into the sky and quickly flew into the fire pavilion. He actually directly closed the defensive barrier. Everyone, follow me to welcome the Tusk War God. Those who have offended the Lord will be killed immediately. When Neopatian flew out of the firework pavilion again, a voice transmission sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone came to their senses and hurriedly followed Neopatian to the front of the valley. They were shocked that the sky-shaking Xianxia beast was really dead. Neopatian of the firework tribe and the people of our tribe welcome the Tusk War God. Thank you, Lord, for killing the demonic beast and saving our tribe. We are very grateful. Neopatian walked to the front, stuck the weapon in his hand into the ground, knelt down on one knee, cupped his fists, and shouted in a deep voice. Greetings, Tusk War God. The 10 divine generals and thousands of people of the tribe followed Neopatian's signal and knelt down on one knee to show their respect. Oh. Someone in this small tribe knows me? The Tusk War God was slightly surprised. He turned around and revealed half of his white face. Everyone in the Longyang Prefecture knows about the Tusk War God. Lord, you are the top genius of the Longyang Prefecture. I am a collateral disciple of the Niu clan of Longyang City. I was fortunate enough to hear some of your deeds in Longyang City and have always admired you. Now that I have met you, I have no regrets in my life. Niu Patian stood up and said in a clear voice. His words were passionate and sincere, and his face was full of fanaticism. Apparently, he really admired the Tusk War God. Huh, you really know how to talk. Today, I was going to pick up a medicinal herb nearby and saw that you had sent out a rescue signal, so I came to take a look. Well, I will reward this demonic beast material to your tribe. The Tusk War God let out a long laugh. His laughter was still echoing in the valley, but his body shot up to the sky and flew toward Baiying. Thank you, Lord, for the reward. Farewell, Lord. Niu Potion's eyes were full of admiration. He bowed deeply again, then turned to the crowd and shouted, What are you waiting for? Send off, Lord. Farewell, Lord. Everyone hurriedly came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed again. However, their faces still had the same astonished expression from before. This demonic beast material is a reward to your tribe. Yi Qinghan was still thinking about this sentence. A level 4 demonic beast material was given to the tribe just like that? This was too extravagant. Yi Qinghan had read the description of the demonic beast material. Although he was not sure how many points and god stones this sky-shaking Xianxia beast was worth, he remembered that as the level of the demonic beast increased, the number of god stones it could be exchanged for would increase exponentially. A demonic beast's entire body would not be worth a few god stones. A level 2 demonic beast might be worth nearly 100 god stones, but a level 3 demonic beast would be worth nearly 10,000 god stones. The entire body of a demonic beast would not be worth more than a few god stones. A level 2 demonic beast might be worth nearly 100 god stones, but a level 3 demonic beast would be worth nearly 10,000 god stones. A level 4 demonic beast was worth hundreds of thousands of god stones. Hundreds of thousands of god stones were given away just like that. What kind of boldness was that? Oh my God. The sky-shaking Xianxia beast's internal organs were all shattered by the Tusk War God's slash. It died just like that. Several godly generals began to dissect the sky-shaking Xianxia beast's body happily. They only cut open the skin and flesh, but found that the bones and internal organs were all shattered. They could not help but exclaim in surprise. Originally, the crowd did not know how this demonic beast died so easily. Now, it seemed that the Tusk War God's halberd had shattered all its internal organs. How could it not die? Chi, the thousands of people in the valley all gasped in surprise. Under the halberd's attack, the sky-shaking Xianxia beast looked fine, but its internal organs were all shattered. What kind of magical power was this? This Tusk War God was actually this powerful. Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled. He looked up at Baiying, who had already turned into a small white, and his heart began to burn. This was a true powerhouse. With a casual strike, he killed a demonic beast in seconds. Hundreds of thousands of god stones were rewarded just like that. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with fanaticism. His first goal in the immortal realm was to become a powerful existence like the Tusk War God. As long as he became such a powerful existence, wouldn't it be easy to obtain the position of the Fire Dragon Overlord? Chapter 483. Now that the danger was over, the fireworks tribe regained its relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. After the god generals finished dissecting the sky-shaking Xianxia beast, Shou Kuangyan and the Golden Dragon led the group to kill the level 2 demon beasts outside the valley. The demon beasts sensed that the power of the sky-shaking Xianxia beast had disappeared and began to slowly advance into the valley. Niu Patian was in a good mood when he saw that the fireworks tribe had been saved. He stored all the materials of the sky-shaking Xianxia beast into his spatial ring. At the same time, he announced that every newcomer in the tribe would receive 1,000 points and 1,000 honor points. As for the older members of the tribe, they would not receive any. The level 2 demon beasts that attacked this time would be a huge gain for them. As soon as Neopodian finished speaking, all the newcomers in the tribe cheered and danced. Of the 300 newcomers, more than 200 had rushed out, but apart from Yi Qinghan and a few others, none of them had gained anything. Yi Qinghan was also slightly happy, but he did not care too much. As long as he cultivated his divine power, it would be easy for him to kill level 2 demon beasts with his body fusion combat technique. These points were nothing to him. When the sky was completely dark, 2 more purple moon queen stars hung in the sky. The demon beasts outside the passage were finally cleared. The emissary from Fengwu City had also arrived late, but only a red-robed emissary came. He simply asked a few questions and then left through the fire pavilion's teleportation array. Clearly, he did not care much about the fireworks tribe. Otherwise, the rescue team would have arrived long ago. The fireworks tribe regained its peace. Yi Qinghan was no longer in the mood to wander around, so he returned to his pavilion with Xiao He. After the battle during the day, the fireworks tribe was unusually quiet at night. The entire valley was so quiet that even a stray cat could be heard by all the warriors in the tribe. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan could not help but feel curious. He transmitted his voice to Elder Lu again, asking about the sky-shaking Xianxia beast and the tusk war god. Elder Lu remained silent for a moment. He extended his divine senses and sensed for a moment before replying, a level 4 demonic beast is comparable to a peak stage god general. Furthermore, this sky-shaking Xianxia beast is one of the more powerful level 4 demonic beasts. The Tusk War God was indeed famous, but it was not because of his strength, but because of his cultivation speed. Based on what you said, I reckon that he has already reached the level of a 4th grade war god. A 4th grade war god has the strength of a peak god king. It would be easy for him to instantly kill a demonic beast at the peak of the god general level. This fanged war god specialized in one type of law, and its attack power was extremely powerful. Not to mention a 4th level demonic beast, it could probably even kill a 5th level demonic beast. This Tusk War God has cultivated for less than 1,000 years, yet he's able to achieve such strength. He can be considered a peerless genius in the 6 continents. 4th grade war god. Peak stage god king. Yi Qinghan thought about how the Tusk War God's halberd had shattered all the internal organs of the sky-shaking Xianxia beast and sighed inwardly. Then, he sent a voice transmission doubtfully, but he has cultivated for 1,000 years and is only at the pinnacle of God King. That's not very fast. He had only cultivated for about 20 years, but his comprehension of the laws had already reached the divine general realm. He only needed to cultivate his divine power to reach the divine general realm. For someone who was only in his 30s, 1,000 years was indeed a very long time. Humph, little Han, your luck is heaven-defying. Of course it can't be compared to yours. Think about it, there are many treasures like the Carefree Pavilion in the entire immortal realm. Moreover, ever since the owner of the illusory palace passed away, no one has been able to enter it. You don't know how lucky you are. The Carefree Pavilion and the illusory palace cost you several hundred years of cultivation time. Elder Lu said angrily. He had never known the use of the large eyes on top of the Carefree Pavilion. It was only later that he found out that it was connected to the Soul Emperor's famous illusory palace. Although he was the Soul Emperor's servant, he had heard of the illusory palace but had never entered it. He only found out after Yi Qinghan told him. He paused for a moment before continuing. Don't think that comprehending the law is easy, especially for someone like the Tusk War God, who specialized in one type of law. It's even more difficult to cultivate. However, someone like him, who cultivates only one type of law, has the strongest attack power. Oh? What do you mean? Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued when he heard Elder Lu talk about cultivation. Yi Qinghan knew very little about cultivation after reaching the immortal realm, and Elder Lu had never explained it to him in detail. Now that Elder Lu had taken the initiative to talk about it, he naturally had to listen carefully. Elder Lu was silent for a moment before continuing. Originally, I wanted to tell you about this after your divine power has increased. Forget it, I'll tell you about it now. In the cultivation of the immortal realm, the first thing to cultivate is the law. Divine power and the soul are secondary. In the cultivation of the law, there are methods of comprehending one type of law or comprehending several types of law. For example, if you cultivate the law of space, if you continue to comprehend it and fuse it again and again, your comprehension of the profound mysteries of the law will continue to increase. The basic profound mysteries will become elementary profound mysteries, and the elementary profound mysteries will become intermediate. In this way, you will be able to continuously increase your cultivation level. There is another method. An immortal realm cultivator's soul is powerful, so it is easy for them to comprehend various laws. You can choose to comprehend other laws. The more basic profound mysteries you comprehend, the higher your cultivation level will be. This is easy to understand. One pursues quality, while the other pursues quantity. It is obvious that a cultivator who cultivates a single type of law will have stronger offense and defense. After all, they have fused the profound mysteries of the law, and the profound mysteries they comprehend will be of a higher grade. Oh. So that's how it is. Yi Qinghan finally understood. Elder Lu probably hadn't told him this before because he wanted to wait until his cultivation level had stabilized to the immortal general realm before telling him in detail. He could choose to cultivate the law of space alone, comprehend the other two basic profound mysteries, and then fuse the elementary profound mystery. Then, he would fuse the intermediate profound mystery. The more he fused, the more powerful he would become. For example, absolute comprehension could contend against absolute will, but it was obviously very difficult to fuse. He could also choose to continuously comprehend other laws of heaven and earth, such as wind, fire, destruction, and so on. The foundation of this comprehension would be much simpler, but it would not be very powerful. After all, no matter how many there were, it would not cause a qualitative change. Little Han, I'll discuss this with you in detail later. Right now, the only thing you need to do is cultivate your divine power. Stabilize your immortal general realm. Brat, your luck is really heaven-defying. The moment you cultivate your divine power, you will become an immortal general. You are much stronger than an old monster like me, who has cultivated for 10,000 years. When the time comes, I will need your protection. Hee hee. Elder Lu transmitted his voice again. His words were full of mockery, but there was no trace of jealousy. Instead, he was very pleased. The first time he met Yi Qinghan, he had not even reached the emperor stage. In the blink of an eye, only 20 years had passed, and Yi Qinghan was already stronger than him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly thought of something and transmitted his voice anxiously. Little Han, you said that your leader gave you 1,000 points. Have the points been distributed yet? Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice in confusion. Not yet. What's wrong, Elder Lu? That's good. Hee hee. Elder Lu chuckled and transmitted his voice again. When the time comes, you don't want points. You want divine stones. Also, don't exchange all the materials that Xiao He obtained for points. Exchange them for divine stones. Exchange them for divine stones? Divine stones are useless to me now. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He did not understand Elder Lu's intentions. An immortal did not need to eat or drink. He did not need to buy anything now, so what was the use of divine stones? Exchanging them for points to obtain an immortal realm badge was the right thing to do. Idiot, divine stones are very useful. I have divine stones in my spatial ring, but they are not from the floating continent. You need to exchange for them, and I can't show myself now. Otherwise, I would have bought a large number of low-grade divine pills for you. Elder Lu sighed helplessly. Then, he said excitedly, I did not expect you to obtain some divine stones. Things are easy now. After you get your hands on the divine stones, you can go to the Battle God Pavilion's people and exchange them for divine pills that can increase your divine power. You can quickly increase your divine power. Once you're strong enough, you can go hunt demonic beasts. Points and divine stones will come to you. We can leave the firework tribe and travel to other continents. Chapter 484. Why didn't you say so earlier? Otherwise, I wouldn't have exchanged my 30 demonic beast cores for points. A few hundred divine stones. Yi Qinghan scratched his head. Elder Lu had not told him that the firework tribe had elixirs that could increase one's divine power rapidly. Now that he thought about it, he could only blame himself for being an idiot. Elder Lu had told him that the people of the God of War Pavilion had basically everything. As long as they had divine stones, they could even buy God Emperor's divine crystals. How would I know that you would get divine stones by accident? Forget it, these divine stones can't buy precious elixirs. A few hundred divine stones doesn't matter. They can only help you speed up your cultivation. Elder Lu sighed innocently. Oh, Elder Lu. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of something and sent a telepathic message to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, the battle robe you gave me is exactly the same as the one worn by the Tusk War God. Is this the special robe of the War God? Is it yours? Are you a war god? This. Of course I'm not a war god. Didn't I tell you that a first-grade war god has to be at least a god general? The robe I gave you was actually a black market merchant from the divine realm. It's fake. The real wargod's robe has a special ability. It is said that a high-grade 7th or 8th grade wargod's robe can withstand an attack from an ordinary emperor god. Elder Lu said awkwardly after a moment of silence. His face was probably red with embarrassment. Hee hee. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. Considering Elder Lu's face, he quickly changed the topic. Elder Lu, you seem to have forgotten to tell me something. How do I get the Lord of the Flame Dragon plane? Lord Devour asked you to tell me. Hee hee, I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want to hurt you. Elder Lu smiled and continued transmitting his voice. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Although there are many material planes, there are even more heavenly gods in the divine realm. Becoming the lord of a plane means that you will have an endless supply of divine stones. The rare products of material planes can be sold for divine stones in the divine realm. Therefore, the price of each material plane is very high, and in your case, you're forcefully buying someone else's plane, so you'll have to spend even more, almost several times more. If you want to obtain the Flame Dragon plane, it's very simple. There are only two ways. The first is to use God stones to purchase it from the monarch's pavilion on the Misty Continent. The immortal realm is a world where the strong are respected, and having a lot of God stones also represents a kind of strength. Purchase? Roughly, how many parangons would it cost? Yi Qinghan had a bad feeling. Double? He estimated that he would have to spend a lot of divine stones to buy the Flame Dragon plane. A few 100,000? A few million? Or 10 million? Old Lu said with a relaxed voice, not much. Lord Devour has estimated that it's about 1 billion divine stones. I'm sure we can buy it. 1 billion. Thump. Yi Qinghan staggered and sat on the ground. Even the god domain he released almost dissipated. His mouth was wide open, and his face was filled with horror. What did 1 billion god stones mean? A second-tier demonic beast's inner core was only a few dozen divine stones. That incomparably powerful sky-shaking Xianxia beast's entire body was only a few 100,000 divine stones. 1 billion. How many second-tier demonic beasts did he have to kill? Wasn't this clearly asking him to rob them? Even if he was given tens of thousands of years, it might not be enough, much less 980 years. No. The days in the divine realm were long, and the nights were short. However, 1 day in the divine realm was equivalent to 2 days in the Flame Dragon plane. That meant that he only had about 500 years. What a scam. How was he supposed to play? The current situation was just like him carrying the hopes of the entire village to a big city. He wanted to use his monthly income of a few thousand divine stones to raise 1 million divine stones to save the village in a short period of time. Lad, don't be discouraged. Actually, once you become stronger, there are many ways for you to earn divine stones. For example, you can become a killer, fight in the arena, take on bounty missions, join a strong faction, or eliminate god bandits. Under normal circumstances, it is easy for a god general to earn tens of thousands of divine stones in a year. You have the body fusion battle technique. It is easy for you to earn 100,000 divine stones. Old Lu's consolation made Yi Qinghan even more worried. Even if he worked hard and did not rest, he would only earn 50 million divine stones in 500 years. It was far from enough. Then what? Old Lu, is there a place to borrow divine stones? Let's buy the flame dragon plane first and pay it back slowly in the future. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before sending a voice transmission. Actually, he wanted to ask Old Lu and Lord Devour if he could borrow divine stones. However, he was too embarrassed to ask. He felt that Lord Devour was definitely out of the question. As for Old Lu, as the servant of the #1 God Emperor in the divine realm, he probably did not lack divine stones. Old Lu obviously understood what Yi Qinghan was trying to say. He laughed and scolded, "Hee hee, you little rascal. You actually have ideas about this old man. To tell you the truth, I don't have many divine stones. Only 1,000,000. My position in the Soul Emperor Pavilion is not high. Now that I am the Soul Emperor, I do not need divine stones. Anything from the Soul Emperor Pavilion is worth 1,000,000 divine stones. For example, your unfettered pavilion. If you sell it, you can definitely sell it for 500 to 800 million divine stones. This is because there are 4 sets of nomological law comprehension diagrams inside. And that sword of yours, if you sell it, you can definitely sell it for 10 billion divine stones. I just don't know if you are willing to sell it. Of course, there are risks in selling such an expensive item. It is easy to be cheated or hunted down. F***CK. 10 billion. Yi Qinghan was shocked once again. He did not expect to have such a valuable item. No wonder Lord Devour said that he could not expose the fact that he owned the unfettered pavilion and the godly sword. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He was afraid that he would be assassinated before he could sell the item. That's right. Old Lu, didn't you say that there are 2 ways? There are 2 ways. What's the other way? Yi Qinghan recalled Elder Lu's words and asked with some anticipation. The second way is even simpler. It doesn't cost a single divine stone. Old Lu paused for a moment to whet Yi Qinghan's appetite. Then, he said, become a war god, join the war god pavilion, complete the war god pavilion's assessment, and raise your war god rank. As long as you can become a 5th grade war god within 980 years, which is 500 years in the divine realm, you can easily become the Lord of the Flame Dragon territory. Because the 5th grade war god rank is a threshold, any war god who reaches this rank will receive generous rewards from the war god pavilion. One of the rewards is 1 billion divine stones. F***CK. The war god pavilion is so rich. 1 billion divine stones. And it's part of the reward. How bold. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly at the wealth of the House of Aries. Then, he asked, Old Lu, what is the level of a 5th grade war god? The level is not important. What is important is your overall strength. The people of the War God Pavilion don't look at your level, but at your combat ability. The assessment for a 5th grade war god is very simple. Kill any 6th grade demonic beast. Then you can become a 5th grade war god. For example, if you can kill a 6th grade demonic beast in the heavenly god realm and record the battle using the replication crystal to the War God Pavilion, you can become a 5th grade war god. That's easy. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Old Lu. I will work hard to cultivate my divine power. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. He thought for a moment and made up his mind. He would first work hard to cultivate his divine power. When his strength reached the divine general realm, he would go to the War God Pavilion for the assessment and slowly raise his war god rank. He would cultivate and accumulate divine stones at the same time. The best case scenario would be to become a 5th grade war god within 500 years. If that didn't work, he would have to take the risk and sell the godly sword to buy the flame dragon's dimension. Chapter 485. In the following days, Yi Qinghan stayed in the loft to cultivate his divine power. Xiao He, on the other hand, slept in the loft out of boredom and continued to digest the remaining medicinal power of the divine elixir in his body. After reaching the god level, the core in his dantian had turned into a translucent divine crystal, and the battle chi in his body had also turned into silver divine power. However, cultivation was simple now. He just needed to absorb the divine aura in the world, pour it into the divine crystal, and convert it into divine power. This divine crystal was very strange. It was only the size of 3 fingers, but it seemed to be able to absorb divine power infinitely. Once divine power reached a certain level, the divine crystal would change color, so it was easy to determine the level of divine power. For example, Yi Qinghan had just reached the god level. The divine crystal was translucent, and then it would slowly turn white. Once it turned completely white, he would have reached the 3rd level of the sky god realm. Then it would continue to change until it turned white with a hint of red, and he would be at the peak of the sky god realm. Half a month would pass in the blink of an eye. If no one disturbed him, several years would pass in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! On this day, Yi Qinghan, who was cultivating in the pavilion, was startled awake by knocking on the door. When he stood up, walked out of the courtyard, and saw the smiling face outside the door, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart again. It was Shou Kuang's subordinate, Xiao Hu. This was the 2nd time Xiao Hu had visited in the past half a month. Moreover, Cleopatra and the people of the divine beast lineage had also come once to rope in Yi Qinghan. Xiao He had easily killed a 2nd-level demonic beast with his sharp teeth during the beast tide, attracting the attention of the 3 factions. Although Yi Qinghan looked very weak, with Xiao He around, the 3 factions were very interested in roping in Yi Qinghan. Not long after, Xiao Hu came to visit again. "Little brother, have you thought it through? There's still half a month before the beast hunt. Lord Shou Kuang has already said that as long as you guys join us, the 3 of you will get a share of the points and god stones. This is such a good opportunity. You won't get another one if you miss it. Besides, big brother Shou Kuang is very powerful." Xiao Hu had a face full of smiles as he glanced at Xiao He, who was on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. His round face was very amiable. If Yi Qinghan had not seen him and Bing Yu scolding each other that day, he would definitely have thought that he was a nice guy. Xiao He had always ignored outsiders, so Xiao Hu only needed to keep persuading Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had been practicing for half a month, but he had been woken up several times, so he was in a bad mood. Seeing Laughing Tiger rambling on and on, he became even more annoyed. He directly interrupted Laughing Tiger's words, but his tone was still polite. "With my strength and status, I plan to practice in the tribe for a period of time. I won't consider hunting magical beasts for the time being. Master Laughing Tiger, can you let me practice for 3 to 5 years? It won't be too late to reply to you then." 3 to 5 years? Hearing this, a trace of displeasure flashed in Xiao Hu's eyes, but he concealed it very well. He then looked at Xiao He and said, "How about this? You only need to agree to join us, the Beast Kings, and let this mythological beast of yours accompany us to hunt demonic beasts. You will practice in the tribe, and when the time comes, we will give you 3 equal shares. How about it?" "Humph. The fox's tail has been exposed." Yi Qinghan snorted inwardly. Xiao Hu was so diligent, it was clear that he valued Xiao He's speed in hunting demonic beasts, and wanted to make Xiao He work as a laborer and fighter. Yi Qinghan felt even more uncomfortable in his heart and expressionlessly said, "This brother of mine will not leave me. When I am successful in my cultivation, I will go visit Master." Hearing this, Xiao Hu's face turned cold, and his body also faintly emitted a trace of pressure. He coldly said, 3 years? Humph. Since Master Shou Kuang has already spoken, if you do not give an answer now, Master will definitely be very angry. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the consequences will be very serious, and the 2 of you will not have a good time. I think you should give an affirmative answer, and not make Master angry." "All right." Yi Qinghan saw that if he did not give a clear answer today, this Xiao Hu would not stop. Moreover, He also thought that Cleopatra and the divine beast bloodline would continue to pester him, so he simply said directly, "I refuse. I am used to traveling alone, and my temperament is also very wild. I will have to trouble Master Xiaohu to pass a message to Master Shou Kuang, and thank him for his kindness. Of course, Yi Qinghan will not join any faction, nor will he make an enemy of anyone." Xiaohu could not help but feel embarrassed and angry at Yi Qinghan's direct refusal just like that. Originally, he saw that Yi Qinghan was very easy to talk to, and was very respectful to him. He had already guaranteed with Shou Kuang that he would definitely pull the two of them in. Now, Yi Qinghan was equivalent to giving him a resounding slap on the face. "Brat, you do not know how to drink a forfeit after being offered a toast. To tell you the truth, those who reject Master Shou Kuang's good intentions usually end up in a tragic state. If you dare to leave the tribe, I can guarantee that you will definitely not live for more than 3 days." Xiaohu's expression flickered for a moment, and he began to threaten fiercely. "If that's the case, then won't it be fine if I don't leave the tribe?" Yi Qinghan looked coldly at this clown-like character, but in his heart, he was thinking that it was really strange that such a person could actually cultivate to the god tier. "Humph. If you don't leave, I can guarantee that you will not receive a good mission. Our Beast King bloodline always has people standing guard at several points halls at all times. Don't even think of receiving a good mission. One word from Master Shou Kuang, and you can prepare to stay in the tribe for 1,000 years." Xiaohu snorted coldly and sneered. 1,000 years? Haha. Yi Qinghan laughed when he heard this. "I think that Master Shou Kuang will not need a few decades to earn enough points to leave the tribe, right? Could it be that he is prepared to stay in the tribe for 1,000 years? If that's the case, I'm willing to stay for 1,000 years." When Xiaohu heard this, the cold smile on his face became even wider, and the disdain on his face became even thicker. "Humph. You idiot, what do you know? The Beast King bloodline has already existed in the tribe for 10,000 years. Master Shou Kuang has left, but similarly, the next Master Shou Kuang will continue to lead us. If you don't know what's good for you, then prepare to wait for our Beast King bloodline to ban you. At that time, even if you cry and beg me, it won't work. I'll give you one last chance, will you join or not?" Haha. When Yi Qinghan saw that Xiaohu had already shed all pretense of cordiality and was openly threatening him, he did not want to be courteous with him. With a face full of impatience, he waved his hand and said, "Ban me? I'll wait and see. While you're at it, help me pass on a message. Tell Cleopatra and that golden dragon that I won't join either side. I don't want to cause trouble, so you'd better not provoke me either. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Alright, I won't see you out." After he finished speaking, Yi Qinghan turned around and walked towards the loft. He did not want to say anything more to this kind of person. Yi Qinghan's attitude had completely enraged Xiaohu. He pointed at Yi Qinghan, tiptoed, and actually started to curse angrily. "Humph. You trash, I gave you face and you still want to act like a big boss? If it wasn't for the fact that you, little beast, still have some use, who do you think you are? Is it worth me persuading you a few times? I can tell you clearly, you're finished. If you dare to leave the tribe, I can guarantee that you will die miserably, very miserably. Whether I die miserably or not, I don't know." Yi Qinghan's body froze, and his expression became completely cold. He slowly turned around, his eyes filled with coldness as he stared at Xiaohu for a moment. With an extremely firm tone, he said indifferently, "But I know that if you don't scram out of my courtyard in 3 seconds, I can guarantee that once I leave the valley, I will let my beast kill you instantly." "Scram. You?" Xiaohu was startled by Yi Qinghan's frightening gaze. Then, when he saw Xiao Hei's cold, bright white teeth, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Thinking about how Xiao Hei had easily killed a level 2 monster at the entrance of the valley, he shrunk his body, turned around, and ran away in a sorry state, cursing as he ran. "Where there are people, there will be Jianghu, and where there will be Jianghu, there will be scum. The ancients did not lie to me." Yi Qinghan shook his head and walked into the loft. Chapter 486. After scaring away Jianghu, the pavilion regained its tranquility and no one came to disturb them anymore. It was probably Jianghu who spread the news. However, Yi Qinghan was very clear that she had thoroughly offended the Mad Beast clan. Furthermore, if she were to go out to hunt for demonic beasts, Cleopatra and the Golden Dragon clan would definitely not let her off, and the Mad Beast clan would definitely hunt her down. However, Yi Qinghan did not care at all. He was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. He did not want to cause trouble, but it did not mean that he was afraid of it. Moreover, he did not care about the Mad Beast clan and Cleopatra's peak heavenly god strength. He felt that he should keep a low profile, but if he was being bullied, then what's the harm in keeping a high profile? If he could not live happily, what was the use of being strong? In the following period of time, Yi Qinghan immediately went into seclusion, continuously cultivating his divine power. He strived to cultivate his divine power to the second level as soon as possible. When that time came, he would be able to go outside the valley and kill as he pleased. After 10 days of seclusion, Yi Qinghan woke up on time. Today was the first day of the month. Nilpotian had said that he would exchange points and divine stones on the first day of the month. He reckoned that the 1,000 points would be distributed today. Xiao He was still in a deep sleep, digesting the remaining energy in his body. Yi Qinghan kept him into the beast battle space and carried the slaughter god blade on his back. He walked out of the courtyard towards the fire pavilion. As expected, there was already a long queue outside the fire pavilion. Nilpotian and Sima Godly General were there to exchange points for everyone. Swish! As soon as Yi Qinghan walked over, a row of gazes swept over him. However, most of the gazes were filled with disdain and contempt. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan had become the common enemy of the three factions. Especially the Mad Beast clan's people. Countless of them had a faint killing intent in their eyes. Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders and did not care. He stood at the side and waited quietly. Killing was prohibited in the valley, so it was very safe. As for outside the valley, it was still uncertain who would kill who. "Brother, I heard that you didn't join any of the three forces?" This was a faint voice transmission. The voice was somewhat familiar. Yi Qinghan looked sideways and saw a man covered in scales looking at him with a smile. It was the demon overlord who had been sent flying by the silver-haired giant on the ascension platform. "Yes. I'm a bit wild by nature, so I'm used to doing things alone." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. One wouldn't hit a smiling person, so he replied politely. "Haha. Those who could ascend to the god world were all formidable characters from their own planes. They were used to being the boss, and no one was willing to be someone else's lackey. There were more than 300 of us who ascended together, but only 100 of us joined them. But now, there were only a few dozen people who could persevere. I just can't stand their faces. Don't be afraid, brother. I'll protect you in the future. No matter what, we ascended together, it's also considered fate." Demon Overlord winked, patted his chest slightly, and transmitted his voice very forthrightly. Yi Qinghan scratched his head rather uncomfortably. This person only had first-level celestial deity strength. Wasn't he scared of the wind cutting his tongue? To actually say that he would protect him? Demon Overlord shot Yi Qinghan a glance. Seeing his expression, a trace of pride flashed across his eyes, and he transmitted his voice and said, "Heh, you still don't believe me. Let me tell you, I, Demon Overlord, am our Devil Slaughter continent's greatest genius. I only spent 100 years to cultivate to the celestial deity realm. I reckon that even the divine realm's pinnacle geniuses also only have this cultivation speed. Just watch, before long, I'll be able to cultivate to peak celestial deity, divine general realm. At that time, I'll let them see my prowess." Big Brother Demon Overlord is indeed formidable. At that time, I'll still have to rely on Big Brother Demon Overlord to take good care of me. This little brother is called Yi Qinghan. Hearing Demon Overlord's boast, Yi Qinghan touched his nose and started smiling bitterly. Become a deity in 100 years? Very awesome. This person actually said that the Divine Realm's geniuses also had about this speed? Lord Devour had said that there was a genius from the double-pupil Netherworld race who had already broken through to the Divine King Realm at the age of 30. The Divine Realm's 30 years was double the material plane's time, which was 60 years. But this speed was still shocking, and Demon Overlord actually said that his speed was about the same as the Divine Realm's geniuses. Moreover, if he told him that he had only cultivated for 20 to 30 years, and his current strength could instantly kill a peak celestial deity, would he faint from fright? After waiting for a long time, Yi Qinghan did not see that icy beauty Yi Yaorao who came to exchange for points and divine stones. He also did not see Beastly Queen or that golden dragon. After listening to Demon Overlord's boast for a long time, it was finally his turn. He woke up Xiao He, took out all the materials in the 2 spatial rings, and exchanged the 1,000 points that Niu Patian had given him for divine stones. After bidding farewell to Demon Overlord, Yi Qinghan walked towards the west side of the valley. So the 1st to the 50th rooms are all for points. How can such a small room hold so many people? Yi Qinghan walked to the 1st row of the west rooms and couldn't help but be curious when he saw many god rank experts entering and exiting the rooms. After pondering for a moment, he walked into the 10th room with the words, Spiritual Pet Pavilion. He followed the 2 into the room, but found that it was empty inside. There was nothing on the ceiling, only a small teleportation array emitting a faint light. The 2 people directly stepped into the teleportation array and were teleported away. Yi Qinghan suddenly realized that the other side of the teleportation array must be a parallel space similar to the Carefree Pavilion. No wonder such a small room could hold so many people. After figuring out the reason, Yi Qinghan was not in the mood to go in and take a look. He left the room and walked directly to the 100th room. 99, 100. This is the room. Yi Qinghan looked at the serial number on the door of the room and saw that there was a small demon insignia on the door. He was even more certain now. He walked straight in and was about to knock on the door when he realized that the door opened by itself. There was no one inside except for a teleportation array. After pondering for a moment and confirming with Elder Lu, Yi Qinghan secretly circulated his divine power and stepped into the teleportation array. Buzz! Yi Qinghan saw a white light flash, and he appeared in a wide hall. There was only an old man sitting cross-legged in the hall. When the old man saw Yi Qinghan look over, he suddenly opened his eyes and smiled warmly. He said lightly, "Welcome to the Battle God Pavilion, young man. May I ask if you are here to sell or buy?" "Oh, hello, senior. I need to buy a bottle of Dragon Rider Divine Oil. And the number 3 spatial ring." Yi Qinghan realized that the situation here was exactly the same as Elder Lu's. Without hesitation, he bowed respectfully and spoke politely according to Elder Lu's instructions. "All right, that will be a total of 1,100 divine stones. May I ask if you have a VIP card?" The old man waved his hand, and a green jade bottle and a black spatial ring appeared in his hand. "VIP card? No, senior, these are divine stones." Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and took out a pile of divine stones from the spatial ring. The old man glanced at them and kept them in the spatial ring. He nodded and said, "Very good, the number of divine stones is correct. Is there anything else you need?" "No, thank you, senior." Yi Qinghan kept the items, turned around, and stepped into the teleportation array to return to the Firework Tribe. "This is the Dragon Rider Divine Oil."